Chapter 274. Please support the official subscription and monthly tickets. Thank you. While Yin Zhaoge had always thought highly of himself, he could not help but feel that if someone was specifically targeting him, there really would not be a need for a martial saint to personally take action. The appearance of the devil Saint Yuan Tian was undoubtedly the external pressure the decimating abyss was exerting on Broad Creed Mountain, drawing the attention of all of Broad Creed Mountain, luring the tiger away from the mountain and fighting for opportunities elsewhere. After all, no matter how high the level of the traitor was, wanting to sneak Yuan Tian into Broad Creed Mountain's territory would really be looking down on Broad Creed Mountain too much. However, what left Broad Creed Mountain helpless was that with Yuan Tian having appeared, they could not just ignore him. Otherwise, if this person were to destroy without restraint, the damage he would cause in a short period of time might not be any less than the descent of the 9 underworlds. Having outsiders causing such trouble in their own territory, yet still keeping their doors shut and not leaving, Broad Creed Mountain's face would be completely lost. As for Yuan Tian coming to Yunjin County to take care of Yin Zhaoge along the way, that was something that had happened in passing. Within it, there was also the possibility that he wanted to force Yen Di to bring the clear Qi robe out of the mountain. While Yen Di and the others were not people who were afraid of trouble, now was a sensitive time, with Yuan Zhengfeng in secluded cultivation at a critical juncture. With internal and external troubles appearing simultaneously, it was possible that Broad Creed Mountain's lineage would suddenly act in the opposite direction, forcibly suppressing their anger and slowly settling the score with Yuan Tian afterwards. Taking down Yin Zhaoge was to add another bargaining chip to Yen Di's success. Now that Yuan Tian had appeared, it would be too late for him to leave. Yin Zhaoge calmed his mind, simply gazing into the distance. Streaks of gray mist appeared in the distant horizon, blotting out the sky and drifting toward the Yin clan's ancestral grounds. The originally bright and beautiful sky and sunlight had all disappeared at this time, leaving only a gray haze between heaven and earth. In the vast sea of gray clouds, countless figures appeared. The dark clouds seemed to have turned into faces that were twisted in pain. They looked down and let out soundless roars. Yin Zhaoge, Ahu and the others could clearly feel waves of gloomy coldness. It wasn't a coldness that came from his physical senses, but a chill that rose from the bottom of his heart, as if he was facing an innate terror. Looking at that dark cloud, Yin Zhaoge nodded to himself. There is indeed some shadow of the impermanent devil sect of the past. It is just that I wonder if the thoughts of Buddhism's impermanence have already been integrated within? From what Yin Zhaoge knew, the impermanent devil sect of pre-Great Calamity times had once undergone a huge change. From the essence of the sect's martial Tao to the legacies of its experts, there had all been disputes and changes. Yin Zhaoge didn't know much about the specifics, only having heard the general news. However, with the advent of the Great Calamity, the impermanent demon sect seemed to have turned to dust along with the heavens and the earth. Looking at those dark clouds that obscured the heavens and covered the earth at this moment, Yin Zhaoge could not help but feel slightly dazed as many memories of the past surfaced within his mind. Dark clouds instantly shrouded the entire area, blocking out the sunlight and causing Yunjin County to seem to have fallen into darkness. At this point, Yuan Tian did not waste any more words. His powerful martial path fist intent pressed down, and the illusory fist intent condensed into substance. In front of Yuan Tian, the grand protective array of the Yin family's ancestral home did not seem to exist. The light dragons still danced in the air, but they were useless, unable to stop Yuan Tian at all. Seemingly not needing to differentiate, Yuan Tian's fist intent directly locked onto Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge's body began rising uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Ahu, Yin Wenjin and the others within the Yin family's ancestral home all felt their bodies go numb. Following that, they could only feel as though their internal organs were being grabbed by someone's hand and squeezed forcefully. The bones of their entire bodies emitted cracking sounds, their bodies seeming like they were about to explode, their blood vessels breaking apart as blood spurted out from their pores. Of everyone present, Yin Wenjin, the one with the highest cultivation base, was merely at the 4th level of the martial grandmaster realm, the early essence spirit stage. Without having to show himself, Yuan Tian would already be able to sweep through everyone present, wanting to capture Yin Zhaoge alive, while also flattening the Yin family's ancestral home. However, as his target, Yin Zhaoge, who was directly facing Yuan Tian's sharpness, his expression was calm, not changing in the least as he instead observed Yuan Tian's fist intent rather interestedly. Yuan Tian might have noticed Yan Zhaoga's abnormality, but he did not open his mouth to ask anything, instead continuing at his own pace. As one of the 6 great martial saints of this world, he had this strength and confidence. Sadly, his thoughts were destined to never become reality. The heavens and the earth suddenly shook, numerous streams of clear qi surging, instantly diluting the all-encompassing dark clouds. The sunlight in the sky fell sparsely, penetrating through the cloud layer once more, illuminating the great earth. A tyrannical saber intent tore through the horizon, shattering the fist intent Yuan Tian had exerted on the Yin family's ancestral home. Within the Yin family's ancestral home, Yan Zhaoga's body that had just risen 2 or 3 meters into the air descended once more. Hu, Yin Wenjin and the others all heaved a sigh of relief, no longer being pressured to the point where it felt like their bodies were about to explode. The dark clouds in the sky roiled, parting to the sides as a person was revealed. It was a middle-aged man with a pale face, dressed in the garb of a scholar. It was precisely the devil saint Yuan Tian, whose name resounded throughout the 8 extremities world. Yuan Tian frowned slightly. Clear qi robe, Yendi? The winds and clouds between the heavens and the earth surged as a valiant man who looked to be in his early 30s, but whose temples were dotted with a bit of frost appeared. It was precisely Yan Zhaoga's father, the current temporary chief of Broad Creed Mountain, Yan Di. Seeing Yan Di appear, Yin Wenjin and the others simultaneously heaved a sigh of relief. Yuan Tian gazed at Yan Di, or rather, his attention was focused on the white robe that Yan Di was wearing. The wide-sleeved white robe that enveloped Yan Di seemed to distort the surrounding space, containing infinite profundities as it transformed the space between the heavens and the earth into a robe. From the white robe, streams of clear qi extended in all directions, even seeming to encompass the surrounding world within. Clear qi robe, Yuan Tian nodded, looking at Yan Di. Why are you here? Actually leaving Broad Creed Mountain of your own accord with the clear qi robe? Could it be that you have come specifically for this Yuan? How did you know that this Yuan would definitely appear here? His hands behind his back, Yan Di looked calmly at the exalted martial saint Yuan Tian, not answering him as he instead asked, Yuan Tian, with your strength and position, why were you also willing to submit yourself to the 9 underworlds? What can they give you? Could it be that in order to seek longevity, you have given up on being a human? Yuan Tian shook his head. It also doesn't matter. Anyway, it was originally to force you to leave Broad Creed Mountain. Now that you are willing to come out of your own accord, it is in line with my intentions. I can roughly guess what you are thinking. It is nothing more than trying to grasp the initiative in your own hands, catching me unawares. You saving your son, then immediately rushing back to the mountain. This way, our people might instead not be able to react in time, making a move at Broad Creed Mountain. Down below, the corners of Yan Zhaoga's mouth arched slightly upwards. His father and Yuan Tian both had no intention of answering the other's question, their tones calm, but they were still at loggerheads. The terrifying concepts of the 2 great experts had even clashed intensely from the moment they had met, pressuring each other as the surrounding heavens and earth shook. Looking at Yan Di, Yuan Tian said indifferently, however, in front of me, do you think it will be so easy for you to bring your son away? Saying thus, he raised his hand, clenching it into a fist. A terrifying force, instantly agglomerated. As his fist struck out, it shook the earth and the heavens. Chapter 275. Yuan Tian punched out, dark clouds surging between the heavens and the earth as a massive vortex was formed, shooting towards Yan Di. Within the vortex, there seemed to be countless faces howling in pain. The vortex formed by the dark clouds was like purgatory on earth, devouring all living beings in the surroundings and pulling them into it. Yan Di raised his brows slightly. Garbed in the clear qi robe, he spread his arms wide as streams of clear qi surged, majestic as the heavens. Obstructed by Yan Di, Yuan Tian's fist intent that had solidified was instantly unable to advance any further. He also seemed to have a feeling that while he was clearly a martial saint while Yan Di was still a martial grandmaster, Yan Di seemed to be lofty as he overlooked him like the vast sky. Yuan Tian frowned slightly. Suddenly, he opened up his clenched fist. He changed his fist into a claw and tore with force. The boundless gray mist transformed into a terrifying demonic claw that seemed as if it would tear apart the sky at this moment. Impermanence Devil Claw. Specks of radiance now surfaced on the surface of the white robe that Yan Di was wearing. The radiance was fragmented like corn. The color was half black and half yellow. It was neither resplendent nor dim. However, it seemed to contain an unbearable heaviness amidst the power concept that was as vast as the heavens. Wearing the clear chi robe, Yan Di's aura rose unceasingly as though there was no end to it. He faced Yuan Tian's impermanence devil claw head-on and struck out with his palm. His palm shone with a clear and bright light, like a glazed vajra. While Yan Di's attainments in the martial Tao of the vajra body were inferior to Sure Tai's, with the clear chi robe on him now, striking out with his palm, it was like a martial saint executing the vajra body. The terrifying vajra condensed palm clashed against the impermanence demon claw, not giving Yuan Tian the slightest advantage. As the palm and the claw collided, Yuan Tian's eyes shone with a cold light. Within that clear, transparent palm of Yan Di suddenly blazed fiercely with a purplish-red fiery light, radiating outwards from his palm. The terrifying Tusita fire that seemed able to refine and incinerate all things erupted from Yan Di's palm, with an unimaginably powerful explosive force. What caused even Yuan Tian to be taken aback was that Yan Di had simultaneously executed the two supreme martial arts of Broad Creed Mountain, the Vajra body and the Tushita palm, in an incomparably harmonious manner. The power of the purple Tushita fire erupted, but the eternal strength of the Vajra body was not affected in the slightest. It remained indestructible. Furthermore, the will of the indestructible body didn't restrict the power of the Tushita palm. The two ultimate techniques complemented each other and contributed a shocking amount of power. The terrifying impermanence devil claw, which seemed capable of plucking the stars and the moon, actually began to tremble. Wisps of gray mist kept dispersing from the huge claw. The demonic claw seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Yuan Tian nodded calmly. "You are the best among your generation. You live up to your reputation." His claw wanted to change, yet discovered that it was being sucked in by Yan Di's palm, actually being hard-pressed to shift. Gazing over, radiance surged on Yan Di's palm, streams of faint golden light appearing, resembling numerous golden ropes. The golden chains entangled the impermanent demon claw, making it difficult for it to escape. It could only face the attacks of the Vajra body and the Tushita palm head-on. Other than the Vajra body and the Tushita palm, this move of Yan Di's clearly contained another supreme martial art of Broad Creed Mountain's 8 extreme arts. Golden Canopy Palm. Having mastered the 3 supreme martial arts, Yan Di's palm force erupted mightily. The violent purple Tushita flames exploded, instantly incinerating the massive heaven-obscuring hand formed of the dark clouds into a sea of flames. Yuan Tian looked coldly at this scene. Clear chi robe, sacred artifact. What a good thing. Seeing his impermanent devil claw broken, Yuan Tian's expression did not change in the slightest. "Sadly, you are not a martial saint at the end of the day." As he said this, Yuan Tian's outstretched palm suddenly clenched. The dark clouds that had been incinerated and extinguished by the purple Tushita flames suddenly appeared once more, drifting about without end. It was as if everything that had happened earlier had only been an illusion. The surging purple flames surged up once more, incinerating the dark clouds. However, the sea of dark clouds still existed. It was clearly an all-encompassing, majestic, boundless dark cloud that obscured the heavens and the sun. However, at this moment it seemed like it was in a realm that was hard to touch. No matter how violent the purple Tushita flames were, no matter how the golden ropes formed of the golden canopy palm bound the winds, clouds, sun and moon, no matter how fearless and unyielding the Vajra body was, the dark clouds always existed there, not dissipating and not extinguishing, gathering and dispersing unpredictably. On the ground, seeing this scene, Yin Zhaoge raised his head slightly. There are already some traces of Buddhism's impermanence. Clashing head-on with Yuan Tian, Yan Di could see even more. Within the depths of those dark clouds, there seemed to be a wheel spinning unceasingly. Every time Yan Di's attack landed on the dark clouds, that wheel would spin even more rapidly. That was where the true core of Yuan Tian's fist intent lay, causing boundless dark clouds to surge, gradually surrounding Yan Di. "With the clear chi robe on me, I am already not much different from a martial saint," Yan Di said mildly, the image of Vajra suddenly dispersing from his palm, the power of the golden canopy palm and the Tushita palm also vanishing. His fingers formed a saber as he raised them high into the air. And if there isn't much of a difference between our cultivation bases. As he said this, Yandi's raised right hand chopped downwards. A sharp saber intent swept through the surrounding area. Between the heavens and the earth, the scene seemed to suddenly distort. A massive crevice appeared amidst space, completely pitch black. Space was truly ripped apart at this moment. As Yandi's saber chopped downwards, an immeasurable, limitless power was imbued onto the blade of the saber. At this moment, Yuan Tian only had a single feeling, that the vast, immeasurable sky above his head seemed to have transformed into the blade of Yandi's saber, chopping downwards towards him. One of Broad Creed Mountain's 3 supreme arts, the immeasurable heavenly saber. A supreme saber art inherited from the exalted heaven shaker Zhan Donga. Invincible in the 8 extremities world in the past, infinite and immeasurable, the saber of the sky. Currently, with the clear chi robe on Yandi, the power of this saber far surpassed that of when the Eastern Tang had battled the Sacred Sun clan. Once upon a time, when he had still only been a junior, Yuan Tian had once personally witnessed the exalted heaven shaker Zhan Donga brandishing his saber. Facing Yandi at this moment, he could only vaguely feel that the invincible existence of the 8 extremities world that year actually seemed to have reappeared in this world once more. The dark clouds were broken apart. That wheel at their center also split into 2 by that saber. As the saber intent that cleaved through the sky scattered, Yandi said calmly, "If there isn't much of a difference between our cultivation bases, I win, you lose." The heavens and the earth were completely silent, as if shocked by Yandi's declaration of absolute victory against a martial saint as a martial grandmaster. Looking at Yandi, Yuan Tian chuckled, "Invincible Yan, how what a good invincible Yan." He extended his hands horizontally to the sides, before slowly bringing them together towards the center. Winds surged and clouds surged between the heavens and the earth, a boundless sea of gray clouds obscuring the sky once more. "I admit that with the clear chi robe, you are an opponent of sufficient weight, just like Huang Guanglia and the others." Yuan Tian's expression was indifferent. Having been able to reach his current height, his will was extremely firm. However, as for who wins and who loses, words alone are not enough to prove it. Only when one side is completely dead can a conclusion be made. Yuan Tian said coldly, "What I don't know is, with you and me clashing here, how will Broad Creed Mountain avoid this great tribulation? Whatever the reason, you and the clear chi robe having left Broad Creed Mountain, you are all alone and without help. Even if Huang Guanglia has not left seclusion, as long as the Sacred Sun clan has the Great Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler, they will definitely come." Chapter 276. Faced with the gray clouds that obscured the heavens and concealed the sun once more, Yandi's expression did not change as he hacked out with his saber. The majestic and boundless saber intent forcefully tore apart the gray clouds. Faced with Yandi's immeasurable heavenly saber, those indistinct, indeterminate dark clouds were also hard-pressed to maintain their previous indiscernible, profound state. It was as though Yandi's saber had chopped down to the mundane world, now within reach once more. In the face of such a tyrannical and terrifying attack, Yuan Tian snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, a long gray whip suddenly appeared. The long whip swam about, merging with the dark clouds, changing unpredictably. From that long gray whip, a powerful spiritual energy fluctuation and concept was created. It was a high-grade spirit weapon. Although it wasn't a holy weapon, Yuan Tian's aura was different with the whip in his hand. His martial true intent and the weapon's spiritual energy fused together, boosting each other and instantly unleashing an astonishing might. Yandi let out a clear roar, his palm making the motion of drawing a saber in mid-air. A purple long saber fell into his hand. With a flick of his wrist, the saber slashed out. Not only did the power of the clear chi robe augment Yandi, it also merged with the high-grade spirit artifact in his hands, the heavenly dragon saber. Beneath Yandi's saber, the dark clouds dispersed, the whip in Yuan Tian's hands wailing as though it had a life of its own. Yuan Tian's expression did not change in the slightest. There was not the slightest trace of humiliation or anger on his face. The long whip in his hand unfurled, and it was as if a 10,000 li long dragon was soaring through the sky. The dark clouds had completely turned into a sea of clouds, enveloping a radius of 10,000 miles and concealing Yuan Tian's figure. There was only that roiling black whip which traversed the clouds, resembling an evil dragon extending its head as it peered down at Yan Di. Streaks of pitch-black lightning descended from the sky like a heavy rain. In the center of the dark clouds, a huge vortex was formed once more. The range of the vortex was so vast that it seemed to fill up the entire sky. On the great earth below, Yin Zhaoge and the others stood within the Yin family ancestral mansion. Raising their heads, it was as though the entire sky above their heads, all the way to the distant horizon, was enveloped by a vortex of dark clouds. Looking up, it was as if the entire sky was spinning. As the earth trembled, everything, including the shattered rocks, began to float into the air, as if they were about to be sucked into the vortex in the sky. As far as the eye could see, it seemed like the entire Yunjin prefecture was about to be overturned by Yuan-Tian. Only the place where Yan Di stood, as well as the Yin family ancestral mansion beneath him, remained completely unscathed. Yan Di would naturally not sit by and watch as Yuan-Tian wreaked so much havoc in the lands of the Central Heaven region. Other than the Yin family, there were also countless lifeforms living and thriving within Yunjin County. He held the heavenly dragon saber in his right hand and slammed his left palm into the ground. Yan Di's left hand manifested the image of Vajra once more, radiating a glazed light. An unwavering, powerful will merged with the clear chi robe. Specks of black and yellow radiance condensed and heavy, pressuring down towards the great earth down below. Streams of clear chi filled the surroundings. They seemed as inconspicuous as air, but they instantly froze the surroundings. At the same time, Yan Di chopped out with his saber upwards with his right hand, a majestic saber light cleaving the heavens and splitting the earth as it pierced straight into the clouds. Yan Di's immeasurable heavenly saber hacked into the massive vortex within the sky. As the vortex circulated, the jet-black light dragon bobbed up and down, wanting to grind Yan Di's saber light to pieces. However, the boundless saber light, which seemed to have gathered the boundless power of the world around it, remained standing. The saber light did not shatter. As it flickered, it was that vortex formed of dark clouds that began shaking unceasingly, seemingly gradually approaching the point of collapse. Despite suffering a setback, Yuan-Tian's will did not waver in the least as he continued clashing with Yan Di. He did not clash head-on with Yan Di's immeasurable heavenly saber, instead calming his heart entangling with Yan Di in a roaming battle. As an exalted martial saint expert facing Yan Di and the clear chi robe, he actually had to use such a method. It was inevitable that he would feel disappointed. However, Yuan-Tian did not mind this. While his devilish arts were strange and domineering, as compared to the immeasurable heavenly saber, they were not suitable for head-on clashes. Yan Di's immeasurable heavenly saber swung widely, domineering and domineering. Clashing head-on with it unceasingly would not be wise for Yuan-Tian. Moreover, while it was true that Yan Di's strength had skyrocketed thanks to the clear chi robe, he was not a true martial saint at the end of the day, and wielding a sacred artifact consumed a great deal of his strength. Correspondingly, the most crucial problem was that the longer Yan Di and the clear chi robe left Broad Creed Mountain, the greater the danger that Broad Creed Mountain was in. As long as he could delay Yan Di here for a long time, it would already be a victory for Yuan-Tian. Amidst the dark clouds, Yuan-Tian's gaze was cold as he looked calmly at Yan Di, no anger or anxiety visible on his face at all. It was just that what caused Yuan-Tian to feel wary was the fact that Yan Di similarly appeared as stable as Mount Tai, not panicking in the least. Yan Di was indeed not in a rush. As he struck out with his saber, hacking at the vortex of dark clouds above his head, he asked calmly, "Zhaoge, how are your preparations?" In the Yin family manor down below, Yin Zhaoge stood in the ancestral temple, the guardian grand formation beneath his feet circulating to the maximum. Yin Zhaoge was currently standing on the core of the formation, a stone pillar standing beside him. It was precisely the pillar of the Divine Palace. If the pillar of the Divine Palace returned to its original size, it would burst through the roof of the Yin family ancestral temple. Therefore, Yin Zhaoge had controlled its size, keeping its height to around 3 meters, allowing it to stand within the ancestral temple. Everything is in place, Yin Zhaoge smiled. Yuan-Tian frowned. He had already personally experienced the power of the guardian grand formation of the Yin family ancestral manor earlier. Let alone him, even Essence Talisman martial grandmasters could be seen as nothing by it. However much of a heaven-defying genius Yin Zhaoge was, the gap between them was currently too great. It was also impossible for these things to be of much help to Yan Di. With regards to the current battle situation, it was merely a drop in the bucket. This current battle of the Martial Saint realm was completely not something that Yan Zhaoge and the others of the Yan family could participate in. If not for Yan Di's protection, just the aftershocks of their clash alone would be sufficient to flatten Yunjin County, even overturning the heavens and earth of the surrounding 5,000 kilometers. However, the keen intuition of his many years of dominance told Yuan Tian that there really was danger. As these thoughts flashed through his mind at lightning speed, Yuan Tian suddenly retreated. However, as Yan Di chopped out with his saber, the majestic saber light transformed the toughness of 100 times tempered into the softness of a finger. The immeasurable heavenly saber was not just tough and ferocious. The gentle saber light resembled a long meandering river, sucking in the dark clouds within the sky, causing Yuan Tian to be unable to immediately retreat. Seeing this, Yuan Tian completely understood what was going on, knowing that the situation was not good, having to first retreat before making any further plans. However, in the Yan family ancestral temple down below, after bowing to his ancestors, Yan Zhaoge circled around the pillar of the divine palace. With every step he took, he punched out towards the pillar of the divine palace. 9 consecutive steps, 9 punches. Yan Zhaoge's fist intent shook the pillar of the divine palace, its surface lighting up with a dazzling radiance. A rune mark lit up on Yan Zhaoge's forehead. The guardian grand formation of the Yan family ancestral manor lit up with an unprecedentedly bright glow. Clashing with Yuan Tian in midair, a rune mark lit up on the forehead of Yan Di. On the great earth, a thick pattern of light lit up, rapidly extending towards the northeast. Where the light illuminated, the boundaries of space seemed to be blurring. Yan Di's saber light sucked in Yuan Tian, the figures of the two gradually turning blurry amidst the air. Chapter 277. Faced with this sudden change, Yuan Tian's emotions fluctuated as he let out a low roar filled with shock and anger. However, his and Yan Di's silhouettes became blurry in the air, finally disappearing into the horizon. The dark clouds that enveloped the heavens and the earth also dissipated along with them. Sunlight reappeared in the clear sky above everyone's heads. Seeing Yan Di and Yuan Tian's silhouettes disappear, Yan Zhaoge let out a long sigh. It wasn't easy, but we succeeded. Ahoo! Yan Wenjin and the others looked at Yan Zhaoge blankly, not understanding. Zhaoge, where are the family head and the devil saint? Yan Zhaoge looked towards the northeast. They were sent to Broad Creed Mountain. Ahoo and the others looked at each other. Yan Wenjin and the others didn't know how to reply, constantly thinking about how to phrase it. Ahoo directly asked, "Young Master aren't we trying to prevent external enemies from invading? Especially a peak expert like the Devil Saint Yuan Tian. If he enters the core of Broad Creed Mountain, wouldn't he be opening the door to thieves? At that time, if other enemies worked together with him," Yan Zhaoge said, "Relax. Although they were sent back to Broad Creed Mountain together, under Father's control, the Guardian Grand Formation has long since changed. A foreign dimension has been temporarily constructed in the air above Broad Creed Mountain. Father and Yuan Tian have been transported there. There, Father can still draw on the power of the Guardian Grand Formation, making use of the geographical advantage. This way he will have the upper hand when fighting Yuan Tian. At the same time, he can also watch over the clan." Yan Zhaoge said, "Even if the other experts of the clan have to attend to their own duties, guarding against other enemies and not being able to leave, with Father's clear chi robe and the assistance of the clan's Guardian Grand Formation, if it were just a one-on-one battle with Yuan Tian, it would be questionable whether Yuan Tian would be able to leave Broad Creed Mountain alive. Compared to other enemies, Yuan Tian is still the most obvious threat. If we can get rid of him first, we will save a lot of effort later. If a martial saint went all out, without being restrained by someone of the same level, he would form an unstoppable destructive force." Ahoo! Yan Wenjin and the others all looked towards the pillar of the divine palace within the Yan family ancestral hall. Yan Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. He had only discussed this plan with Yan Di. The higher echelon bigwigs over there only knew that Yan Di had adjusted the Guardian Grand Formation and created a temporary foreign dimension to act as a battlefield, preventing the clan itself from being attacked. However, he didn't know that it was a cage specially prepared for Yuan Tian or the Great Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler. After all, it was extremely difficult to teleport a powerhouse of this level to that place. Normally, this would be almost unimaginable. This time, he had to satisfy multiple conditions at the same time to be able to succeed in one fell swoop. Basically, it was very difficult to replicate. Only Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di knew all the steps and main points of the plan beforehand. If my dad is a member of Decimating Abyss, then I can only admit that I'm unlucky this time. Yan Zhaoge thought as he kept the pillar of the divine palace. Swiveling his head to look at Yan Wanjin, Yan Zhaoge said, "Third granduncle, the guardian grand formation of our family's ancestral mansion is currently virtually completely destroyed. If we want to set it up again, we will probably have to expend some effort." "It doesn't matter. This is something that can't be helped." Regaining her wits, Yan Wanjin said emotionally, "Chaos is hard to come by. If Broad Creed Mountain meets with a calamity, my Yan family will also be affected." Yan Zhaoge said, "The family should still have some of the treasures needed to set up the formation. If we really lack them, we can only temporarily use other things to replace them. I will first help to set up the formation. As for the rest, after this battle, when my father is free, I will then make adjustments." Without needing to hear the rumors, just from what they had just seen and heard, Yan Wanjin and the others could confirm that Yan Zhaoge's attainments in formations far surpassed that of ordinary martial practitioners of the same cultivation level, even far surpassing everyone present. Yan Wanjin immediately gave the order, and they all assisted Yan Zhaoge in rapidly setting up the formation again. Although it wasn't as good as the grand formation of the ancestral ground from before, at least it was able to allow the formation to circulate once more. Yan Zhaoge said, "I have to hurry over to Lianhu County. Third granduncle, be careful here." After taking his leave of Yan Wanjin and the others, Yan Zhaoge brought Hu and Pan out of the ancestral mansion. He did not return to the clan, instead hurrying over to Lianhu County. Young master, with the decimating abyss causing trouble in Lianhu County, wanting to guide the opening of the Great Nine Underworld's door once more, there will also be bigwigs of the clan rushing over to deal with it, right? Hu asked. Sitting on Pan's back, Yan Zhaoge gazed into the distance. The two grand elders, Elder He and Elder Zhang, will both have to sit over the clan, taking turns to take turns. One will stand guard over Grandmaster, while the other will sit in the center, guarding against any unexpected situations. The first seat of the Heaven Sealing Gorge, Elder Gong, will also have to stand guard over the Heaven Sealing Gorge at all times, unable to leave even for a moment. Father will specialize in dealing with the martial saint experts or sacred artifacts of the other side. If someone comes to deal with the situation in Lianhu County, it will be either eldest apprentice uncle or second apprentice uncle. The clan currently only has these few transcending mortality martial grandmasters and late essence talisman martial grandmasters. If eldest apprentice uncle and second apprentice uncle cannot leave, senior apprentice uncle Fu may also come. After calculating for a moment, Hu scratched his head. "Young master, did you forget someone?" The first seat of the martial repository, Elder Xian Dongping, is in existence even stronger than the two grand elders, Elder He and Elder Zhang, only being inferior to the old clan chief. While it is hard to say who is stronger between him and the family head, he definitely has a place amongst the top 3 experts of Broad Creed Mountain. Yan Zhaoge did not speak, raising his head slightly, asking after a while, "Now, it can already be confirmed that there are still people of the decimating abyss amongst the clan's higher echelons. Hu, if you had to guess the most likely one, who do you think it is?" "I only mean feeling and guessing." Hearing his words, Hu opened his mouth. If I were to guess, Elder Xian and Elder Feng are both possible." Yan Zhaoge nodded. "That's right, similar fates, one losing to Grandmaster, the other losing to Father. Because of the former's defeat that year, a barrier has always remained in his heart, unable to break through that final bottleneck and step into the martial saint realm. The latter is hailed as a hidden dragon, but will very likely remain hidden for the rest of his life." Yan Zhaoge gazed into the distance. The human heart is inscrutable, and no one knows what others are thinking. That aside, everyone knows that those two are unhappy within their hearts. Hu grinned. "Young master, you seem to be even more wary of Elder Xian?" Yan Zhaoge said, "While second apprentice uncle is the one who is directly competing with Father, Perhaps it is precisely because we are more familiar with each other that I instead hope for him not to change. Of course, I do not deny that there is another reason. If Elder Exion changes, the danger he poses may very well be even greater than second apprentice uncles. Don't just look at how this old man seems like an otherworldly expert. Actually, his influence in Broad Creed Mountain has always been not small. This has something to do with Grandmaster never being able to step into the martial saint realm. It is also that Elder Exion himself similarly lacks that crucial final step. Otherwise, if he had become a martial saint first, the one who would be embarrassed would be Grandmaster. Ahu said, because of this perhaps Elder Exion instead has hope, his obsession not turning into a devilish will. Instead, for Elder Fong's side, unless the family head perishes or falls into the same situation as the old chief, he will never have hope. But the possibility of this is also too low. Yin Zhaoge nodded. That's right, it is also possible. Ahu hesitated for a moment before asking, then young master, if it is both Elder Exion and Elder Fong? Yin Zhaoge narrowed his eyes. Then this tribulation of our clan today will really not be easy to pass. Chapter 278. Yin Zhaoge. Ahu and Panpan hurried to Lianhu County together. There he met Shirtai and Shuefei, who had just arrived. In the end, Shirtai had been the one to deal with the problem here at Lianhu County, while Yin Zhaoge had also obtained the news regarding Fang Zhuan and Lu Wan. Ahu's face was bitter as he looked at Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. Eldest apprentice uncle, senior apprentice brother Su. How are the other peak experts of the clan now? Shuefei answered. Senior apprentice uncle Yen is fighting with the demon saint in the foreign dimension. Elder Zhang and Elder Exion are guarding the Mountain Gate Grand Formation, guarding against other enemies while helping senior apprentice uncle Yen. Elder he is guarding Grand Master, while senior apprentice uncle Fu is looking for senior apprentice uncle Fong. Yin Zhaoge nodded soundlessly, the group chatting as they walked. There were many lakes within the boundaries of Lianhu County. They formed a continuous stretch, resembling a small country of water. Walking here, Yin Zhaoge had the feeling of having returned to the region of the lake domain's clear concealed lake. As they approached the southern part of Lianhu County, the terrifying aura that could shake one's heart and soul appeared once again. Looking from afar, one could see a thick black fog covering the sky. Within the black fog, blood-red lightning flashed and flickered. It looked like the end of the world. The lake below was as black as ink, and one could vaguely see a huge array laid on the ground. The array patterns flickered with black light. Yin Zhaoge swiveled his head to look at Shirtai, eldest apprentice uncle. The technique that the other party used to shift the location of the descent of the Great Nine Underworld's door is extremely profound, and not easy to break. It should not be used just once. This time we should also make preparations beforehand. Shirtai said, most likely so. The group of people charged towards the core area of the Demon Domain Grand Array. What was rather unusual was that they did not encounter any decimating abyss martial artists blocking them. Yin Zhaoge's pupils dilated slightly. They must have set up some sort of mechanism. If the core of the Devilish Domain Grand Formation here is destroyed, the descending location of the Great Nine Underworld's door will change once more. The reason why they are not stopping them now is not because they don't care. Instead, it's because they want to make use of the time when we are suppressing the door of the Nine Underworlds to launch a surprise attack. At that time, we will be distracted by suppressing the door of the Nine Underworlds, and the situation will be greatly advantageous to them. Shirtai and the others frowned when they heard this. Yin Zhaoge let out a long breath. And it is impossible for us to sit back and watch as the Great Nine Underworld's door descends. However, looking at the devilish mark on the back of his left hand, Yin Zhaoge narrowed his eyes into slits. However, our understanding of the Devilish Domain Grand Formation has also improved greatly from the previous 2 times. Along the way, they stepped into the central region of that Crimson Devilish Domain once more. Seeing the tall golden tower standing towering before them once more, Yin Zhaoge's expression was neither sad nor joyless. This place was completely empty, leaving only the demonic domain great array that was still rumbling in operation. At the top of the golden tower, a red door of light was projected onto the ground, guiding the 9 underworlds to descend into this world. Black runes extended from all directions and converged once again, wrapping around the golden tower like chains. Yin Zhaoge did not hesitate in the slightest as he flew forward. His palms flipping through the air, palm after palm striking down on those numerous black spirit patterns as though piercing through flowers and brushing willows. As these spirit patterns were struck by Yin Zhaoge, a small ring instantly surfaced on their surface. Within the ring that flickered with white light, a complex, profound pattern appeared, engraved on the spirit patterns of the devilish domain grand formation like a seal. While the pillar of the divine palace is temporarily unable to be used, Yin Zhaoge's gaze was calm as he struck out with palm after palm. Finally, he came to the foot of the golden tower, his hands simultaneously drawing out a massive rune before imprinting it on the golden tower. "Eldest apprentice uncle," Yin Zhaoge called out. Having long since been prepared, Tai also strode forward, treading the air as he arrived at the top of the tower, his palm descending. The golden tower shook mightily, the numerous black spirit patterns entangling it beginning to roll mightily in reverse. The devilish domain grand formation gradually dissipated, but the devilish chi did not move elsewhere as the decimating abyss martial practitioners had hoped. Meanwhile, the aura of the 9 underworlds here was growing dimmer and dimmer, that tall golden tower clearly beginning to shrink at this moment. It shrunk stably, not instantly collapsing. Seeing this, Su Fei and Ahu both heaved a sigh of relief, Ahu breaking into a wide grin. "Young master, at this time, even the formation experts of the decimating abyss are probably not as proficient as you in this devilish domain grand formation?" Yin Zhaoge's hands had already left the golden tower at this moment. With Tai, a late essence talisman martial grandmaster, suppressing it, it would be enough. Before they could reply, a vigorous dark light appeared before their eyes, easily penetrating the boundless darkness as it shot fiercely towards them. The speed of that dark light left Yin Zhaoge, Su Fei and Ahu completely unable to react. It resembled true black lightning, its power condensed to the extreme as it seemed able to directly rip the great earth apart. However, Tai was able to detect the other party's attack in time. His body transformed into Vajra, light shining to the extreme. Even within the domain of devilish chi, he resembled a pillar of support, causing the devilish chi to be hard-pressed to approach him as most of the surrounding black fog was dispersed. One hand still pressed on the golden tower, Tai punched out with his other, directly forcibly meeting that terrifying dark light. Bright light lit up between the heavens and the earth, illuminating the gloomy great earth. Tai gazed at the newcomer. It was precisely his old opponent, the scaly dragon king Sima Chue. The two could already be considered to have known each other very well. Meeting on a narrow path, they did not waste time on words, directly making their move. However, as Yin Zhaoge had predicted, Tai, who had to focus on suppressing the devilish domain grand formation, and the great 9 underworlds door was unable to deal with Sima Chue with his full strength. Pressing his palm on the golden tower, Tai was temporarily unable to move his body as he wished, only able to remain where he was to face the enemy. However, he dealt with the myriad changes by remaining unchanging, resembling a rock amidst tempestuous storms and tempestuous waves, never collapsing. His technique seemed to be sealing whilst also sealing, his defense impenetrable, not giving the enemy any chance to take advantage of him. Sima Chue's powerful attacks were all unable to advance a single step. However, Yin Zhaoge's expression was calm and heavy, not having relaxed in the slightest. Ahu also stopped smiling, turning to look in another direction along with Su Fei. There many figures flickered, stepping into the world enveloped by the red light before them. Some of them looked familiar to Yin Zhaoge. Even if they didn't, the garb of Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners on them told him that they were Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners originally stationed in Lianhu County. Everyone's cultivation level was high and low. The high ones were grandmaster martial artists, while the low ones were only body refinement martial artists. However, the commonality that all of them shared at this moment was that their spirits were all dispirited, their bodies limp as they were clearly under someone's control. Some of them were injured, but unable to receive treatment at this moment. They could only watch as their blood flowed freely. Beside the group of Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners was another group of martial practitioners who possessed a rather evil aura. Seeing one of them, Yin Zhaoge's gaze hardened slightly. His entire body was enveloped in a black robe, a cloak concealing his head and face. The only half of his face that was revealed was even a jet black mask. Chapter 279. Everyone, please support the official subscriptions and monthly tickets. Thank you all. Like Zhang Yao, Yi Zhongzhou and the others who had been captured by Lu Shangfeng back then, these Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners had clearly all been persecuted and tortured. The other party had intended to force them into despair, hatred, fear and fury, unable to extricate themselves, finally losing control of their mental states. Under the influence of the aura of the 9 underworlds, devilish intent would quickly grow within them, even falling to the dark side. As for those decimating abyss martial practitioners, their cultivation bases also varied. However, there were 5 among them that Yan Zhaoge and the others paid particular attention to. As those 5 breathed, their auras resembled thunder, their acupoints shaking as though they possessed divinity, their aurachis filled with spirituality, yet also returning to simplicity. They were clearly all martial grandmasters. Of the 5 martial grandmasters, their cultivation bases also varied. Yin Zhaoge and Su Fei both recognized the white-haired old man among them. He was a late spirit vessel martial grandmaster of Broad Creed Mountain. It was just that this old man's eyes were yellowed, emitting a blood-red light. He had clearly already fallen completely to the dark side. However, the one who attracted Yan Zhaoge and Su Fei's attention the most was still the person beside that white-haired old man. That masked man who had once clashed with them. The gazes of the other decimating abyss martial grandmasters were also focused on Yan Zhaoge, Su Fei and Hu. There was only that person enveloped entirely in a black robe who now suddenly raised his head, his gaze burning as he looked at Shi Tai battling Sima Chui on the Golden Tower. His entire face was concealed beneath a mask, only his 2 yellowed eyes emitting a piercing blood-red light. While Shi Tai on the Golden Tower was simultaneously suppressing the Golden Tower while also clashing with Sima Chui, he was still constantly alert to the surroundings. The arrival of a group of people down below did not escape his eyes. Looking at that masked martial practitioner, gazing at those eyes that seemed to be blazing, Shi Tai's unwavering gaze that was like an ancient well without ripples suddenly flickered. On the decimating abyss side, that white-haired old man looked towards Yan Zhaoge and the others. The other decimating abyss martial practitioners also looked warily at Yan Zhaoge, Su Fei and Hu. Seeing Yan Zhaoge, Shi Tai and the others, the faces of the captured Broad Creed abyss martial practitioners lit up once more. After glancing at the white-haired old man, Yan Zhaoge's gaze returned to that masked man. Gazing at the other party, Yan Zhaoge said slowly, "Change to a new mask? But it's meaningless. I've already seen everything I should have seen in that foreign dimension." Yan Zhaoge sighed. "It is senior apprentice brother Shi Songtao, right? Although I hoped that you would return safely, I never thought that it would be in such a way." That masked martial practitioner now finally retracted his gaze from Shi Tai, looking at Yan Zhaoge indifferently, not speaking. Yan Zhaoge shook his head. "Do you think I'm tricking you? Even if you weren't sure before, the way you stared at eldest martial uncle just now has already explained everything." When Xue Fei saw the mask on the other party's face, he could not help but reveal a sorrowful expression. Yan Zhaoge said calmly, "If I don't guess wrongly, not using your original martial arts is actually not because you are worried that we will see through your identity, but because you despise Broad Creed Mountain, despise the martial arts that eldest apprentice uncle taught you, therefore intentionally not using them, concealing your face with a mask. While it is true that you do not want others to recognize you, it is more because you do not want others to mention that you were once a disciple of Broad Creed Abyss, the son of eldest apprentice uncle." Yan Zhaoge's tone was complex. "You despise having your past mentioned, not because you feel ashamed or have no face." Hearing his words, the decimating abyss martial practitioners present all had different expressions on their faces, clearly shocked within their gazes. Swiveling his head to look at the person beside him, that white-haired old man's expression was also a little strange. "You are Song Tao, the son of Shi Tai? That year weren't you?" That masked martial practitioner remained silent, but the gaze with which he looked at Yan Zhaoge contained even more fury. Yan Zhaoge sighed. "Since your identity has already been revealed, why do you still need to wear that mask? In your own heart, it is not that you have no face to see others." The black mask was finally taken off, revealing a face that Yin Zhaoge and the others were familiar with whilst also unfamiliar with. That was a young man who looked to be in his early 30s. His facial features were 90% similar to Shi Tai's, as though they had been cast from the same mold. Full of bitterness, Su Fei virtually squeezed out 3 words from the gaps of his teeth: "Senior apprentice brother Shi." This martial grandmaster who had nearly assassinated Su Fei in the devilish domain grand formation at Clear Concealed Lake was shockingly the son of Shi Tai, who had been missing for many years, the former genius of Broad Creed Mountain's direct lineage, Shi Songtao. In midair, Shi Tai repelled Sima Chui with a single punch, his gaze falling on Shi Songtao, unable to shift away for a long time. Having taken off his mask, Shi Songtao no longer cared if his voice could be recognized by others, finally opening his mouth to say, "Long time no see. How have you been?" "I've returned from hell." A simple greeting, but it caused the bodies of Yin Zhaoge and the others to feel a chill run down their spines. That mild tone contained venom and coldness, seemingly inscribed into their very bones. Su Fei said with difficulty, "Senior apprentice brother Shi. Have you been in the decimating abyss all these years? That year, was it them who saved you?" Shi Songtao nodded mildly, "Otherwise it would have been you?" He raised his head to look at Shi Tai on the tall golden tower. It was him. Treading within the air, Shi Tai resembled a stone statue as he stood there, unmoving. "Junior apprentice brother Su, what do you want to say? You want to say that your master, my father, also had his own difficulties that year?" Shi Songtao's tone was very indifferent, causing one to feel a chill down to the very core. Everyone has their own difficulties, but that doesn't mean that others can understand them, can accept them. Shi Songtao raised his head to look at Shi Tai. He chose to protect Broad Creed Mountain's interests, choosing to take care of the many, sacrificing me. "Sacrificing me, so be it." Shi Songtao said mildly, "If it were just that, I actually wouldn't hate him. Since he gave birth to me, I'll just take it as returning this life to him." However, it wasn't just me who was sacrificed. Shi Songtao's tone finally fluctuated, a blood-red light shooting out from his yellowed pupils, as though there were flames blazing within. "My wife, my son, were sacrificed together with me. Yuzhen, my wife, she wasn't a disciple of Broad Creed Mountain. Just because she married me, just because she's your daughter-in-law, she had to be sacrificed for Broad Creed Mountain? June he was only 3 that year, an ignorant child. Was he also going to lose his life because of this?" Shi Songtao stared at Shi Tai. "There are some questions that I've always wanted to ask you. If the ones in danger were other disciples of Broad Creed Mountain, protecting the clan's interests while also saving us, which side would you choose? If 2 sides were in danger, one being other disciples of Broad Creed Mountain, the other being our family of 3, which side would you choose?" Shi Tai was expressionless, resembling a statue, but his low voice reverberated in the air. "This has nothing to do with who it is." Hearing his words, Shi Songtao chuckled. "Indeed, an answer you would give. In your heart, the whole is more important than the individual, the many more important than the few. Your responsibility towards the clan overrides your personal feelings." As Shi Songtao spoke, he suddenly took a step forward. "Then you can try to make another choice now." Chapter 280. It's almost the end of the month. Please support our monthly tickets and subscriptions. Thank you, everyone. Shi Songtao walked to the center of the captured Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners, raising his head to look at Shi Tai. A low, hoarse voice resounded. "Now there are 7 people on my left and 15 on my right." Shi Songtao raised his head to look at Shi Tai. "If I say that I want to kill all of them on one side, which side do you think I should choose?" An oppressive cold light shot out from Shi Tai's eyes, his palm on the golden tower moving slightly, but not moving away. He extended his free hand towards Shi Songtao, but Sima Chui attacked with his spear, blocking Shi Tai. Shi Songtao said indifferently, "With your cultivation base, if you don't care about the core of the grand formation, even with the scaly dragon king blocking, you can still jolt all of us to death through the air. But you can't ignore the grand formation that guides the descent of the 9 underworlds, right?" Shi Songtao swiveled his head to look at those Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners. "Your current experiences are like mine that year. Compared to the consequences of the descent of the 9 underworlds, which could be 20,000, 200,000, 2 million or even more people dying, the lives of your 20-odd people, in Sure Tai's eyes, seem insignificant. Some of those broad creed mountain martial practitioners had complex expressions on their faces, while some stubbornly glared angrily at Sure Songtao. Sure Songtao looked at Sure Tai. Since that is so, then I already know your answer to the question just now. He looked left and right. 7 and 15, you definitely want to protect 15. Sure Songtao laughed lightly. The side with more people, right? Despair instantly appeared on the faces of the 7 broad creed mountain martial practitioners on his left. However, Sure Songtao was not in a hurry to act, instead swiveling his head to look to the right. But, of the remaining 15 people, if we split them into 5 on one side and 10 on the other, which side would you choose to protect? Sure Tai's gaze turned heavy. Sure Songtao said mildly, the side with more people? Then it would be to protect 10 and give up 5? Very in line with your style, but... Sure Songtao spread out his hands and coldly said, in that case, there will be 10 survivors and 12 dead. Which side is more and which side is less? Sure Tai looked at Sure Songtao and did not speak for a long time. Sure Songtao's gaze was also fixed on the tall figure in midair. Senior apprentice brother Sure, I'll interrupt you for a moment. Yin Zhaoge suddenly said, I won't say much, just 3 sentences. First of all, there are many times when it's not a simple matter of quantity. Given eldest martial uncle's personality, if he really had a choice, I feel that he wouldn't choose to sacrifice the majority, nor would he choose to sacrifice the minority. He would choose to sacrifice himself. Yin Zhaoge looked at Sure Songtao. As the old saying goes, no one knows a son better than his father. Conversely, this also makes some sense. I feel that your understanding of eldest apprentice uncle should be deeper than mine. Sure Songtao's gaze shifted from Sure Tai to Yin Zhaoge, cold and silent. Yin Zhaoge met his gaze calmly. The second sentence is actually to ask something. Sister-in-law Yuzhen and Jun are they already dead? Or are they like you now? Sure Songtao's wife, surnamed Ding and named Yuzhen, was a solitary practitioner. After getting to know Sure Songtao, the two had grown very close, becoming husband and wife, living harmoniously together. Afterwards, the son they had given birth to was named Sure Jun. It was even the old clan chief Yuan Zhengfeng who had helped to name him. The years following Sure Jun's birth had been the happiest days of Sure Tai and Sure Songtao's family. Sadly, however, good times didn't last long, as that tribulation had come afterwards. Sure Songtao's family of 3 had all met with disaster, all of them nowhere to be seen, unable to even collect their corpses. Now Sure Songtao had finally reappeared, but Ying Yuzhen and Sure Jun were still nowhere to be seen. Looking at Sure Songtao, who resembled a wounded lone wolf, Yin Zhaoge, Sure Tai and Su Fei all felt their hearts sink. As compared to Sure Tai and Su Fei, this question was still asked by Yin Zhaoge. Hearing this question, Sure Songtao's breathing abruptly halted, the fury and pain within his gaze even more intense than before. Looking at Sure Songtao, Yin Zhaoge said slowly the third sentence. At this point, Yin Zhaoge suddenly moved. The cloak formed of crane feathers on his shoulders abruptly flipped, transforming into 2 massive wings. As they shook, he shot towards Sure Songtao and the others like a bolt of lightning. The purplish-green light of thunder flickered within Yin Zhaoge's right eye. The next moment, a perfectly round purple orb appeared above his head. A desolate, ancient aura emanated, the orb flickering with the light of thunder, jumping abruptly. It was as though a person's eye had lightly blinked. Boom 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 boom. An intense rumble of thunder resounded as the ball of light transformed into a thunderbolt, ripping through space in an instant. The thunderbolt was so fast that no one could react at all, directly striking down before that white-haired old man of the late spirit vessel martial grandmaster realm. It was as though a thunderbolt had descended from the heavens, destroying all filth and evil. As soon as Yin Zhaoge moved, the white-haired old man was alerted. The acupoints of his entire body pulsed, his aura chi circulating as his body flickered, wanting to evade. But the thunderbolt was really too fast. Fast to the point that his thoughts and his body were completely unable to react, having no time to react or judge, not even having the time to instinctively react. After Yin Zhaoge had stepped into the martial grandmaster realm, activating the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment and blazing it with all his might, an instant's thunder had skyrocketed madly. Boom boom boom. The thunderbolt mightily exploded above the white-haired old man's head, shattering his protective aura chi, shattering the armor on his body. Finally, his fleshly body that had been tempered 100 times, and was even tougher than metal, exploded into a mist of blood. Insta-kill. Directly insta-kill. The third level of the martial grandmaster realm, the late spirit vessel stage, was directly insta-killed on the spot by an instant's thunder. From Yin Zhaoge making his move to the white-haired old man being blown to the point where not even his bones remained, only a blink of an eye had passed. Meanwhile, Yin Zhaoge expanded his immortal crane wings, instantly arriving before them. A green swordlight that resembled a jade dragon traversing the heavens flashed past. Of the 5 martial grandmasters of the decimating abyss side, following the white-haired old man, another one, an early spirit vessel martial grandmaster, was nailed to death by Yin Zhaoge's sword. Having been informed beforehand by Yin Zhaoge via sound transmission with his aura chi, Su Fei and Ah Hu also shot out, each dealing with one of the other 2 decimating abyss martial grandmasters. At the same time, Yin Zhaoge arrived by Shi Songtao's side. Dim light shone within Shi Songtao's hands as he sent a sword towards Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge's hands interlocked, his body turning as he continuously stepped on the ground, resembling the movement of the stars as he speedily arrived behind Shi Songtao. His left hand chopped out, bringing with it the roar of thunder as it resembled a massive heaven-splitting blade, chopping down on Shi Songtao's sword-wielding right arm. A muffled cracking sound resounded as Shi Songtao's left arm instantly went limp, the sword in his hand falling to the ground. Sorry for the offense. At the same time, Yin Zhaoge kicked out from below, kicking Shi Songtao's leg. Like brandishing a great axe, chopping down a large tree, he directly kicked Shi Songtao into a half-kneeling position. Yin Zhaoge extended his right hand, his fingers forming a claw as he grabbed Shi Songtao's neck from behind, suppressing him to the point that he was unable to move. My third sentence. Yin Zhaoge exhaled. Of the 22 fellow disciples here, senior apprentice brother Shi, you will not be able to kill a single one of them. Accompanied by his words, the white-haired old man was shattered by the thunder, transforming into a rain of blood that filled the entire sky, his splattering flesh and blood landing on the ground. Chapter 281. When the surrounding decimating abyss martial practitioners heard the rumbling of thunder, their minds were greatly shaken. They looked at the white-haired old man with the highest cultivation in their group, only to see a rain of blood splattering in the air. Flesh and blood splashed onto their faces. Everyone was stunned, not daring to believe that the late-stage spirit vessel martial grandmaster white-haired old man had been killed so easily on the spot. Only when the scattered blood turned into black smoke and disappeared did they come back to their senses. And in the blink of an eye, Yin Zhaoge had killed yet another person, simultaneously restraining Shi Songtao. Towards these decimating abyss martial practitioners who had yet to become martial grandmasters, Yin Zhaoge stood where he was, the immortal crane wings expanding behind his back. Like a rain of light, the immortal crane feathers shot out in all directions, instantly turning the decimating abyss martial artists into thieves. On the other side, Shui Fei and Ah Hu were also dealing with their opponents. The Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners who had been captured now discovered that in the blink of an eye, they had already escaped from danger. Everyone was rather stunned as they looked at Yin Zhaoge, who resembled a divine soldier descending from the heavens, instantly purging the enemy. The decimating abyss martial practitioners, Shi Songtao included, didn't even have the chance to take hostages or kill to vent their anger, before they had already been instantly swept away by the trio. Seeing that relaxed look on Yin Zhaoge's face, if not for him wanting to prevent the decimating abyss martial grandmaster from killing his fellow disciples at the first possible moment, even without Su Fei and Ah Hu having to make a move, he alone would have been able to forcibly clear the area. Even the attention of Shi Tai and Sima Chui in midair, as they clashed, was diverted to the ground below. This time it was Shi Tai who had acted, leaving Sima Chui with no time to spare for anything else. Yin Zhaoge stood where he was, unceasingly inhaling and exhaling. At this moment, the purple orb formed from the fragment of the eye of the Thunder Emperor had uncontrollably sunk into a state of complete dullness, completely devoid of spiritual qi. It resembled a gray stone orb, inconspicuous to the extreme as it was kept by Yin Zhaoge. The instant's thunder burned everything in an instant, concentrating all of its power in a single moment. With a single strike, Yan Zhaoge had expended all of the power that he could currently wield the fragment of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor. However, it was precisely because of this that the might of an instant's lightning could be said to be extraordinary. The white-haired elder was at the late stage of the spirit-nurturing realm. He had formed a spirit seed and sprouted a spirit sprout. His martial arts true spirit had already begun to take shape. He had fought in hundreds of battles big and small, and was extremely experienced. If Yan Zhaoge were to clash head-on with him, regardless of victory or defeat, it would definitely not be something that could be decided in a single exchange. Now, however, it had been directly blown to smithereens by Yan Zhaoge's an instant's thunder. While an instant's thunder possessed peerless power, causing even gods and ghosts to flee, the sacred artifact fragment was closely linked to Yan Zhaoge's essence, qi and spirit. As the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment fell into a slump, Yan Zhaoge's essence, qi and spirit also declined greatly along with it. Yan Zhaoge had long since been prepared for this. Therefore, even as he activated the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment, in that short instant, he had also erupted with all of his potential. Before his condition truly deteriorated, he had managed to insta-kill Shi Songtao and his other opponent. At this moment, Yan Zhaoge's fingers were locked around Shi Songtao's neck, suppressing the circulation of the aura qi within his body, shaking his flesh and blood, rendering him unable to move. However, Yan Zhaoge could clearly feel that Shi Songtao was struggling unceasingly to resist. Beneath his skin, an explosive force surged unceasingly, shaking Yan Zhaoge's fingers to the point of numbness. Even though he had grabbed hold of his opponent's vitals, having been weakened along with the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment, Yan Zhaoge felt that he would soon be unable to suppress Shi Songtao for just a few breaths' time. However, as Yan Zhaoge breathed in and out and regulated his body, gradually recovering some of his vitality, he still managed to firmly capture Shi Songtao. Xue Fei and Hu also very quickly finished off their respective opponents. Hu came to Yan Zhaoge's side, looking inquiringly at him. Yan Zhaoge shook his head slightly, indicating that he didn't need his help. Meanwhile, Xue Fei helped to treat the injuries of those injured fellow disciples, while also casting his gaze towards Shi Songtao. In midair, seeing that he was unable to do anything to Shi Tai, also noticing that the golden tower being suppressed by Shi Tai was getting shorter and shorter, Sima Chui knew that if he didn't retreat quickly, in the instant that the golden tower was completely ground flat, Shi Tai would be completely freed. At that time, whether or not he would still be able to successfully retreat would be another matter altogether. After making a feint with his spear, Sima Chui began to escape. Shi Tai's fist intent expanded, enveloping the surrounding area, protecting Yan Zhaoge and the others. He didn't give chase, his palm still resting on the golden tower. Beneath his suppression, the golden tower shrunk unceasingly. The devilish domain grand formation was already on the verge of collapsing at this moment. With Yan Zhaoge suppressing Shi Songtao, the other Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners who had been saved could finally heave a sigh of relief. It was just that their gazes began to shift between Shi Tai and Shi Songtao, a strange atmosphere brewing unceasingly. Ahu. Yan Zhaoge sighed lightly. Ahu nodded, taking over Xue Fei's job, treating the injuries of those Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners, while also bringing them away from this place. The Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners all had complex feelings. After a moment of silence, they finally didn't ask anything as they left with Ahu. Xue Fei's expression was grave as he came before Shi Songtao. Shi Songtao instead calmed down now. He was currently unable to swivel his head to look at Yan Zhaoge behind him, but said mildly, "Your reputation is well deserved." Yan Zhaoge asked, "Senior apprentice brother Shi, I've offended you. Still, what exactly was the answer to my second question?" Shi Songtao abruptly fell silent. On the golden tower, Shi Tai's gaze swept over Shi Songtao's entire body as he suddenly said, "Check his shadow shrinking pouch." Xue Fei nodded, retrieving a shadow shrinking pouch from Shi Songtao's body. Shi Songtao looked coldly at him and Shi Tai, his gaze finally falling on the shadow shrinking pouch, pain appearing within his eyes. Opening the shadow shrinking pouch, 3 transparent ice coffins appeared. One of the ice coffins was completely empty, while the other 2 contained a person each. One of them was a beautiful girl who looked to be in her early 20s, just that her eyes were tightly shut, as though she was in a deep sleep. And the other was a boy who looked to be around 10 years of age. The boy's face resembled that girl's, while his features were similar to Shi Tai and Shi Songtao's. Shui Fei's expression did not relax. Junior is still alive, but his life is also hanging by a thread. But sister-in-law Yuzhen. Yin Zhaoge looked over. Shi Tai's grandson, Shi Songtao's son, Shi Jun. When he had gone missing that year, he had only been a little over 3 years old. His current appearance was virtually equivalent to that of normal growth. However, the situation was also not optimistic. And with the current state of Shi Songtao's wife, Ying Yuzhen, it was very hard to say whether she was still alive. These ice coffins will temporarily suppress their bodies. After this matter, we will carefully think of a way. Yin Zhaoge looked at Shi Songtao, senior apprentice brother Shi. Now that things have come to this, why don't you say some things? That year, who exactly was it that saved you, also guiding you to the 9 underworlds? Is it someone from our sect? Chapter 282. Hearing Yin Zhaoge's question, Shi Songtao was silent for a long time before he said quietly, "Within your hearts, you should also have guesses, right?" Yin Zhaoge and Su Fei looked at him. Shi Tai's gaze was also focused on him. Shi Songtao raised his eyes and met Shi Tai's gaze. He said indifferently, "Actually, I have never seen his true appearance. Even when he saved me and taught me the dark light killing technique and other martial arts, I have never really come into contact with him. However, if you ask me, I feel that it's martial Uncle Fong." Hearing this, Shi Tai's eyes flickered as he stared at his son. Yin Zhaoge and Su Fei's gazes hardened. Since you have never seen his true appearance, how can you be sure that he is second apprentice uncle? Yin Zhaoge asked in a heavy tone based on his voice. To us, that person's cultivation base can disguise his or her voice, and it's very difficult for us to distinguish his or her cultivation base. Shi Songtao said lightly, "That's why I said it was my opinion. Of course, I wouldn't come to this conclusion out of thin air. I came to this conclusion after the Abyss Master provided me with a devilish domain formation that can guide the descent of the 9 underworlds without relying on the domain of Earth." His neck being held by Yin Zhaoge, he was unable to turn his head, but he still asked Yin Zhaoge, "Why do you think that senior apprentice Uncle Fong Zhuan, who had originally always been of the moderate faction like the longtime elders of the clan, later changed his style to be tough and radical, becoming like our fathers?" Shi Songtao looked at Shi Tai. "Do you really think that it's because he and Grandmaster both leaned towards being unyielding that martial Uncle Fong changed his mind? How could someone like martial Uncle Fong change his ways so easily?" Shi Songtao's expression was indifferent. There was no sadness, no pride, no mockery. His tone was as calm as clear water. Yin Zhaoge restrained him from behind, asking, "Second apprentice uncle is the lord of the decimating abyss?" Through the higher echelon experts of the decimating abyss that they had captured earlier, Yin Zhaoge and those of Broad Creed Mountain already knew that the leader of the decimating abyss was internally known as the Abyss Lord. In reality, to the martial practitioners who had joined the 9 Hells and the decimating abyss, the true leader was the 9 Hells. As for the Abyss Master, he was the strongest expert in their group. He had the deepest understanding of the 9 underworlds and grasped many secrets. To a certain extent, he was like the spokesperson of the 9 underworlds. The Abyss Master was the one who proposed to guide the descent of the 9 underworlds and create the domain of demonic chi. As for whether it was created and comprehended by itself, or if it was imparted after communicating with the 9 underworlds, no one knew. At the same time, the Abyss Master was also extremely mysterious. No one knew his true identity. The Devil Saint Yuan Tian is not an isolated master. Yin Zhaoge gazed at Shi Songtao. "The meaning of your words is that the change in second apprentice uncle's way of thinking is related to the 9 underworlds and the decimating abyss?" Shi Songtao said mildly, "You should also know what Broad Creed Mountain's radical faction thinks of the moderate faction? Perhaps you've been influenced by senior apprentice Uncle Yan. I remember that you're also of the radical faction." While it was in front of Shi Tai, while it was discussing some seniors of the clan, Yin Zhaoge still said calmly, "Conservative fantasy, unrealistic, placing all hope on the enemy." A considerable portion of Broad Creed Mountain's longtime elders who had lived through that darkest period of the past hoping to avoid conflict as much as possible with the external enemies at the head of the Sacred Sun clan, silently accumulating their strength until they rose to power once more. When necessary, he could make some sacrifices and concessions to buy time. This way of thinking was the same as when the Heaven Diviner Zhan Shilo had been in power that year. At that time, Broad Creed Mountain had slowly survived its darkest period just like that, finally welcoming the dawn of its rise to power once more. However, the experts of the senior generation, led by the old chief Yuan Zhengfeng and led by Yan Di, Shi Tai and the others, held the opposite view. Because as they saw it while they were developing, other powers like the Sacred Sun clan were also developing vigorously. It was impossible for them to be so kind as to just stand where they were, waiting for Broad Creed Mountain to develop and catch up to them, even surpassing them. Not just that, suppression, containment and annihilation would come flooding over like the tides. And the current era was also different from when the Heaven Diviner Zhan Shilo had been in power. The greatest difference was that Zhan Shilo had already perished. Any disciple of Broad Creed Mountain would admit that when the exalted Heaven Shaker Zhan Donga had perished that year, Broad Creed Mountain's experts had suffered disastrous casualties, their vitality greatly damaged. If not for Zhan Shilo's sudden appearance, Broad Creed Mountain would probably already no longer exist now. With Zhan Shilo alive, the Broad Creed Mountain of that time had been able to bide its time, keeping a low profile and ensuring that its core interests would not be harmed, having the confidence to ensure that its bottom line would not be compromised. And now, if they still blindly retreated conservatively, that would be no different from carving a boat to seek a sword. Placing their hopes on their enemies was something that the radical faction was unable to accept. Shi Songtao said, "Then, under what conditions do you think the thinking of the moderate faction can be feasible?" Yan Zhaoga knit his brows slightly. "Unless the Sacred Sun clan is like our clan in the past." Broad Creed Mountain's decline from its peak had begun with the invasion of the Flame Devil world. Countless Broad Creed Mountain experts had faced the Flame Devils, suffering disastrous casualties. That had still not happened on Broad Creed Mountain's territory, not in the Heaven Domain. And as Yan Zhaoga saw it, if the thinking of the moderate faction did not become a castle in the air, a situation like the invasion of the Flame Devils that year occurring again, the main victims would still have to be the Sacred Sun clan or the Heavenly Thunder Hall. If it had happened to the Heaven Domain in Broad Creed Mountain, there would be no need to talk about what had happened afterwards. Yan Zhaoga looked at Shi Songtao. "What you mean is that the second apprentice uncle of the moderate faction back then set his sights on hell, on the 9 underworlds? He intended to guide the 9 underworlds to descend on the territory of the Sacred Sun clan, artificially creating a great calamity for the Sacred Sun clan?" Shi Songtao's expression finally changed as he revealed a somewhat mocking smile. "The history of the decimating abyss is not long. The Earth Domain's turbulence was intense, with more and more people being drawn over by the 9 underworlds more and more easily. This was all a matter of recent years. It was precisely because someone entered deep into hell, attempting to unravel the secrets within, opening a forbidden door. Sadly, in the end, some obsessions and evil thoughts within his heart may have been drawn over by the 9 underworlds, thus transforming into devilish thoughts. Originally intending to guide the 9 underworlds to descend, it has now instead become his target. Why did he fall towards the radical faction afterwards? Because he discovered that the more fierce the conflict between Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan, the 2 great sacred grounds of the 8 extremities world, the more opportunities the 9 underworlds would have. Before this, whether he was radical or stable, it was all for Broad Creed Mountain. However, now that he is doing everything for the 9 underworlds, whether he is radical or stable is no longer important. It is no longer a concept, only a disguise and a method, because the goal of his life has already changed. Shi Songtao's expression was also a little complex. The decimating abyss that has brought calamity to Broad Creed Mountain, to the 8 extremities world, was precisely created by Broad Creed Mountain's own people. Su Fei and Yan Zhaoga exchanged looks. Shi Tai's expression was calm and solemn as he pressed down on the golden tower with his palm. That golden tower at this moment gradually disappeared, finally completely sealed by Shi Tai. Shi Tai's expression did not change in the slightest as he walked towards Yan Zhaoga and Shi Songtao. Chapter 283. Shi Tai walked in front of Shi Songtao. His tall body was like a mountain. However, The hearts of Yin Zhaoge and Su Fei both felt sour. Although his back was still ramrod straight and his facial features were still firm, they could clearly feel a rare feeling of lethargy from Shi Tai. Shi Tai shook his head slightly, saying to Yin Zhaoge, "Leave it to me." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand, and the will of his fist pressed down on Shi Songtao's body. Yin Zhaoge nodded, releasing Shi Songtao's neck as he retreated. But in the instant Shi Tai's fist intent suppressed Shi Songtao, Shi Songtao's expression suddenly changed. The expressions of Shi Tai, Yin Zhaoge and Su Fei also changed slightly at this moment. From within Shi Songtao's body, an extremely powerful force suddenly erupted. Shi Tai's expression changed drastically, and his martial arts fist intent instantly manifested. A clear light shone in all directions, enveloping Shi Songtao's entire body, trying to suppress that power. Shi Songtao's eyes were filled with astonishment as he felt the raging power in his body. Blood spurted out of his mouth. His entire body was trembling. Every bone, every blood vessel, every acupoint seemed to be erupting like a mountain flood. Yin Zhaoge and Su Fei were just standing by the side, not even having approached, when they already felt the infinite, boundless sword intent being generated within Shi Songtao's body. It was as if at this moment, Shi Songtao's entire being was composed of sword qi and sword intent. Boundless sword intent shot out from Shi Songtao's body in an endless stream. Blood seeped out from every pore on Shi Songtao's body, as if they were going to spray out at the same time. His entire body shattered, turning into countless blood swords that exploded. The vast and powerful sword insight seemed as high and boundless as the sky, yet it was also as heavy and powerful as the earth. Under the sword it was as if it was a whole new world. However, at this moment Shi Songtao's body was about to be turned into a world of flesh and blood. And the target of this sword will was Shi Tai. The vast, powerful force left Yin Zhaoge and Su Fei unable to approach. However, they were not unfamiliar with this sword intent. One of Broad Creed Mountain's 3 supreme arts, the limitless heavenly sword, created by the heaven diviner Zhan Shilo that year. A supreme martial art that stood alongside the heavenly Broad Creed palm and the immeasurable heavenly saber. It was just that at this moment, its target was the martial practitioners of Broad Creed Mountain. Shi Tai's eyes flickered with brilliance. He took a deep breath, and his entire body turned into a Vajra figure. At the same time he became as resplendent and transparent as glass. His powerful martial arts fist intent was activated to the extreme, suppressing the power that had suddenly erupted from Shi Songtao's body. Unfortunately, this power came from within Shi Songtao's body, so the first thing that was destroyed was his body. Shi Tai gritted his teeth and spread his palms apart, forming a distorted suction force. Instead of completely suppressing it, he guided it while suppressing it. The terrifying sword intent condensed into a tangible sword light. Like an endless waterfall, it rushed out of Shi Songtao's body and headed straight for Shi Tai. Shi Tai's expression was firm as a boulder. The high-grade spirit artifact on his body, the profound light divine armor, having been removed at this critical moment. The profound light divine armor transformed into a streak of black light, enveloping Shi Songtao's body, wanting to temporarily suppress his body that was on the verge of shattering. However, at this moment, a strange golden light flashed in the magnificent and bright sword light. As the streaks of golden light swam about, they actually entangled the profound light divine armor, obstructing it for an instant. And that magnificent sword light directly hit Shi Tai's chest and abdomen. A powerful light erupted from Shi Tai's body, flickering unceasingly. However, that sword light also seemed infinite and limitless as it unceasingly struck Shi Tai's body. Shi Tai roared, mightily punching downwards, shattering that sword light. Looking over, Yin Zhaoge and Su Fei saw that Shi Tai's chest was not bleeding, but a large crater had been sunk in, numerous cracks densely covering it. That concept that was indestructible and inextinguishable like Vajra had also dimmed greatly at this moment. Shi Tai's expression did not change in the slightest, as though he could not feel any pain at all. Looking at Shi Songtao, some unsuppressible grief could be seen within his gaze. While he had guided the sword intent to attack him in time, even intending to protect Shi Songtao's body with the profound light divine armor, the sword intent had originally originated from within Shi Songtao's body. Whether or not it had injured Shi Tai, Shi Songtao would first have to suffer this sword. And this sword was not something that Shi Songtao could bear. Even as the other party had buried a streak of sword intent within Shi Songtao's body, he had also secretly set up other mechanisms. The essence of the wondrous flower, dormant dragon's slumber, was rare throughout the world as it specifically countered the main material for forging profound light divine armors, the profound light divine metal. While Shi Tai had acted decisively and gone all out, Shi Songtao had still been heavily injured. Shi Songtao opened his mouth, blood spurting unceasingly from it, but he didn't seem to mind it much as he chuckled, unexpectedly, Senior Apprentice Uncle Fong actually buried a streak of sword intent within my body. I also don't know when. He looked at Shi Tai, haha, it looks like it was specially prepared for you. Only your fist intent would be able to stimulate this sword intent. After all, you cultivate in the Vajra body, your fist intent being different from others, being unique under the heavens. That golden light is dormant dragon? It was also specially used to deal with your profound light divine armor. Shi Tai clutched the wound on his chest with one hand, his other hand suppressing Shi Songtao's body with his fist intent, preventing it from shattering. He sucked in a deep breath, first swiveling his head to look at Yan Zhaoga and Su Fei, saying in a heavy tone, "Immediately send a message back to the clan at the fastest possible speed, reporting the identity of the traitor, the decimating Abyss Lord." Shi Tai said slowly, one word at a time, "The decimating Abyss Lord is not Junior Apprentice Brother Fong, but Senior Apprentice Uncle Xian Dongping." Yan Zhaoga and Su Fei both raised their brows, while a stunned look appeared within Shi Songtao's gaze. Hearing Songtao's words and suffering this sword, only then can I confirm this matter. Shi Tai slowly shook his head, looking at Shi Songtao. "You have been misled by someone." Raising his eyes to meet Shi Tai's, Shi Songtao said mildly after a long time, "You have always prioritized public matters before private matters. Why don't you feel that it was me who knew the truth, but intentionally did not say it, that it was me who misled and deceived you? You are in charge of the clan's punishments, and are familiar with all the great punishments of Broad Creed Mountain. Interrogation is your speciality, but you have still not made a move. On what basis can you determine that I have not deceived you, that the one who has been misled is me?" Shi Tai said calmly, "I can see it." Shi Songtao was silent, saying after a while, "Whether Senior Apprentice Uncle Fong is the Abyss Lord or not, to me, is actually not important." He swiveled his head to look at the two crystal coffins containing the bodies of his wife and children. "To me, what is important is them." Looking at the third crystal coffin, Shi Songtao sighed. "Fallen devils dissipate into nothingness after death. Even after I die, I will not be able to accompany them." While there was the suppression of Shi Tai's fist intent, Shi Songtao's body, which had originally already been on the verge of collapse, finally began to completely shatter at this moment. His expression was mild, seemingly not minding this at all, just that the gaze with which he looked at his wife and children was filled with endless longing. Yan Zhaoga suddenly asked, "Senior Apprentice Brother Shi, what you hate the most in your heart, is eldest apprentice uncle's choice of responsibility for the clan and abandoning his own familial ties, or your own inability to protect your wife and children?" Shi Songtao said indifferently, "It's all not important anymore." His voice lingered, dissipating within the air. Shi Tai looked fixedly at Shi Songtao's body shattering. His entire person resembled a statue. Chapter 284. Requesting monthly votes, requesting genuine subscriptions. Thank you everyone. Accompanied by his death, Shi Songtao's body transformed into black smoke, disappearing without a trace. Shi Tai closed his eyes, standing where he was for a long time, not speaking. But very quickly he opened his eyes once more. While the wound on his chest still existed, his figure became tall and unyielding once more. Shi Tai swiveled his head to look at Yan Zhaoga and Shui Fei, who said, "I've already had Ahu inform the clan. Lianhu County's devilish domain grand formation has already been taken care of. Let's hurry back to the clan, we'll talk on the way." Shi Tai raised his hand, a stream of qi sweeping Yan Zhaoga and Shui Fei along as they flew upwards. "I hope that we can still make it in time." Those three crystal coffins had already been kept back into Shi Songtao's shadow shrinking pouch by Yan Zhaoga, before being handed over to Shi Tai, who silently accepted them. After instructing the other Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners who had hurried over to take care of the aftermath, bringing along Ahu and Panpan, Shirtai strode through the air, speeding back to the clan. Yin Zhaoge and the others looked worriedly at Shirtai's wounds. That injury was not light. More importantly, Shirtai cultivated in the Vajra body, his entire body flawless and without flaws, possessing great power in both attack and defense. However, as soon as damage appeared, the Vajra body would have a loophole, causing Shirtai's strength to drop greatly, not just being affected by his injuries. Some martial practitioners could forcibly suppress their injuries. While there would be side effects, it would not affect their strength for a short period of time. But at this moment, Shirtai would inevitably be affected. If he were to clash with others in the future, his injuries would increase unceasingly. Shirtai's expression was calm, firm as a rock, seemingly not affected in the slightest. As they hurried along, he said, "There are some things that you know and some things that you do not. The existence of the 9 underworlds has existed since ancient times. But there are many things within that everyone does not understand. Due to their fear of the 9 underworlds, everyone is conservative and wary of their exploration of hell, their progress being extremely slow." Junior apprentice Brother Fong walked deeper than others, indeed being the first to come into contact with some of these secrets. However, he very quickly discovered the 9 underworlds' influence on one's mind, as he stopped at the precipice in time, giving up on venturing deeper. Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoge's gaze flickered. From the very beginning, second apprentice uncle was of the radical faction. Xuefei also sucked in a deep breath, looking straight at Shirtai. Also, his thinking is even more radical than yours and senior apprentice uncle Yan's, even being the most radical and unyielding person in the entire Broad Creed Mountain, virtually to the point of being unscrupulous. Shirtai nodded. Junior apprentice Brother Fong has indeed thought of guiding the descent of the 9 underworlds in the territory of the Sacred Sun clan. The reason why he is acting like a moderate faction is to conceal what is real and what is fake. On one hand, it is to cover for his plans, and on the other hand, it is to give the outside world the false impression that he and junior apprentice Brother Yen are at odds with each other in every aspect, and even their way of thinking and style of doing things are completely different. This will make the competition between him and junior apprentice Brother Yen look even more intense in the eyes of the outside world. However, he soon discovered that it was actually the 9 Nether influencing his mind, intending to make him the guide of the 9 Nether. Shirtai said slowly, "Junior apprentice Brother Fong is not an ordinary person." After discovering that he was gradually being led astray by the 9 Nether, he restrained himself with his supreme will, stopping his previous efforts in a timely manner, withdrawing from the quagmire. On the surface, junior apprentice Brother Fong's style began to change, turning from stable to radical, but it was actually him finally expressing his true views. It is just that in order to prevent the change from being too sudden, he did so step by step. Shirtai looked at Yin Zhaoge and Xuefei. "It is very normal that you do not know about this matter, because in the entire Broad Creed Mountain, other than junior apprentice Brother Fong himself, only Master, me and junior apprentice Brother Yen know about it. On one hand, the more people who knew about it, the more likely that some people would be tempted by the 9 underworlds. On the other hand, it was also to protect Fong Zhuan's reputation. After all, it was not a very glorious thing." Shirtai said, "When we first learnt of the existence of the decimating abyss, Master and I immediately thought of junior apprentice Brother Fong, conducting investigations on him more than once. The results of our investigation showed that junior apprentice Brother Fong did not walk that old path again. The birth of the decimating abyss should have nothing to do with him." Shirtai's voice was a little heavy. While junior apprentice Brother Fong stopped in time, someone picked up what he had previously left behind, walking on this path. Yin Zhaoge said slowly, "It is impossible for Grandmaster and Father to be the Abyss Lord. Otherwise, it would not have been so troublesome. Broad Creed Mountain would have already been destroyed. You, eldest apprentice uncle, are clearly not it, and it is most likely impossible for second apprentice uncle as well. With his previous experience, even if he himself had realized his error and turned back, the 3 of you would still have paid close attention to him, not letting him make the same mistake. Therefore, excluding the possibility of second apprentice uncle being more skilled than all of you, there is only one person left. Yan Zhaoga's gaze turned cold. Under the heavens, there are only two people who have such high attainments in the limitless heavenly sword. One is second apprentice uncle, the other is Xian Dongping. Shi Tai said, "It is indeed possible that junior apprentice brother Fang may have agreed on the surface but opposed on the inside, deceiving all of us. Therefore, before we have concrete evidence, no one can be certain of who the Abyss Lord is. It is also possible that he is not someone of our Broad Creed Mountain. However, having suffered this sword today, I can be sure that it was not junior apprentice brother Fang. Then it can only be senior apprentice uncle Xian." Shi Tai's gaze was solemn. Perhaps senior apprentice uncle Xian unintentionally discovered junior apprentice brother Fang's earlier research, then continued to research deeper into it, or perhaps it was senior apprentice uncle Xian himself who discovered it. However, he still ultimately continued down this path, establishing the decimating abyss. He even wanted the 9 underworlds to descend into the 8 extremities world, resulting in the current storm. Shi Tai gazed in the direction of Broad Creed Mountain in the distance, his gaze virtually frozen. Su Fei's brows were tightly knit. Elder Xian hid his sword intent within senior apprentice brother Shi's body to plot against you, not fearing that you would see through his identity. This means that our warning might already be too late. When we arrived at Lianhu County and began to deal with the Devilish Domain Grand Formation, meeting senior apprentice brother Shi, Elder Xian would probably have already begun making his move at the clan. Just as they were saying this, halfway through their journey, they received urgent news from the clan. The news was somewhat unclear, but everyone's hearts were raised. A change had occurred in the heaven-sealing gorge beneath the water-rich peak of the back mountain. A domain of devilish qi, with the heaven-sealing gorge as its center, expanded towards the surroundings of Broad Creed Mountain. Everyone exchanged looks, Yan Zhaoga letting out a long breath. While Xian Dongping usually hides himself very well, eldest apprentice uncles, it can't be that you aren't on guard against him at all, right? Excessive surveillance, vigilance and distrust, even those who had not rebelled could be forced to do so. Broad Creed Mountain naturally wouldn't adopt such a method. However, for people like Xian Dongping and Fang Zhuan who were clearly worth worrying about, their observation of them was also incomparable to that of others. Shi Tai sped at full speed, his gaze unwavering in the direction of Broad Creed Mountain. While we are on guard, we are currently in troubled times. Especially with junior apprentice brother Fang's current whereabouts unknown. Our clan's experts are stretched thin. With master in seclusion, I'm afraid that it will be up to junior apprentice brother Yan even more this time. Yan Zhaoga also looked in the direction of Broad Creed Mountain, his brows knit. Who said that those in the scripture repository are all otherworldly experts, treasures of the clan? Or maybe it's something else. Chapter 285. When Yin Di and the Devil Saint Yuan Tian arrived in the foreign dimension above Broad Creed Mountain, Broad Creed Mountain's Guardian Grand Formation was instantly activated. With Broad Creed Mountain's main peak, the Heaven Rising Peak, as their center, numerous spirit patterns resembled long rainbows streaking through the sky as they lit up in the surroundings of Broad Creed Mountain, coming together to form a vast, massive formation. The array continued to extend into the distance, and there was no end to it. Directly above the Heaven Rising Peak, the space shook slightly, an almost transparent massive cube appearing, its circumference unknown, thousands of times larger than even the entire Broad Creed Mountain, filling the sky. After appearing for a split second, the square became transparent again, and could not be seen by the naked eye. At the top of Gantian Peak, 2 old men looked up at the sky. With their cultivation they could see what was going on. These 2 were precisely the 2 longtime elders of Broad Creed Mountain, the Grand Elder Zhang Kuan and the first seat elder of the Martial Repository Xian Dongping. Of Broad Creed Mountain's 3 transcending mortality martial grandmasters other than the old chief, Yuan Zhengfeng, and the other Grand Elder, Elder He, who was guarding Yuan Zhengfeng in seclusion, the other 2 were all here. Elder Zhang stared at the sky and muttered to himself, "It really is the demon Saint Yuan Tian." Yan Di actually shifted him into the clear Qi Grand Formation from the outside world. First, not mentioning how he did it, this is just too risky. Bringing a martial saint enemy into the core territory of our lineage, this is going to be a battle to the death. Xian Dongping similarly looked at the sky, not speaking. Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di being able to teleport the Devil Saint Yuan Tian back to Broad Creed Mountain was also completely out of his expectations. Yin Di's return was much earlier than he had expected. However, not only had Yin Di returned himself, he had also brought the Devil Saint Yuan Tian along with him. He was still being held back by Yuan Tian, unable to do anything else. As Xian Dongping pondered, he tapped lightly with his feet, activating the clear qi grand formation that had created that foreign dimension. In front of him and Elder Zhang, an illusion of light and shadow appeared. Within the illusion was the scene of the foreign dimension. Afterwards, the two shockingly discovered that the clear qi-robed Yendi's saber intent rampaged as he looked down on all life forms, actually suppressing the martial Saint Yuan Tian into a disadvantageous position. Now that he had occupied the advantage of the grand clear lineage, Yendi's strength had skyrocketed once more. In order to guard against external enemies, Yendi had not completely drawn on the full power of the grand formation, instead stabilizing the foreign dimension and trapping Yuan Tian within. Even so, the heavenly dragon saber in his hand was still able to force Yuan Tian to retreat. The dignified demon saint was in such a sorry state. Since Yuan Tian had ascended to the saint realm, when had he ever been in such a panic? Elder Zhang took a deep breath and said, "If we can stabilize the situation in a short time and kill the devil saint here, it's not impossible." Xian Dongping looked at this scene. After a long while he said, "That's right. However, the shorter the time the better. The longer it drags on, the more variables there will be." Before his words had landed, the broad Creed mountain beneath their feet suddenly seemed to shake. Elder Zhang's snow-white eyebrows furrowed as he looked in the direction of the water-ridge peak. "Is it the heaven-sealing gorge?" In the direction of Water Ridge Peak, quakes that resembled the quaking of the earth and mountains resounded, with even the entire broad Creed mountain seeming to be shaking along with it. With junior apprentice Brother Gong presiding over the heaven-sealing gorge, why would a change suddenly occur in the heaven-sealing gorge? Elder Zhang gazed at Water Ridge Peak. Beside him, Xian Dongping's expression was calm. Whatever the reason, it has to be resolved as soon as possible. Fang Zhuan's whereabouts are unknown. No one knows what he has gone to do. Xian Dongping said, "While it is still hard to come to a conclusion now, we should still be mentally prepared for some things." He looked at Elder Zhang. Junior apprentice Brother Gong included, the others are not Fang Zhuan's match. One of us should go over and take a look. The other will stay here and hold down the fort. Elder Zhang looked earnestly at Xian Dongping. Xian Dongping's gaze was calm and without ripples, resembling still water, not changing in the slightest. Because of the relationship between the 9 underworlds and the decimating abyss, of the peak experts of Broad Creed Mountain, excluding the old chief Yuan Zhengfeng, the ones he felt the most uneasy about were Xian Dongping and Fang Zhuan. Elder Zhang and Xian Dongping had been fellow disciples of the same clan for many years. While he was unwilling to suspect this senior apprentice brother of his, it was not that he did not hold any grudges against him. Seeing Xian Dongping's manner of avoiding suspicion, letting him make the decision, Elder Zhang pondered for a moment before deciding decisively, "I'll have to trouble senior apprentice brother Xian to hold down the fort here. I'll go take a look at the situation over there." Currently, Fang Zhuan was still the greatest suspect. Pressed for time and limited manpower, Elder Zhang still decided to believe in Xian Dongping. However, he also kept an eye on him. Leaving Xian Dongping to roam freely without anyone restricting him, other things aside, if Xian Dongping really did have a problem and went to the back mountain, slipping off to where Yuan Zhengfeng was in secluded cultivation, it would not be easy for Elder He to stand guard there alone. Leaving Xian Dongping behind at the Heaven Rising Peak seemed to be overseeing the overall situation, but as long as the clear Qi Grand Formation remained in his hands, there would not be any major problems. If he went to the back mountain, if Xian Dongping went there to cause trouble, he would be able to join hands with Elder He to try and stop him. Xian Dongping seemed not to care about Elder Zhang's thoughts. Nodding upon hearing his words, "All right, go and return quickly." Looking at Elder Zhang's departing figure, Xian Dongping's expression was gentle as he swiveled his head to look up into the sky once more. He lowered his head to look at Broad Creed Mountain beneath his feet, his gaze fluctuating slightly. After a while, Xian Dongping shook his head. smiling as he turned in the direction of Water Ridge Peak. There, a sword intent that surged to the heavens suddenly surged, at the same time also a powerful palm intent that seemed to want to overturn the heavens. The two collided, shocking the heavens and shaking the earth. Seeing this, Xian Dongping nodded slightly, no longer remaining as he rose into the air, treading on the air as he walked up into the sky. As he walked, he extended his hand and drew one spirit pattern after another within the air. Tens of thousands of spirit patterns were inscribed within the air, glowing brightly, gradually forming a formation as they manifested a shocking concept and aura. The formation formed of these tens of thousands of spirit patterns gradually merged into Broad Creed Mountain's Clear Chi Grand Formation. The core of the Clear Chi Grand Formation instantly began to distort and shake. Looking quietly at this scene, Xian Dongping's figure shook, the acupoints of his entire body pulsing as spirit talismans formed of his true essence flew out one after another, innumerable in number. These spirit talismans transformed into spirit arrays one after another, before the spirit arrays merged together, forming an existence that resembled a tall tower, whilst also an altar that enveloped Xian Dongping's entire body. Finally, atop that altar light flickered, a tall giant appearing, towering between the heavens and the earth. Xian Dongping himself extended his hands, that giant of light also doing the same, extending its hands forward, before forcefully splitting them apart. The Clear Chi Grand Formation shook, a door appearing within the formation. Within the sky, that massive transparent square appeared once more. The passageway to the foreign dimension opened for Xian Dongping. However, it was not Yan Di who had opened the door for Xian Dongping, asking him to enter and help him. Rather, it was Xian Dongping himself who had opened the passageway. Xian Dongping walked in with large strides. In this process, he continuously wrote down talisman seal patterns, and then guided the power of the formation to strengthen himself. Other than his own formation, even the power of Broad Creed Mountain's Clear Chi Grand Formation was unceasingly drawn by him. Within the foreign dimension, hacking Yuan Tian into retreat with a saber, Yan Di swiveled his head to look at Xian Dongping. He could clearly feel that the other party was currently gradually seizing control over the Clear Chi Grand Formation. Xian Dongping said mildly, enduring bitterly for so many years in the martial repository, preparing so painstakingly for so many years, I finally have some result. Chapter 286. Yan Di knit his brows slightly, feeling the changes in the Clear Chi Grand Formation. He could feel that the control of the formation was shockingly currently shifting towards Xian Dongping. Looking at Yan Di, Xian Dongping had a rather playful expression on his face. This old man has always been waiting for Yuan Zhengfeng to enter secluded cultivation to attempt his breakthrough into the martial saint realm. Now it has finally come. Yan Di, do you know? It's not just Yuan Zhengfeng. I've also noticed your extraordinariness since you first joined the sect. These past few years have also proven my and Yuan Zhengfeng's foresight. However, at this very moment, this old man has discovered that I have still underestimated you in the past. Xian Dongping said, it is precisely because of your existence that Yuan Zhengfeng dared to attempt a breakthrough into the martial saint realm without worry. He knew that even if he perished, Broad Creed Mountain would still have a successor. But it is also because of this that the opportunity this old man has been waiting for has finally arrived. He extended his hands, a profound and complicated rune appearing on each of his palms. As radiance flickered, the power of the Clear Chi Grand Formation was drawn over, endlessly bolstering his body. Xian Dongping's aura also rose increasingly. You came too late. Yuan Tian shook the whip in his hand, transforming into a massive heaven-flipping dragon as it traversed the foreign dimension, attacking towards Yan Di. Xian Dongping said, don't be impatient, demon saint. Walking steadily is more important than walking quickly. The things and matters promised to you will not be lacking. You can be at ease. After brandishing his saber and hacking Yuan Tian's whip away, Yan Di gazed at Xian Dongping. Senior apprentice Uncle Xian, the traitor of our clan, was you? The legendary master of the abyss is also you? In each of his left and right eyes, an ancient and profound mark lit up, shining brightly in his pupils. The Clear Chi Grand Formation twisted intensely, being pulled at by the two wills. as if it could be ripped apart at any moment. Yan Di and Xian Dongping began an intense struggle for control over the clear qi grand formation. As for the devil Saint Yuantian, contrary to his previous dispirited stance, he charged towards Yan Di in a domineering manner. Against Yan Di's immeasurable heavenly saber, it was not wise for Yuantian to clash head-on. At this moment, however, the change in the hands of the clear qi grand formation would very likely decide the outcome of the battle. Even if Yuantian had to suffer some losses right now, he had to help Xian Dongping seize control of the array first. While he was bolstered by the clear qi robe, Yan Di still had to contend with Xian Dongping for the grand formation while clashing with Yuantian. His earlier advantage was instantly lost as the situation descended into a stalemate. Xian Dongping was not in a rush as he calmed his heart and communicated with the formation, saying neither hurriedly nor slowly, "If this old man says that I am not the lord of the decimating abyss, would you believe me? Fengzhuan, do you think he's this old man's accomplice?" To Yan Di, having lost the support of the grand formation as time dragged on, the situation might gradually become disadvantageous to him. However, Yan Di was currently calm as his expression did not change. "Seeing you, I knew that there was nothing wrong with second apprentice brother. Did you pick up the things second senior brother left behind and finally walk on the path you are now?" Xian Dongping clicked his tongue in praise. "I have to admit that you, Shirtai Fengzhuan, the three of you are indeed worthy of the name of Broad Creed Mountain's three heroes. In this life, this old man only admires Yuan Zhengfeng for one thing, and that is his ability to accept disciples. Shirtai is the foundation. You and Fengzhuan are the pillars. You are also very likely the roof that determines the final height of the building. While Fengzhuan is inferior to you in terms of martial talent and strength, he is also an unparalleled genius, bold and careful at heart, daring to think and daring to act. Everyone flinches at the sight of the 9 underworlds and hell, limping forward unsteadily. Yet he dares to venture deeper, touching upon and exploring what others view as taboo territory. Xian Dongping sighed. More importantly, his explorations have tangible results. Many of this old man's discoveries today were all established on the foundation of his earlier research. Yan Di chopped out with his saber, cleaving the heavens and splitting the earth, extinguishing the dark clouds formed of Yuan Zhengfeng's true essence. He said mildly, "What is more admirable about second apprentice brother is his firm will, daring to deny himself, being able to rein in at the brink of death and hold his bottom line, knowing what he can do boldly and what he cannot do no matter what." Xian Dongping said leisurely, "However, this does not change one fact. From a certain perspective, he is actually the true founder of the decimating abyss. Why is it that the 9 underworlds and the decimating abyss have corroded our clan the most severely? Because the source of the decimating abyss is here." Xian Dongping lowered his head and looked below, his gaze seemingly piercing through space as he looked at Broad Creed Mountain beneath his feet, sighing emotionally. "Once my greatest ambition was to become the owner of this place. Thinking about it now, it no longer matters. With the descent of the 9 underworlds, this old man can obtain even more. What harm is there in destroying this place?" Raising his head to look at Yan Di once more, he suddenly laughed. "If this old man does not succeed today, the news that the Lord of the Decimating Abyss is of Broad Creed Mountain, and that the Decimating Abyss originates from Broad Creed Mountain will spread throughout the world. After the Sacred Sun Clan's Huang Guanglia emerges from seclusion, he should be very happy to hear of this news. This should be the best reason for him to make a move against Broad Creed Mountain." Having schemed for so many years, Xian Dongping's understanding of the clear qi grand formation was even deeper than Yan Di's. Now that he had made his move, the majority of the clear qi grand formation's control was instantly grasped by him. Seeing that the situation of the array formation was already under his control, Xian Dongping brazenly attacked. A swordlight that seemed ethereal yet heavy hacked towards Yan Di, the swordlight half clear and half turbid as it seemed to be one with the heavens and the earth. A cold light flickered within Yan Di's eyes. He abruptly spread open his arms, temporarily removing the clear qi robe from his body. As the clear qi robe shook, it suddenly transformed into an all-encompassing screen of light, imprisoning the devil Saint Yuantian within it. This could only be maintained for a very short period of time, but to Yan Di it was already enough. Countless spirit talismans danced around him, collectively forming a heavenly altar that was vast and majestic, as though it resided above the 9 heavens. Yandi's voice resounded from the heavenly altar. If Huang Guanglia wants to disregard everything, he also does not need an excuse. Our clan being too weak to block him is the only reason. To those of this world outside of the Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall, slaying you and the Devil Saint here will be sufficient to account for ourselves. Infinite light flickered as a massive figure gradually stood up on Yandi's heavenly altar. The pupils of Xian Dongping and Yuan Tian, who had previously still felt that Yandi's words were too big, abruptly dilated, merging essence into avatar. You are stepping into the transcending mortality realm at this moment? Yandi did not answer. Only the giant atop the heavenly altar extended his palm, the heavenly dragon saber expanding madly in size as well, transforming into a true heaven-splitting saber as it landed within his palm. The giant brandished his saber, clashing intensely with Xian Dongping's limitless heavenly sword. Yuan Tian was temporarily trapped by the clear chi robe, unable to extricate himself as he saw Yandi stride out, arriving before Xian Dongping. When I was in the late Essence Talisman stage, there were 2 people beneath the Martial Saint realm, whom I did not have complete confidence in defeating. One of them was you, Xian Dongping. Yandi's body combined with his limitless heavenly avatar, instantly arriving before Xian Dongping's limitless heavenly avatar, but now, having stepped into the transcending mortality realm, his control over the clear chi grand formation had also increased as Xian Dongping instantly felt his steps in seizing the grand formation being restrained. The old man's face was sunken as water, a sword appearing in the hands of the limitless heavenly avatar formed of his martial true intent, a sword light that resembled a heavenly pillar striking towards Yandi. His control over the clear chi grand formation more or less still belonged to him now. However, the result of their clash was that he and the limitless heavenly avatar were shockingly forced into retreat. The massive right arm of the sword-wielding giant directly broke apart. Master has yet to emerge from seclusion as a martial saint. This is a little disrespectful. Yandi's voice resounded within the air. Having entered transcending mortality, I am invincible amongst martial grandmasters. Chapter 287. Yandi's saber swept through the air, making it hard for Xian Dongping to advance any further. On the other side, the Devil Saint Yuan Tian howled, wanting to break through the clear chi robe's blockade. However, Yandi was even faster than him. After his immeasurable heavenly avatar had suppressed Xian Dongping's limitless heavenly avatar, he struck out with a palm towards Xian Dongping himself. Xian Dongping's brows were tightly furrowed, but he could only helplessly raise his hand to counterattack. The 2 peak experts of Broad Creed Mountain clashed in midair with identical Tushita palms, boundless purplish-red flames manifesting as they filled the foreign dimension. Xian Dongping staggered backwards, the profound rune on his palm instantly dimming. Yandi let out a long howl, the runes within his pupils growing even more dazzling. The control over Broad Creed Mountain's Guardian Grand Formation, the Clear Chi Grand Formation, was instantly mostly wrested back by Yandi. Having beaten Xian Dongping of Broad Creed Mountain's twin walls of this generation into continuous retreat, Yandi had not lost his cool, not advancing recklessly. As the clear chi robe had temporarily left his body, it was only able to trap Yuan Tian for a time. It looked like Yuan Tian was about to break free and counter the clear chi robe. After restraining Xian Dongping from seizing the clear chi grand formation, Yandi immediately retreated, forcing Yuan Tian into retreat with another saber. He spread his arms wide once more. The screen of light formed of the clear chi robe once again taking the form of a robe, enveloping his body. At this moment, bolstered by the clear chi robe, Yandi's saber intent grew increasingly majestic and tyrannical as he rampaged through everything in his path. The power of the clear chi grand formation was also endlessly bolstering his body. For a moment, Xian Dongping and Yuan Tian only felt that the opponent in front of them was practically a genuine martial saint, wielding a holy artifact. Yuan Tian's pupils dilated slightly. Seeing the clash between Yandi and Xian Dongping, he vaguely felt that even without the clear chi robe and the clear chi grand formation, after Yandi had stepped into the transcending mortality stage, He, a martial saint, would still find it hard to deal with him. At the very least, he wasn't confident that he could kill him. And now, bolstered by the clear chi robe, Yendi had also regained control over a large part of the grand formation. His aura surged to the heavens, fighting 1 against 2. He still held the upper hand, beating Yuan Tian and Xian Dongping to the point where they could not even raise their heads. Xian Dongping, who had yet to enter the Saint realm, was even more perilous. When Yuan Tian saw this, he couldn't help but think of retreating. There were some things that he wanted, but no matter how important they were, he had to be alive to enjoy them. While he was unwilling to admit it, Yuan Tian discovered that if the current situation continued to develop, there was actually really the possibility of him perishing in this Broad Creed Mountain. He had fallen under the blade of a great grandmaster. However, now that he wanted to retreat, Yendi was determined to keep him in Broad Creed Mountain forever. Within the foreign dimension created by the clear chi grand formation, dazzling spirit patterns lit up between the heavens and the earth, resembling a cage as it locked down this dimension tightly, not allowing Yuan Tian and Xian Dongping to escape. Yuan Tian wanted to break the formation, but Yendi's tyrannical saber intent that cleaved the heavens and split the earth surged over madly, forcing him to first focus on what was before him. Xian Dongping's expression was grim like water. His situation was even more dangerous compared to Yuan Tian. As he dealt with Yendi's attacks miserably, Xian Dongping attempted to communicate with the clear chi grand formation once more, wresting control over it. However, Yendi currently held the upper hand, his attack surging like the tide as Xian Dongping found it hard to continue. In the foreign dimension, the sky and earth changed color from the battle. On the great earth within Broad Creed Mountain, signs of surging winds and surging clouds appeared for a time, accompanied by Xian Dongping stepping into the foreign dimension and wresting control over the formation. The hidden undercurrents in Broad Creed Mountain's surroundings simultaneously surged and erupted. Some Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners discovered to their shock that their companions beside them had suddenly turned into murderous killers, dealing a fatal blow to their vitals. After Broad Creed Mountain's many internal investigations and purges, most of the decimating abyss martial practitioners in hiding had already been eliminated. However, there were still some who had slipped through the net, brazenly making their move at this moment. Amidst the internal chaos, external enemies also silently arrived. Under the guidance of Xian Dongping and the others, a considerable number of decimating abyss martial practitioners stealthily arrived in the vicinity of Broad Creed Mountain, launching their attacks at this moment. At their head were mostly remnants of Black Nightmare Mountain. Even some of the Black Nightmare Mountain martial practitioners, who had not joined the decimating abyss, also joined in this time. They had already waited for this day for who knew how many years. While Broad Creed Mountain was currently lacking in manpower, despite the interference of traders, under the leadership of Fu Enshu and the other peak experts, they still faced the invading enemies in an orderly fashion. Behind the mountain below Water-Rich Peak, outside the heaven-sealing gorge, Elder Zhang's face was livid as he looked at the majestic sword intent before him. This sword intent was usually concealed, actually merging as one with the clear chi grand formation. In reality, it had sealed the heaven-sealing gorge here, severing its connection with the outside world. Elder Zhang could tell that this had been done by Xian Dongping, who had been of the same clan as him for many years. Executing the immeasurable heavenly palm to the maximum, Elder Zhang forcibly broke through the space before him that had been sealed by the sword intent. At the same time as the sword intent seal was broken, Elder Zhang could feel that there were currently people clashing within. Feeling his arrival, one of the clashing parties retreated far away in another direction. Elder Zhang was also extremely familiar with its aura and fist intent, his face involuntarily turning even uglier. Senior apprentice Brother Wang. The leading late essence talisman martial grandmaster was clearly Elder Wang, who had been imprisoned within the heaven-sealing gorge due to his identity having been exposed due to the devilish intent in his heart. Other than that, there were also many other serious criminals imprisoned within the heaven-sealing gorge who had also escaped. Elder Zhang's face was ugly as he wanted to give chase, but very quickly discovered that a terrifying aura of the 9 underworlds had actually appeared here in the heaven-sealing gorge. A great amount of devilish chi dispersed, causing the originally already sinister and terrifying heaven-sealing gorge to seem even more like a ghost domain. A devilish domain grand formation had already taken form. Within the grand formation, there were still 2 people present, the other party who had been clashing earlier. Looking over, Elder Zhang saw that it was precisely Feng Zhuan and the Heaven-Sealing Gorge's first seat Elder Gong. Elder Gong's appearance was dispirited, as he was injured. Feng Zhuan's expression was calm as he focused on suppressing the devilish domain grand formation, preventing the descent of the 9 underworlds. Xian Dongping is a traitor. Elder Gong hissed. He suddenly attacked the Heaven-Sealing Gorge, intending to lure me into joining the 9 underworlds and the decimating abyss. Fortunately, Feng Zhuan arrived in time, otherwise, I would already have fallen to his hands. Feng Zhuan looked at Elder Zhang. Senior Apprentice Uncle Zhang, Senior Apprentice Uncle Xian did not stay behind to deal with us, instead handing it over to Senior Apprentice Uncle Wang and the others. He only used his sword intent to seal the mountain as a cover, hurriedly leaving. He should have a greater plan. From his sword intent merging with our clan's clear chi grand formation, Senior Apprentice Uncle Xian's familiarity with the clear chi grand formation far surpasses our knowledge. He very likely attempted to wrest control over the grand formation, only then being able to stand against Junior Apprentice Brother Yan and the clear chi robe. Elder Zhang nodded. That's right. His palm descended, assisting Feng Zhuan and Elder Gong. Feng Zhuan said, I'll suppress the devilish domain grand formation. Senior Apprentice Uncle Zhang, go look for Senior Apprentice Uncle Xian. The clear chi robe and the clear chi grand formation are the foundation. Elder Gong said hatefully, this old man will pursue Senior Apprentice Brother Wang and the others, preventing them from causing trouble on the mountain. Time was of the essence. Glancing at Feng Zhuan, Elder Zhang made a prompt decision. I'll leave it to you. Saying thus, he and Elder Gong rushed out of the back mountain together. At this moment, the decimating abyss martial practitioners were already attacking up the mountain, with late essence talisman martial grandmasters even making a move, their destructive power shocking. Elder Zhang roared furiously, manifesting his martial avatar. The massive broad creed heavenly avatar intimidated the surrounding area, instantly suppressing the towering aura of the decimating abyss martial practitioners. Within the foreign dimension, Yan Di displayed his godly might. On Broad Creed Mountain, the Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners also switched from defense to offense. At the back mountain, Feng Zhuan suppressed the devilish domain grand formation. For a time, Broad Creed Mountain seemed to have turned from danger to safety. But it was also at this time that undercurrents elsewhere began surging. In the fire domain, in the lands governed by the Sacred Sun clan, many experts were currently congregated. Chapter 288. A great battle had erupted at Broad Creed Mountain's headquarters, even devilish chi surging into the heavens. The chaotic situation very quickly drew the attention of all sides. The experts of Broad Creed Mountain outside of the Central Heaven region wanted to return to reinforce their clan, but the situation in the outside world had also become tense at this moment. The immense pressure prevented them from leaving their current location and returning to reinforce Broad Creed Mountain. This was especially true for the South Heaven continent, which faced the fire domain. At the border between the fire domain and the heaven domain, a great number of the Sacred Sun clan's peak experts had appeared. While they had not entered the heaven domain, a tense atmosphere could erupt at any moment. With the Grand Elder of the Sacred Sun clan, Pan Buotai, and the head of the 7 reigning suns, the world illuminating lord at their head, the group of experts of the Sacred Sun clan had all arrived, eyeing the heaven domain covetously. Pan Buotai asked coldly, when is Senior Brother Huang coming out of seclusion? The world illuminating lord said, just recently, within these 1 or 2 days. Pan Buotai nodded, gazing in the direction of Broad Creed Mountain. Actually, we can already make our move now. The world illuminating lord's expression was calm. Do not be hasty, Senior Apprentice Uncle Pan. If we make a move now, we do not have sufficient confidence in sweeping through both Broad Creed Mountain and the decimating abyss cleanly. If the 9 underworlds descend, it would similarly be difficult for my Sacred Sun clan to handle it. Turbid Wave Pavilion would also have objections, and even the Painting Saint Old Man Mo might be alerted. Also, if we directly make a move, we will be obstructed by Jade Sea City and Infinite Boundless Mountain. Wait a bit. The East Sea is already no longer peaceful. When Jade Sea City and Turbid Wave Pavilion's attention has been drawn away by the Flame Devils, we will then be able to kill them in a single blow. At that time, between Broad Creed Mountain and the Decimating Abyss, both sides should have suffered heavy losses. The World Illuminating Lord said, Yuan Zhengfeng has entered secluded cultivation. This will not be easy for Broad Creed Mountain. While Pan Buetai's expression was cold, his gaze containing fury and hatred, he still did not lose his composure in his words. The Decimating Abyss has made a major move, with even the devil Saint Yuan Tian getting involved. However, Broad Creed Mountain's many years of foundation cannot be messed up just like that. If Yuan Tian wants to accomplish anything, he must first get past the clear Qi robe. If we do not make a move, unless the Decimating Abyss has a way to deal with Broad Creed Mountain's clear Qi Grand Formation, Broad Creed Mountain will most likely be able to tide through this tribulation. Hearing Pan Buetai's words, the World Illuminating Lord suddenly laughed. Regarding Broad Creed Mountain's clear Qi Grand Formation, our Sacred Sun Clan has also prepared some things. Although we are waiting here to prepare for war and wait for an opportunity to strike, we have to fight for the opportunity ourselves. We don't necessarily have to wait for it to appear. His gaze was calm as he turned around. There was a formation quietly operating there. Pan Buetai's gaze similarly fell on that formation, not directly attacking, just relying on this formation. It will not be able to shake Broad Creed Mountain's clear Qi Grand Formation. The World Illuminating Lord walked towards the formation and stepped inside. Naturally, it's not just that. He flipped his palm, and with a flash of light, a longbow made of pure gold with flowing flames on it appeared in his hand. It was precisely the Sacred Sun Clan's famed high-grade spirit artifact, the Sun Shooting Bow. The World Illuminating Lord pulled the bowstring, and then took out another item. It wasn't an arrow, but something similar to a bullet, giving off an extremely strange feeling. Under the illumination of the Sun Shooting Bow, it seemed very small, like a sunspot. However, upon closer inspection, it felt extremely heavy, as though it contained a greater power than the Sun Shooting Bow. Seeing this, Pan Buetai raised his white eyebrows. Antiyangzi? Isn't this thing extinct? The last time it appeared was 600 years ago. The World Illuminating Lord laughed. Why else would I say that opportunities have to be fought for by oneself? As he said this, he placed that small black bullet on the bowstring of the Sun Shooting Bow, before pulling it back. It wasn't aimed at the heaven domain, but at the formation beneath his feet. Sunlight shone on the World Illuminating Lord's body, 8 great golden suns rising, flickering with light as they emitted infinite heat. Numerous spirit talismans appeared around his body, transforming into numerous spirit arrays. Next, they superimposed on each other to form an existence that resembled a tall tower whilst also an altar, enveloping him within. The World Illuminating Lord's martial true intent merged with the high-grade spirit artifact, the Sun Shooting Bow, before both bolstering that black bullet. The black bullet known as the Antiyangzi didn't emit light, its luster growing dimmer and dimmer, its power also growing heavier. The World Illuminating Lord abruptly released the arrow, the Antiyangzi transforming into a streak of dark light, piercing through the ground beneath his feet, shooting into the formation before disappearing. For just that one moment, the formation beneath the World Illuminating Lord circulated mightily, unprecedentedly ferocious, giving off a berserk feeling. The next moment, the formation regained its former calm and tranquil state, as though everything that had happened earlier had been an illusion. However, satisfied smiles appeared on the faces of the World Illuminating Lord and Pan Buetai as they looked towards Broad Creed Mountain and the Heaven Domain, smiling coldly as they did not speak. At the same time, on the World Illuminating Peak where the Sacred Sun Clan was located, the current chief of the Sacred Sun Clan, Huang Su, sat in the meditative position at the top of the mountain, a long golden ruler placed horizontally across his knees. The long ruler had the pattern of 9 suns on it, seeming to be blazing. Behind Huang Su stood a person, the Twilight Lord of the 7 reigning suns. It was just that the current Twilight Lord's expression was dim and dispirited. Speaking of this, framing Jade Sea City's old mansion was not a bad result. However, while you could hide it from outsiders, you could not hide it from the Sacred Sun Clan. Huang Su said mildly, because Breaking Dawn fell to the dark side, He did not leave behind a corpse. Therefore, when you said that you killed Breaking Dawn, others would believe it. Pity that your luck was bad. Others saw that it was Jade Sea City's Old Man Chun who killed Breaking Dawn. However, the final result was that Old Man Chun disappeared, bearing the suspicion of being a spy of the decimating abyss. While you reported that it was you who killed Breaking Dawn, Huang Su did not turn his head, only saying mildly, "What do you think I would think after hearing this news?" While Huang Su did not move at all, the long golden ruler on his knees displayed a majestic power, suppressing the Twilight Lord to the point that he dared not act rashly. The Twilight Lord was silent for a moment before saying, "I just happened to be a step too late, not being able to stop Old Man Chun from killing Breaking Dawn in time. However, there shouldn't have been anyone else in the surroundings at the time. Otherwise, I would not have been unable to discover it unless it was an expert of the same level as me, or even higher." Huang Su said mildly, "Sometimes, one does not necessarily need to be in the vicinity to be able to see the situation at the time." The Twilight Lord was indifferent. "Then I have nothing more to say." Huang Su said, "Honestly speaking, you have always been my trusted aide. I originally trusted you very much. As for the decimating abyss's target of corrosion, I had always suspected that it was the world-illuminating peak." The Twilight Lord smiled bitterly, saying, "All this now is useless." "That's also true." A hint of a smile suddenly appeared on Huang Su's face. "Just now, you said that while you do not know who the decimating abyss lord is, you can confirm that he is of Broad Creed Mountain." The Twilight Lord laughed loudly. "That's right, it is precisely so. There is no need for me to lie to you. The great battle of Broad Creed Mountain should already have reached its climax. The Abyss Lord will definitely have to personally take action. His identity is already impossible to keep, and there is also no need to do so. This is extremely good news for you, isn't it?" Within a stone chamber on the world-illuminating peak, the world-illuminating young master Huang Jie held an orb in his hands. The orb displayed the scene of Huang Su and the Twilight Lord conversing at the top of the mountain. Huang Jie nodded calmly. "It's indeed very good news." Chapter 289. Asking for monthly votes. Asking for genuine subscriptions. Thank you everyone. Huang Jie put away the pearl and walked out of the stone room. He looked into the distance in the direction of the heaven domain. A moment later, a figure pushed open the door and came to Huang Jie. It was Tang Yonghao, junior apprentice brother Huang. "Is the Sacred Sun Clan going to attack Broad Creed Mountain at this time?" Tang Yonghao's expression was grave as he looked earnestly at Huang Jie. Huang Jie did not seem surprised by Tang Yonghao's arrival as he said calmly, "The Sacred Sun Clan does not want to attack Broad Creed Mountain, instead wanting to exterminate the threat to the Eight Extremities world." Tang Yonghao frowned at Huang Jie. Huang Jie's expression was mild. "Broad Creed Mountain has colluded with the decimating abyss. There are indications that that place is in fact the birthplace of the decimating abyss, being the guide of the 9 underworlds. The 9 underworld evil devils are like the flame devils of the flame devil world, enemies of the 8 extremities world. As the current number 1 sacred ground of the 8 extremities world, our Sacred Sun Clan is duty-bound to prevent the descent of the 9 underworlds. Isn't that so?" Tang Yonghao said solemnly, "I know that Broad Creed Mountain and my Sacred Sun Clan are not on good terms. The conflict between the two sides did not accumulate in just a day or two. If it really is a battle between our 2 sacred grounds, an internal conflict between the human martial practitioners of the 8 extremities world, as a descendant of the Sacred Sun Clan, I, Tang Yonghao, will definitely fight it out with the descendants of Broad Creed Mountain on the front lines, not hesitating in the slightest. However, you also said that the 9 underworlds are the common enemy of the 8 extremities world. Even if there is any conflict between my Sacred Sun Clan and Broad Creed Mountain, it should also first be settled with the 9 underworlds and the decimating abyss before deciding on who is superior. The decimating abyss has spies in the various clans and sacred grounds. With a great battle having erupted in Broad Creed Mountain now, it is clearly a life and death struggle between the decimating abyss and Broad Creed Mountain." Tang Yonghao stared deeply at Huang Jie. "It's one thing for us to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, but don't tell me that we have to help decimating abyss." Huang Jie's gaze was like water. "Senior brother Tang, I've said it before. My sage sect's goal is to eliminate the person who can lead the 9 underworlds to descend. Broad Creed Mountain is precisely the birthplace of the decimating abyss. Huang Jie said calmly. Who knows if the war now is just a way to deceive people? Tang Yonghao's pupils constricted when he heard that. Huang Jie continued, of the peak experts of Broad Creed Mountain, if one were to really talk about it, who is the one who is most likely to fall into the 9 underworlds? It's actually their sect leader, the one with the highest status, Yuan Zhengfeng. This senior grand elder experienced the flourishing times of Zhang Dongge's era, and also experienced the dormant times of Zhang Shiluo's era. From the perspective of a descendant of Broad Creed Mountain, he shouldered the heavy burden of the clan's re-emergence, yet also bore the terrifying pressure of my Sacred Sun clan and my grandfather. Zhang Shiluo has already passed away, and he himself has old injuries. He has no hope of becoming a martial saint, and his lifespan is decreasing. Now he is walking step by step towards old age. The road ahead is dim, and the pressure is increasing. Huang Jie said calmly, even if he doesn't fear death, the pressure of supporting the sect will always be on his shoulders. Tang Yonghao suddenly interrupted Huang Jie. Junior brother Huang, do you think I'm a fool? This kind of impolite behavior almost never happened to Tang Yonghao among fellow disciples. However, his gaze as he looked at Huang Jie now was rather stern. Everyone is well aware of what exactly is going on. Why must you use these words to fool me? Huang Jie kept his mouth shut, looking quietly at Tang Yonghao. Tang Yonghao gazed at Huang Jie. Junior brother Huang, I have always admired your heaven-defying talent. Outsiders do not know your abilities, but I more or less know some of them. Not only do you have the right to know the decisions of the higher echelons of the Sacred Sun clan, you also have the right to offer advice and suggestions. This time's matter also involved you. Now that Broad Creed Mountain is resisting the decimating abyss, you are instead preparing to stab them in the back. Perhaps you think that this is the most beneficial decision for our Sacred Sun clan, being able to capture Broad Creed Mountain and the decimating abyss in one fell swoop, while my thinking is inflexible and foolish. Alright, let's not talk about morality and whatnot first. I have no intention of forcing others to think the same as me. I only ask you one question. You are confident that you can control the entire situation, but what if the 9 underworlds descend? Tang Yonghao said solemnly, perhaps the place where the 9 underworlds descend is the heaven domain, but that is also the 8 extremities world, just like how the passageway to the Flame Devil world is in the East Sea, but all of us have to face the threat of the Flame Devils. Looking at Tang Yonghao, Huang Jie suddenly laughed. Senior brother Tang, to be honest, sometimes I feel that you are rather foolish. Looking at Huang Jie, Tang Yonghao was not angered. Huang Jie continued, however, this time, it has nothing to do with whether you are foolish or not. It is that there are some things that you do not know. Tang Yonghao said coldly, I would like to hear the details. The current era, the current situation, is different from that of Broad Creed Mountain's Zhang Dongge and Zhang Shiluo that year. Huang Jie raised his head to look at the sky, saying leisurely, the tribulation before us now is a test. Tang Yonghao was taken aback. What did you say? Huang Jie smiled, no longer speaking as he said, Broad Creed Mountain and the decimating abyss are in cahoots, drawing the descent of the 9 underworlds. We now work hard to eradicate them, saving the 8 extremities world. It is just that simple. Saying thus, he turned and returned to his stone room. Looking at his back, Tang Yonghao's gaze was incomparably complex. Returning to his stone room, Huang Jie saw a middle-aged man already seated within. He went up and greeted him nonchalantly. When did senior apprentice uncle arrive? The middle-aged man was the Sunset Lord of the 7 reigning suns as he nodded towards Huang Jie. Around the same time as Yonghao, the Sunset Lord gazed outside. Yonghao's personality is too straightforward. If he does not change, he can only be a sword, not a person who wields a sword. Due to the current situation and environment, Huang Jie said calmly, Senior brother Tang has his value in existence. If our Sacred Sun clan wants to advance triumphantly, that senior brother Tang will appear untimely, pedantic and foolish. If we suffer a massive setback and fall to rock bottom, someone like him will instead be able to display his usefulness, preserving the final bit of vitality for our Sacred Sun clan. The Sunset Lord said, You are right. However, that is something that is impossible to happen. Yonghao is destined to be a pearl covered in dust. Huang Jie's expression was mild. That is only natural. The Sunset Lord stood up. I will also be heading over to where Senior Apprentice Uncle Pan and the others are. Everything will be settled once the old chief emerges from seclusion. Are you not preparing to go along and personally see all this happen? Going there personally is to prevent any accidents, adjusting the plan at any time. Huang Jie shook his head. I have already done what I should have done. I have no interest in seeing my plans come to fruition. To me, that sort of satisfaction does not hold much meaning. It is fine as long as the final result does not deviate from expectations. The Sunset Lord did not insist. I, however, will be going to see it for myself. Huang Jie smiled. Take care, Senior Apprentice Uncle. Being able to slay Broad Creed Mountain, who led the 9 underworlds to descend into the 8 extremities world, is indeed a joyous occasion. The Sunset Lord laughed loudly as he left. That's right, it is precisely so. Broad Creed Mountain only has themselves to blame. Our Sacred Sun clan can precisely eliminate evil for the 8 extremities world. Chapter 290. Requesting monthly votes, requesting genuine subscriptions. Thank you everyone. At this moment in the Eastern Tang Kingdom of the East Heaven region where such a huge disturbance had once occurred, in the Earth domain close to it, undercurrents were also surging. Lin Tianfeng stood within the air. A crowd of Heavenly Thunder Hall experts behind him. His son, the thunder-rumbling young master Lin Zhou, stood right beside him. Looking in the direction of Broad Creed Mountain, Lin Tianfeng said playfully, Great chaos has erupted in the central region of our clan. This will not be easy for Broad Creed Mountain to pass. Looking at the Earth domain beneath his feet, Lin Zhou's expression was slightly complicated as many scenes flashed through his mind. Previously, the Earth domain, the decimating abyss and the 9 underworlds had all left him with extremely unpleasant memories. In his memories, the changes in his life had originated from the disaster of the decimating abyss. His father, in the struggle for the position of the next Hall Lord, had been constantly defeated, finally being eliminated, perishing in a battle with the 9 underworld's evil devils. Lin Zhou himself had also been heavily injured in that battle, injuring his vitality to the core, virtually cutting off his path of advancement. After that, his position in the clan had also plummeted, vanishing into the crowd as he was completely left behind by Yan Shan and the others. At that time his lover who had gone through thick and thin with him, Li Jingwan, had also perished at the hands of a fallen practitioner, becoming his greatest regret. Now everything is different. Lin Zhou closed his eyes, although some changes left him depressed to the extreme. Lin Zhou reopened his eyes, gazing towards Broad Creed Mountain like his father Lin Tianfeng. Father, the people of the Sacred Sun clan won't be unable to hold back, right? Blindly attacking and helping the decimating abyss destroy Broad Creed Mountain, the descent of the 9 underworlds afterwards won't be of any benefit to anyone. Lin Tianfeng said they won't. Even if someone's mind isn't clear, there will still be someone calm enough to stop him. Lin Zhou nodded, not speaking. Lin Tianfeng flipped his hand, a longbow that flickered with purple light appearing within. However, even if Yuan Zhengfeng enters seclusion, just a Devil Saint Yuan Tian alone won't be able to do anything to Broad Creed Mountain. Broad Creed Mountain isn't that weak. Letting them smoothly take care of the decimating abyss won't do. Both sides suffering heavy losses, with one side winning a Pyrrhic victory. That's the conclusion we would be happy to see. A black pellet also appeared in Lin Tianfeng's palm. He strapped it to the bowstring and then pulled the bow. The longbow, which was flashing with purple light, suddenly let out a thunderous sound. It was so sharp that it seemed as if it could pierce through the sky. It was precisely the high-grade spirit artifact possessed by the Heavenly Thunder Hall, the Heaven Shocker Bow. It had always been acclaimed alongside the Sacred Sun clan's Sun Shooting Bow, being the most famous treasured bow of the current 8 extremities world. Looking at the black pellet in Lin Tianfeng's palm, Lin Zhou thought, Anti-Sun. This thing, the Sacred Sun clan should have a total of 3 of them. Having given one to our clan, they will most likely have used up one this time as well. Then there's still one left. Lin Tianfeng drew his bow, but he didn't shoot at the ground below. Instead he aimed straight at the sky above his head. Above the people of the heavenly Thunder Hall, numerous spirit patterns extended across the horizon, very quickly forming a massive formation that flickered with the roiling light of thunder. Around Lin Tianfeng's body, numerous spirit talismans danced and spiraled, transforming into talisman arrays. Then they formed a talisman array heavenly altar, and lightning snakes danced wildly in the sky. He released the bowstring, and Wu Guang shot straight up into the sky, disappearing into the formation. The formation rumbled and then quickly calmed down. Lin Tianfeng nodded satisfactorily. Anti-Sun, its reputation is well-deserved. Our target this time is primarily the clear Qi robe. As long as we can obtain this sacred artifact, this trip would not have been in vain, Lin Tianfeng said. With the Flame Devils of the East Sea making a move once more, Turbid Wave Pavilion and Jade Sea City will not be able to attend to them. The Hall Lord should mainly guard against Infinite Boundless Mountain. However, if the Sacred Sun Clan's Huang Guanglia successfully improves after emerging from seclusion, Infinite Boundless Mountain and the greatly weakened Broad Creed Mountain joining hands would not be easy to resist. At that time it would be our Heavenly Thunder Hall's chance. If the Sacred Sun Clan wants to exterminate Broad Creed Mountain, just let them be. What's most important for our clan is to increase our strength. Lin Tianfeng kept Heaven Shocker, saying otherwise with the Sacred Sun Clan's explosive rise in strength this time, it would be very hard to say how our clan will interact with them in the future. Whether to be an ally or a subordinate, at the end of the day, it still depends on the strength of the two sides. Lin Zhou's gaze was calm, yet seemed to contain blazing flames as he gazed in the direction of Broad Creed Mountain. That's right, at the end of the day, it all depends on strength. At this moment on Broad Creed Mountain, Elder Zhang stood alone, his immeasurable heavenly palm descending, as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth caving in. He mightily smashed the head of a Black Nightmare Mountain Martial Grandmaster in front of him into smithereens. The heavenly altar collapsed, the talisman formation shattered, the spirit talismans all reduced to nothingness. A late essence talisman Martial Grandmaster expert of the 9th level of the Martial Grandmaster realm. His soul severed from Broad Creed Mountain just like that. In the entire Black Nightmare Mountain, there were currently only 2 late essence talisman Martial Grandmasters left, both elders of Black Nightmare Mountain that year. However, at this moment, one of them had already perished beneath Elder Zhang's palm. Seeing that Broad Creed Mountain had begun to switch from defense to offense, having gained the upper hand, the other did not dare to clash head-on with the transcending mortality Martial Grandmaster Elder Zhang in the end, hurriedly fleeing. Elder Zhang snorted coldly, saying to Fu Enshu and the others, "Do not pursue a cornered enemy. Guard the clan, preventing the Sacred Sun Clan and others from launching a sneak attack. This old man will go to Yendi's place, first taking care of Yuan Tian and Xan Dongping before anything else. You all stay here. If something unexpected happens, retreat to the rear mountains converting Lake Peak, joining up with junior apprentice sister He. Everything can wait until this old man and Yendi have settled things there." Fu Enshu and the others naturally knew that after taking care of Yuan Tian and Xian Dongping, the Grand Formation and the Clear Qi Robe exerting their power, instantly sweeping away all the small fry. This was the crux of the entire situation. Under Yendi's guidance, Elder Zhang also entered the foreign dimension. There, Yendi already held the absolute upper hand. If not for him wanting to completely leave Yuan Tian and Xian Dongping behind, he would already have obtained victory at this moment. After arriving, Elder Zhang directly struck out with a palm towards Xian Dongping. Meanwhile, Yendi began concentrating his strength, fiercely attacking the Devil Saint Yuan Tian. The battle was even more one-sided. Yuan Tian's expression was grave, while Xian Dongping muttered to himself, "Should be here by now?" Just at this moment, the Clear Qi Grand Formation abruptly shook. Accompanied by the world-illuminating Lord and Lin Tianfeng drawing their bows, 2 anti-suns shot out, merging into the respective formations of the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall. 2 majestic forces were emitted from outside the heaven domain, shooting towards it. Seemingly formless and intangible, they shook the surrounding space. Like 2 formless massive heaven-piercing arrows, their target was Broad Creed Mountain. Coming into contact with the area enveloped by the Clear Qi Grand Formation, These two formless forces instantly clashed intensely with the grand formation. The massive formation that had originally been concealed within space instantly lit up with a glorious luster, causing intense fluctuations. Under the effect of that strange, tyrannical anti-sun's, Broad Creed Mountain's guardian grand formation, the clear Qi grand formation, began to shake intensely like the surface of a lake with rippling waves. At this moment, even the surrounding space seemed to vaguely distort. Within the foreign dimension, a cold light abruptly surged within Yendi's eyes, the runes within his pupils shattering mightily, transforming into flowing light. Within the entire space, a great number of runes surged chaotic beyond compare. Chapter 291. The clear Qi grand formation that enveloped the entire Broad Creed Mountain was suddenly activated now, an intense change occurring. As the formation shook, the surrounding heavens and earth of Broad Creed Mountain seemed like a roiling canvas, distorting unceasingly. The balance of the nearby spiritual Qi instantly became chaotic and shattered, a large amount of spiritual Qi forming vortexes that could be seen clearly by the naked eye filling the air above Broad Creed Mountain. In the sky above Broad Creed Mountain, thousands of massive vortexes spun at different speeds, creating a strange feeling of chaos that would cause one to feel dizzy just looking at it. The phrase, the heavens spinning, the earth spinning had completely become a real scene at this moment. On the mountain, Elder Gong, Fu Enshu and the other bigwigs of Broad Creed Mountain had originally already begun purging the invading enemies. A great number of invading Broad Creed Mountain's enemies had been killed, some even beginning to think of retreating, beginning to flee. But just at this time, a change suddenly occurred in the heavens and earth. The circulation of the clear Qi grand formation became chaotic beyond compare. The enemies began to counterattack amidst the chaos, including peak experts like Elder Wang, who had originally belonged to Broad Creed Mountain. Elder Zhang had entered the foreign dimension to help Yendi, and the enemies counterattacked. The situation on the mountain instantly became chaotic once more. Behind Broad Creed Mountain, converting Lake Peak, outside the secluded cultivation grounds of the old chief Yuan Zhengfeng, a white-haired old woman looked at the chaotic vortex of spiritual Qi in the sky with a grave expression on her face. Facing the chaotic vortex of spiritual Qi, she roared loudly, extending her palms. The massive Broad Creed heavenly avatar appeared, doing the same as a pair of massive heaven-obscuring hands extended, enveloping converting Lake Peak. Meanwhile, on the other side of Water-Rich Peak, Feng Zhuan had originally been suppressing the Devilish Domain Grand Formation, preventing the descent of the 9 underworlds. In terms of understanding of the 9 underworlds and Devilish Qi, he stably ranked in the top 3 of Broad Creed Mountain. But now, the spiritual Qi flow of the entire clan suddenly became chaotic, causing even Feng Zhuan to be caught unprepared. That abnormally terrifying aura of the 9 underworlds that bewildered hearts instantly surged madly. Numerous streams of black devilish Qi shot into the skies, not only enveloping the heaven-sealing gorge, but also enveloping the entire Water-Rich Peak, even continuing to spread towards other areas of Broad Creed Mountain. The dense demon Qi gradually became viscous, spreading in all directions like mud, drowning the land around the Water-Rich Peak and forming a terrifying demon domain. In the sky above the Water-Rich Peak, the devil Qi turned into a black fog that covered the whole sky, and blood-colored lightning kept striking down from the black fog. Inside the formation, black runes wrapped around the golden pagoda like chains. A solemn look also appeared on Feng Zhuan's clear face as he sucked in a deep breath, resolutely crossing his palms. Guided by Feng Zhuan, the numerous black spirit patterns that had originally gathered towards the tall golden tower all wrapped around his body, avoiding the tall golden tower. Feng Zhuan sat in the meditative position at the top of the golden tower, preventing the red door of light from appearing and projecting the path to the 9 underworlds onto the ground. The black spirit patterns grew tighter and tighter, becoming denser and denser as numerous bolts of red lightning appeared on them, shuttling about unceasingly as they bombarded Feng Zhuan's body. Feng Zhuan's expression did not change as spirit talismans flew about his entire body, forming a talisman formation and forming a heavenly altar which towered above the tall golden tower, resisting the attacks and corrosion of the devilish domain grand formation. The majestic limitless sky sword intent transformed into a dazzling sword light that soared into the sky, like a lighthouse that would never be extinguished in the endless night. Suppressed by him, the devilish domain grand formation finally ceased expanding. However, Feng Zhuan's expression did not relax as he raised his head and gazed into the distance. While his vision was obstructed by the dense black fog, Feng Zhuan could more or less guess the situation in the outside world. The sudden change in the clear qi grand formation might be senior apprentice Uncle Xian's scheme. This way his chances will be greater. Feng Zhuan's expression was heavy. While he could hold on here, suppressing the devilish domain grand formation, the crux of victory was still the clear qi grand formation and Yan Di at the end of the day. If they were unable to withstand Yuan Tian and Xian Dongping there, the entire Broad Creed Mountain would meet with a calamity. Xian Dongping, who grasped the clear qi grand formation, joining hands with the martial Saint Yuan Tian, would form an unstoppable momentum that would be hard to withstand. As Feng Zhuan had predicted, in the current foreign dimension, the situation which had originally been completely one-sided suddenly changed greatly. The clear qi grand formation shook intensely as Yan Di felt his connection with the grand formation instantly being largely severed. Within the air, spirit patterns collapsed mightily one after another, the scattered spirit patterns rapidly reassembling, yet already having a completely different appearance. Meanwhile, Xian Dongping abruptly let out a long howl, profound spirit patterns appearing on his palms once more. What caused the hearts of Yan Di and Elder Zhang to sink was that within Xian Dongping's pupils, spirit patterns similar to those of Yan Di's actually began to surface. Xian Dongping's eyes opened, divine light overflowing as streams of light appeared within the foreign dimension, bolstering his body. The control over the clear qi grand formation changed hands once more. Amidst his long howl, Xian Dongping's limitless heavenly avatar instantly expanded madly, the power it displayed not inferior to that of the devil Saint Yuan Tian in the slightest. Xian and Yuan Tian moved together, forcibly clashing head-on against Yan Di bolstered by the clear qi robe. Amidst the heavens and earth of the foreign dimension, a jet-black fissure instantly appeared. That was a fissure in space. Xian Dongping was not like Yan Di, concerned about restricting the aftershocks of the battle within the foreign dimension. Under the violent clashes of power, the foreign dimension was about to be ripped apart. Now that he had become the main controller of the clear qi grand formation, he began to destroy this foreign dimension. The pressure on Yan Di increased greatly as he could only barely maintain it. Having stepped into the transcending mortality realm with the clear qi robe on him, even if he had to fight 1 against 2, Yan Di would still dare to fight. However, wanting to continue trapping Yuan Tian and Xian Dongping within the foreign dimension was even more difficult than before. If the two of them broke free, casually making a move, the others of Broad Creed Mountain would suffer a calamity. The situation of the battle within the foreign dimension was completely reversed at this moment. Xian Dongping brandished his sword, the brilliant swordlight resembling a heavenly river surging in reverse as it forcibly broke through Elder Zhang's Broad Creed heavenly avatar. Elder Zhang let out a muffled groan as one of the arms of the Broad Creed heavenly avatar instantly shattered, the half of its chest connected to the shoulder also breaking apart. Xian Dongping struck out with his sword once more, the swordlight splitting into specks of starlight which enveloped Elder Zhang, actually transforming into a miniature heaven and earth. Within this miniature heaven and earth, ethereal and heavy sword intent assaulted from all directions. Elder Zhang clenched his teeth, resisting bitterly, trapped within, unable to extricate himself. Xian Dongping brandished his sword once more, attacking Yan Di alongside Yuan Tian. In the contest of the grand formation, while Yan Di had fallen to a disadvantage, he still worked hard to communicate with the clear qi grand formation, wrestling with Xian Dongping. He was dressed in the clear qi robe, streams of clear qi flowing out, obscuring the heavens and covering the earth as it maintained the foreign dimension from dispersing. The heavenly blade dragon centipede was like a purple light dragon, shuttling back and forth in the void, meeting Yuan Tian and Xian Dongping head-on. Yan Di wielded his saber in his right hand, the index and middle fingers of his left hand forming a sword as he tapped out with his sword, seeming to seal and seal at the same time. It was extremely simple, yet vigorous and grand, encompassing all phenomena. It was one of the 8 extreme supreme arts, the Great Heaven Earth Sword. With one sword he was able to defend and attack at the same time. Yen Di used the immeasurable heavenly saber in his right hand for attack, the great heaven-earth sword in his left hand for defense, meeting Yuan Tian and Xian Dongping head-on, not retreating even half a step. Xian Dongping was neither flustered nor flustered as he said mildly, "Yen Di, this old man thought that my eyesight was good enough. I didn't think that I would still have misjudged you. I already tried my best to overestimate you, but in the end I still underestimated you." However, having lost the support of the clear Qi Grand Formation, even if you have stepped into the transcending mortality realm, there will still be a limit to how much you can wield the clear Qi robe with a huge consumption. As time passes, you will only grow weaker and weaker. He hacked out with his sword, clashing with Yen Di's immeasurable heavenly saber. The foreign dimension instantly shook again, as if it would collapse at any moment. Chapter 292. Requesting monthly votes. Requesting subscriptions. Because Yen Di had lost control of the clear Qi Grand Formation, the foreign dimension created by the formation instantly became unstable. Up in the sky, cracks would occasionally split open in space, violent power pouring out from within, as though the heavens were bleeding. This violent power might originate from Yen Di, Xian Dongping or Yuan Tian. Regardless of who it originated from, descending from the heavens, it was like a natural disaster, posing a massive threat to Broad Creed Mountain down below. A large portion of the clear Qi Grand Formation's control was currently in Xian Dongping's hands, its power unceasingly drawn over by him to deal with Yen Di. At this moment, Broad Creed Mountain had already lost the protection of its guardian Grand Formation that had always protected it. The terrifying power emanating from the sky landed amongst Broad Creed Mountain's numerous mountains, instantly causing destruction. Wherever it landed, there was a tragic scene of the earth quaking and mountains shaking. The mountains of the past had suffered a baptism of blood and fire today. The 8 peaks of Broad Creed Mountain had all been tormented. While there was no longer the protection of the Grand Formation, countless Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners had resided and cultivated within the mountains of Broad Creed Mountain. The majestic, vast true intent of the martial Tao, accumulated over time, also unceasingly condensed into mountain peaks. The mountains that looked ordinary were actually as tough as Vajra, not like when they had just been created, where experts of the martial Tao could easily flatten them. The current 8 peaks of Broad Creed Mountain were something that even peak martial grandmaster experts would find hard to damage. However, a terrifying swordlight descended from the sky at this moment, directly cutting the top of one of the 8 peaks, fire leaving peak in half. The mountain peak that had originally been smooth as a mirror became sharp and jagged once more. The terrifying impermanent devilish qi that resembled roiling gray fog leaked out from the cracks in the sky, drifting all over Broad Creed Mountain. Whether it was Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners or decimating abyss martial practitioners, all who came into contact with this impermanent devilish qi felt their minds go blank, feeling suffocated. Martial practitioners with lower cultivation bases, enveloped by that blurry gray fog, instantly died, losing their lives. Even the devilish domain Grand Formation that Feng Zhuan was working hard to suppress was affected by this power, its originally already weak balance becoming increasingly unstable, the difficulty of suppressing it becoming even greater. After the cracks in the sky appeared, a terrifying destructive power leaked out, before they instantly healed once more. But soon a new crack would appear. What was even more worrying was that the cracks were appearing more and more frequently, and the intervals between them were getting shorter and shorter. Many a time, several terrifying cracks would appear simultaneously, bringing disaster to Broad Creed Mountain. Elder He, who was guarding Yuan Zhengfeng's closed-door cultivation grounds on Converting Lake Peak, had a gloomy expression when he saw this. The old lady's hunched figure now straightened, the disproportionately huge Broad Creed heavenly avatar standing amidst the numerous peaks of the Broad Creed mountain range. Then it raised both its palms upwards. The majestic, vigorous heavenly Broad Creed palm possessed the power to overturn the heavens. Now that it was raised upwards, it resembled a pillar that supported the heavens. Under Elder He's efforts from the outside, the foreign dimension in the sky seemed to have stabilized a little, and it was no longer breaking down as frequently. However, the space around Elder He became more and more distorted, exerting pressure on her, causing her to bend more and more. At this moment in the distance, A streak of light sped over towards Broad Creed Mountain. They were precisely Yan Zhaoge, Shi Tai and the others who had speedily returned to reinforce Lianhu County's devilish domain Grand Formation after having taken care of it. Led by Shi Tai, Yan Zhaoge and the others streaked across the horizon, hurrying towards Broad Creed Mountain. As he neared, he just happened to witness the scene of the Clear Chi Grand Formation suddenly erupting with an unknown change. It was as if it had been struck by two giant, formless arrows, enduring an immense impact. Looking from afar, the Clear Chi Grand Formation seemed as wrinkled and distorted as a painting. Yan Zhaoge knit his brows, carefully feeling the changes in the Grand Formation as his expression involuntarily changed slightly. The Grand Formation has changed, becoming chaotic beyond compare. Still, there are traces of it amidst the chaos. Someone has done something to it. Su Fei's expression was solemn. Senior apprentice Uncle Yan will inherit the Grand Formation from Grandmaster's hands. There is no need to make any special changes, just having to unleash the power of the formation normally. For this to happen, someone must be planning to seize the formation. Yan Zhaoge rubbed his temples, Xian Dongping. Apart from him, there's no one else. What's worse is that I'm afraid he's succeeded. Everyone's heart sank. The mountain guarding Grand Array falling into Xian Dongping's control, what it signified was something that everyone was very clear on. Xian Dongping was originally someone who stood at the peak of the martial Grandmaster realm, only a step away from the martial saint realm. In the entire Eight Extremities world of the current martial Grandmasters, there was only Yuan Zhengfeng who dared to say that he would definitely be able to defeat Xian Dongping. If Father was transcending mortality, he would also definitely be able to defeat that old ghost. Yan Zhaoge let out a long breath, however, with the Clear Chi Grand Formation falling into Xian Dongping's hands. His strength would be equivalent to that of a martial saint. Adding in the devil Saint Yuan Tian, even if Father can withstand it, Broad Creed Mountain would also be destroyed. Shi Tai's expression was solemn, his gaze not even shifting as he gazed in the direction of Broad Creed Mountain. Ahu bared his teeth. Young master, that fluctuation just now, what exactly was it? Yan Zhaoge said. An attack from the outside world shook our clan's Grand Formation from two different directions, giving Xian Dongping a chance. Heaven falling formation breaking thunder anti-sun, earth returning talisman, 9 palaces reversing artifact. It's probably one or a few of these things. Yan Zhaoge swiveled his head to glance at the southern fire domain. I remember now. I heard that the Sacred Sun clan once had a few anti-suns, but that was already a matter of 600 years ago. From the looks of it, they've found a few more. Yan Zhaoge smiled coldly as he looked towards the eastern earth domain. Activating the anti-sun requires a high-grade spirit artifact bow at the very least. With 2 anti-suns simultaneously shooting over from 2 different directions, other than the Sacred Sun clan, the Heavenly Thunder Hall has also joined in today's matter. Shi Tai's expression was firm as iron. Pass today's tribulation first, and settle the scores one by one in the future. Feeling the changes in the spiritual chi of the formation, Yan Zhaoge suddenly said, Eldest apprentice uncle, please stop for a moment. As Shi Tai looked at him, Yan Zhaoge nodded solemnly, I might have a way, but first let me carefully analyze the specific changes in the Clear Chi Grand Formation. All right. Shi Tai chose to believe in Yan Zhaoge, who had always had outstanding attainments in the Tao of formations. While his heart was burning with anxiety, he also halted. As soon as he landed, Yan Zhaoge knelt down on one knee, pressing his palm onto the ground. With Yan Zhaoge's palm as the center, numerous fine spirit patterns shockingly surfaced on the ground, resonating with the Clear Chi Grand Formation that enveloped the surrounding area within the sky. Yan Zhaoge unceasingly calculated, Shi Tai and the others standing guard by his side. Now people suddenly approached from the distance. They were 2 girls, Feng Yunsheng and Si Kongqing. Seeing Yan Zhaoge and Shi Tai, they both heaved a sigh of relief. Eldest apprentice uncle, Master sent us out to welcome you. Quickly return to reinforce the clan. The situation there is very dangerous. Shi Tai asked, what are the specifics? Feng Yunsheng speedily answered, the martial repository's first seat Elder Xian is a traitor, and the Clear Chi Grand Formation very likely falling into his hands. Currently, he is joining hands with the devil Saint Yuan Tian within the Grand Formation. battling senior apprentice Uncle Yen and Elder Zhang. Elder Zhang is heavily injured. The heaven-sealing gorge has a devilish domain grand formation, guiding the descent of the 9 underworlds. Senior apprentice Uncle Fong is currently suppressing it, while Elder He is guarding Grandmaster in secluded cultivation. Master and the heaven-sealing gorge's first seat Elder Gong are leading fellow disciples to clash with the decimating abyss martial practitioners. The other side has quite a few experts. Hearing her words, everyone's expressions turned grave. Chapter 293. Thank you everyone. Yin Zhaoge's expression was solemn as he looked in the direction of Broad Creed Mountain. There the black devilish chi surged to the heavens, the formerly elegant green mountain resembling a ghost domain at this moment. The 9 underworlds descending within, Xi and Dongping seizing the Guardian Grand Formation and attacking Father together with the Devil Saint Yuan Tian, and the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall watching from the side. Yin Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath. This tribulation is really difficult. Ahu looked rather worriedly at Yin Zhaoge. Young master, the family head. Yin Zhaoge did not speak, focusing in the direction of Broad Creed Mountain. Above the mountain peak, the space was distorting unceasingly, as though it might break apart at any moment. Infinite destructive power about to pour out from within, descending towards Broad Creed Mountain directly below. As spiritual light flickered from the back mountains converting Lake Peak, 2 massive palms extended, as though propping up the heavens as they supported that distorted space, stabilizing it as much as possible so that it would not affect Broad Creed Mountain. That should be Elder He, guarding over Grand Master, also unable to sit still, having been forced to make a move. Yin Zhaoge looked towards the other side of the back mountain, in the direction of Water Ridge Peak, where devilish chi surged to the heavens, virtually already completely enveloping Water Ridge Peak. However, within the domain of black devilish chi, a bright swordlight shot into the heavens, stabilizing the devilish domain, not expanding any further. From the looks of it, it is second apprentice Uncle, forcibly suppressing the devilish domain grand formation. Because he was uncertain of who the traitor was, after analyzing the method to suppress the devilish domain grand formation, Yin Zhaoge had not provided it to the clan. The decimating abyss's research and improvements towards the devilish domain grand formation were also improving unceasingly. From being unable to leave hell at the start, only able to experiment within at the time of Clear Concealed Lake, relying on the water veins originating from hell, they were able to set up a formation. And starting from the Sand Region City in places far from hell, they could also set up a devilish domain grand formation, able to guide devilish chi, changing the location where the Great 9 Underworlds door descended. Through analyzing the other party's devilish domain grand formation, Yin Zhaoge's proficiency in breaking formations rose unceasingly. Meanwhile, on the decimating abyss's side, or perhaps it should be said that it was precisely the Lord of the Decimating Abyss, Xi and Dongping, through analyzing Yin Zhaoge's formation-breaking technique, had also improved his proficiency in setting up formations. Through the devilish domain grand formation, Yin Zhaoge and this bigwig had already clashed for quite a few rounds through space. Previously, in the situation where he had been unable to ascertain who the traitor was, Yin Zhaoge had only provided his father Yen Di with the newest method to suppress and break the devilish domain grand formation. However, Yen Di was currently engaged in a great battle with a powerful foe within a foreign dimension. He was naturally unable to send a clone to inform Fang Zhuan. Fang Zhuan was currently completely relying on his cultivation base to suppress the devilish domain grand formation. Fortunately, his cultivation base was much higher than Yin Zhaoge's, and his understanding of the 9 underworlds' devilish chi also far surpassed that of others. It was just that in order to protect the first seat of the Heaven-Sealing Gorge, Elder Gong, and seal the Heaven-Sealing Gorge, he had been trapped by Xi and Dongping, causing Fang Zhuan to expend a great deal of energy. Right now, he could only barely suppress the devilish domain grand array. Still, it had at least prevented the 9 underworlds from directly descending upon Broad Creed Mountain. Right now, the most dangerous and crucial situation is still on my father's side. Yin Zhaoge knelt on one knee, pressing his palm on the ground, unceasingly feeling the changes in Broad Creed Mountain's Guardian Grand Formation. While father is accompanied by the clear chi robe, the opponents he faces, The Devil Saint Yuan Tian and Xian Dongping, who has obtained control over a large portion of the Grand Formation, are equivalent to 2 martial saint experts. It's also thanks to Dad that he was able to hold off the 2 of them by himself. Otherwise, any one of them would have been able to wipe us out. The crux of the matter was that Yan Di's side had already completely gone all out, experts of the martial saint realm battling to the death as the heavens and the earth overturned. It was already very difficult for others to interfere in such a battle. Even transcending mortality martial grandmasters were somewhat insufficient. This included Fang Zhuan. Even if Broad Creed Mountain achieved complete victory in the other battlefields, with Fang Zhuan, Shi Tai and the others all having their hands free, if they did not wrest back control of the Guardian Grand Formation, it would be very hard for them to help Yan Di. Yin Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath. And as soon as father is unable to hold on, all other victories would be meaningless as the overall situation would immediately collapse. We don't have much time left. He turned to look at Shi Tai. It's not that there isn't a way, but it's difficult. Because of external enemies, a change has occurred in the Guardian Grand Formation, thus allowing Xian Dongping to succeed. Now we need to set things right. I have a way, but we need to split our forces into 3, carrying it out in 3 different places around Broad Creed Mountain. Yin Zhaoge said, those who carry it out must either have a sufficiently high cultivation base or be proficient in the variations of formations. I am willing to take one route, and eldest apprentice uncle can take the other. However, I don't know if there are enough people in the clan to take the 3rd route. Elder, he is protecting the clan as well as Grandmaster. How severe are Elder Zhang's injuries? Shi Tai looked at Feng Yunsheng and Xikong Qing. Junior apprentice brother Fang is suppressing the devilish domain Grand Formation, preventing the descent of the 9 underworlds, and is unable to come. If Elder Zhang's injuries are too severe, look for junior apprentice sister Fu. Yin Zhaoge now said to the 2 girls, I'll have to trouble the 2 of you. I have some new methods here to break the devilish formation and prevent the descent of the 9 underworlds. I need one of you to charge into the devilish domain Grand Formation and inform second apprentice uncle, while the other will go look for Elder Zhang and senior apprentice Aunt Fu, informing them of the method to correct the Guardian Grand Formation. Feng Yunsheng and Xikong Qing exchanged glances, the 2 saying simultaneously, I will go to the devilish domain Grand Formation to look for senior apprentice Uncle Fang. Charging into the devilish domain Grand Formation was clearly more dangerous. Yin Zhaoge pondered for a moment. Now is not the time for pleasantries. Junior apprentice sister Feng, go look for senior apprentice Uncle Fang. Ride Pan over. If you meet any enemies along the way, hide if you can. Junior apprentice sister Xikong, go look for Elder Zhang and senior apprentice Aunt Fu. Feng Yunxing nodded. On the other side, Xikong Qing's gaze was resolute, her expression also not changing as she nodded obediently. Yin Zhaoge immediately told Feng Yunxing the method to suppress the devilish domain Grand Formation. Feng Yunxing didn't waste time on words. While there were still some areas where she didn't understand the workings of formations, she directly memorized it. Yin Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath. Be careful. You guys be careful too. Feng Yunxing nodded. Now every second counted. After confirming that she had memorized it, she leapt onto Pan's body. Pan also didn't dare to be lazy now as he spread his claws and shot off. Yin Zhaoge then said to Shi Tai and the others, the technique to correct the Guardian Grand Formation is not to be executed on Broad Creed Mountain itself. Otherwise it would be destroyed by Xian Dongping at the first moment. Therefore, with the heaven, earth and man as the foundation, it will be executed simultaneously in 3 places outside of Broad Creed Mountain. The specific locations will be determined by my calculations. After telling Shi Tai and Xikong Qing the 3 locations, he looked at Su Fei. This technique requires the cooperation of 2 people, one is the leader, the other as support. Therefore, senior apprentice brother Su, you will go with eldest apprentice uncle, acting as his support. After junior apprentice sister Xikong has found Elder Zhang or senior apprentice Aunt Fu, do the same. If Elder Zhang and senior apprentice Aunt Fu are both able to free themselves, then find another person to assist. With eldest apprentice uncle, senior apprentice Aunt Fu and Elder Zhang executing the technique, it will be easier to succeed this way. Su Fei and Xikong Qing nodded together. Yin Zhaoge swiveled his head and said to Ahu, "Ahu, you assist me." Ahu nodded solemnly. Shirtai looked at Yin Zhaoge. "While you are proficient in the variations of formations, in the chaotic battle currently, there is actually no lack of Essence Spirit Martial Grandmasters and even Essence Talisman Martial Grandmasters. If the two of you were to encounter them, it would be dangerous." Chapter 294. I'll do my best to help everyone. Please give me your monthly votes and subscriptions. Thank you. Yin Zhaoge smiled emotionally. The entire Broad Creed Mountain is currently facing a great tribulation. Everyone's lives are like dead eggs, being in extreme danger. It is not just me. Don't worry, eldest martial uncle. I will also be careful and try to avoid contact with the enemy. I will hide if I can. After all, the most important thing now is to regain control of the mountain guarding formation. In terms of danger, junior sister Feng and junior sister Sikong are the same. You and senior brother Su are also facing danger. And in the entire Broad Creed Mountain, the person currently under the greatest pressure is my father. After all, Yin Di was restraining Yuan Tian and Xian Dongping with his own power, also obstructing them, preventing them from harming the others of Broad Creed Mountain. Looking in the direction of Broad Creed Mountain, Yin Zhaoge was very calm. The current him had long since become one with Broad Creed Mountain, enjoying the glory of the clan, enjoying the convenience of the clan's resources as well as the protection of the clan, shielding him from wind and rain. So when he needed to stand up and bear the hopes of the sect, he would naturally stand up. If there was no danger, he would charge forward. If there was danger, he would charge forward even more. He would never back down. Eldest martial uncle, senior martial brother Su, junior martial sister Sikong, all of you take care as well. After taking his leave of Shirtai, Su Fei and Sikong Qing, Yin Zhaoge immediately brought Ahu along, hurrying towards one of the 3 locations that he had determined. Time waits for no man. As Yin Zhaoge sped along, he proceeded carefully, avoiding others as much as possible. Currently, crooks and dragons were mixed together in the vicinity of Broad Creed Mountain, and under certain circumstances, it was hard to differentiate between friend and foe. In order to save as much time as possible, Yin Zhaoge was currently hurrying on with his journey. Heading south from Broad Creed Mountain, the outline of a city appeared on the plains. While they were already rather far away from Broad Creed Mountain, that terrifying aura of the 9 underworlds that shook one's soul could still be felt. Staying away from the demonic domain's great array did not have much effect on cultivators who had tempered themselves for a long time and had relatively firm wills. But to ordinary people, it still had the effect of confusing them. At this moment, the atmosphere in the city was restless and uneasy, and everyone was in a state of panic. While the people were frightened, they were also hostile to each other. The tense situation could break out at any moment, and panic could break out at any time. Yin Zhaoge speedily entered the city, the ordinary citizens completely unable to detect his presence. Within the city, there were Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners maintaining order, doing their best to calm the populace down. This place was one of the most important transportation hubs in the vicinity of Broad Creed Mountain, with many different kinds of resources being distributed here. The person currently in charge of this place was around 40 years of age, also a martial grandmaster of Broad Creed Mountain, named Hong Wen. While he was almost twice as old as Yin Zhaoge, in terms of seniority, the two were actually of the same generation. Senior apprentice brother Hong, please help clear out a piece of empty land in the west of the city, not letting ordinary citizens approach. Yin Zhaoge did not bother with pleasantries as he immediately said upon seeing him, I have an urgent need for it. Hong Wen didn't waste any time and immediately nodded. Leave it to me. While he was a mid-spirit vessel martial grandmaster, having entered the clan much earlier and being much older, Yin Zhaoge's position and authority in Broad Creed Mountain was extremely special, his authority equivalent to that of a first-seat elder. Therefore, while he did not quite understand what was going on, he still swiftly ordered people to help Yin Zhaoge clear the area. Hong Wen was also a capable and experienced person. While the masses had already been panicking in the first place, being relocated further exacerbating the atmosphere of panic and anxiety, Hong Wen still led his men to smoothly complete the mission that Yin Zhaoge had assigned to him. The two intersecting streets of the west of the city, one horizontal and one vertical, as well as the people in the nearby buildings, were all cleared out in the shortest possible time. Yin Zhaoge arrived at the intersection of the two streets, standing in the middle of the road. With a flip of his palm, jade light flickered. His sword was like the wind, the jade-green sword light dancing continuously in the air, leaving behind a mark in the air that did not dissipate for a long time. Very quickly, a massive pattern appeared before Yin Zhaoge. Sword in his right hand, Yin Zhaoge extended his left hand, spreading his fingers as he pressed downwards from the air. The massive rune that flickered with jade light landed on the ground. Swiveling his head to look at the surrounding buildings of the city, Yin Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath, raising the jade dragon sword with his right hand, pointing it towards the sky. Meanwhile, another spirit artifact appeared in his empty left hand, the flying thunder saber. After stepping into the martial grandmaster realm, Yin Zhaoge was already no longer limited to just a single low-grade spirit artifact. Two spirit artifacts, one pointing to the heavens, one pointing to the earth. Yin Zhaoge let out a light roar, streams of aura qi emanating from the acupoints of his entire body. The winds and clouds surged, with Yin Zhaoge at their center, gradually forming a massive hurricane. This hurricane of aura qi did not expand, always having Yin Zhaoge at its center, also using that massive jade talisman on the ground as its foundation. Gradually, the tornado also turned into a dark green color. Within the city, the restless and uneasy emotions of the numerous commoners seemed to have turned tangible, condensing together at this moment, converging towards that jade-green hurricane, being swept within. Afterwards, the jade light of the massive spirit talisman beneath Yin Zhaoge's feet gradually faded, turning pure white. As the spirit patterns twisted, their structure gradually became more and more complex, gradually expanding into a small, intricate, yet profound formation. At the core of the numerous spirit patterns converged, an ancient character appeared. Human. The meaning of this ancient character was human. Yin Zhaoge wanted to use a unique technique to wrest back control of Broad Creed Mountain's Guardian Grand Formation from Xian Dongping's hands. It needed to be set up in a specific location, according to the positions of heaven, earth and human. The place that Yin Zhaoge was currently occupying was precisely the human position. Shi Tai and Su Fei, meanwhile, headed for the heaven position. He had Si Kongqing look for Fu Enshu and Elder Zhang, but for some reason, no one had come to the human position. Yin Zhaoge could only hope that they would be able to rush over to the earth position. This technique was not something that Yin Zhaoge could succeed on his own. It required all three of them to work together. As for whether or not he could completely succeed, reversing the situation, Yin Zhaoge also did not have complete confidence. The only thing he could do was to do what he had the ability to do to the best of his abilities. Ahu! Yin Zhaoge called out. Having already received instructions earlier, Ahu now went forward, crouching on the ground, pressing both hands on the spirit formation on the ground. The radiance on the human character grew brighter and brighter. But just at this time, a commotion suddenly resounded from the distance. Swiveling their heads to look, Yin Zhaoge and Ahu saw a group of people currently rapidly approaching. The one at their head was a late spirit vessel martial grandmaster. Yin Zhaoge recognized him as well. Similarly of Broad Creed Mountain, he was called Zhu Qian. It was just that the current Zhu Qian and the group of people behind him had clearly already fallen to the dark side. They rampaged their way, slaughtering all who stood in their way, their target being Hong Wan and the other Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners. What's going on? Yin Zhaoge knit his brows. Ahu thought for a moment before answering. He seems to have been on bad terms with Hong Wan in the past, having a personal grudge. From the looks of it, his mental state is leaning towards being lawless and out of control, coming to find trouble for revenge. Before he had finished speaking, Zhu Qian saw Yin Zhaoge, instantly ignoring Hong Wan, the blood-red light within his eyes surging madly. Zhu Qian howled in rage. People of Yuan Zhongfeng's lineage, to think that you would also have such a day. Chapter 295. Seeing Zhu Qian's look of enmity, his eyes exceptionally red, Yin Zhaoge couldn't help but feel a little baffled. Zhu Qian ignored even Hong Wan as he rushed towards Yin Zhaoge. Hong Wan, however, couldn't ignore him as he hurriedly drew his saber and blocked him. executing the 8 scenery spirit saber of Broad Creed Mountain's direct lineage. His Orochi rampaging with infinite variations, ingenious and agile, already having a deep understanding of it. Zhu Qian's eyes shone with a blood-red light as he said coldly, "You're courting death." He also chopped out with a saber, but it was of a different style, tough beyond compare. Domineering as it was another saber art of the 8 extreme arts, chaotic elements uniting saber. As their saber chis clashed, Hongwen's saber chi instantly broke apart unceasingly. The chaotic elements uniting saber was originally the fiercest martial art of the entire 8 extreme arts, and Zhu Qian's cultivation base was also higher than Hongwen's. As his saber expanded, saber lights swept through the entire sky, resembling piercing strong gales that seemed able to cleave apart mountain peaks. Hongwen was well aware of the difference in their cultivation bases. Also extremely rich in battle experience, he didn't clash head-on with Zhu Qian, just moving about unceasingly. While he didn't know whether Yan Zhaoge and Hu could defeat Zhu Qian, the two were currently clearly focused on setting up the formation, not having the time to care about anything else. Hongwen only hoped to delay Zhu Qian's footsteps now, such that he was unable to approach the two. However, after falling to the dark side, Zhu Qian's strength had improved a step further as his chaotic elements uniting saber unceasingly chopped down towards Hongwen. He and Hongwen originally already had enmity between them. Now he was even more merciless, his killing intent overflowing as he wanted to slay Hongwen on the spot. Within the formation, most of Yan Zhaoge's energy was used on stimulating the human character, but some of it was also split off, falling on the battle between Zhu Qian and Hongwen. Hu asked from the side, "Young master, what did this madman say just now?" Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. "I have some impression. He can be considered Xian Dongping's direct disciple." Hu grinned. Being able to cultivate the 8 extreme supreme arts and become a great grandmaster, the sect didn't mistreat him, right? Seeing Hongwen in danger, Yan Zhaoge raised his voice slightly, saying, "The clan indeed did not mistreat him, but this person is narrow-minded. When a fellow disciple offended him, he intentionally played dirty during a tempering session, nearly causing that fellow disciple to be heavily injured." First Martial Uncle is the first seat of the disciplinary hall, and he interfered in this matter. The evidence is conclusive, and he revoked his chance to be promoted to a core disciple. Yan Zhaoge said mildly. Afterwards, he continued to do similar things, committing crimes one after another until he completely lost the chance to have the black border on his blue robe. Hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, Zhu Qian, who was currently clashing with Hongwen, was instantly greatly enraged, hacking Hongwen into retreat with a saber before pointing his saber towards Yan Zhaoge. "A bunch of nonsense. You almost killed that brat surnamed Yi in the Sealing Dragon Abyss. Why didn't you receive any punishment? Why were you repeatedly rewarded afterwards? Isn't it precisely because you are Yan Di's son? Shi Tai and your father are both disciples of Yuan Zhengfeng." Yan Zhaoge rolled his eyes. "I have the blood soul recollection ceremony to prove that I am definitely innocent, while you have conclusive evidence to prove that you definitely broke the clan's rules. If the two of us were treated the same, wouldn't that be treating the clan's rules as child's play?" Zhu Qian's eyes were bloodshot as he spat. "Pooh, it must be Shi Tai who shielded you, helping you to give false testimony." Yan Zhaoge smiled, shaking his head. "What you think is your own business. Sadly, it is not the truth that you say." The saber light in Zhu Qian's hands lit up as he suddenly chopped fiercely towards Yan Zhaoge. "Talkative brat. I'll first slaughter you before we talk." Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change as the jade-green hurricane around him rotated, instantly deflecting Zhu Qian's chaotic elements uniting saber. Currently, as the hurricane rotated, those below the Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster realm would be hard-pressed to break through it. While Zhu Qian also possessed a low-grade spirit artifact, also being at the 3rd level of the Martial Grandmaster realm, the late spirit vessel stage, he was still unable to break through the obstruction of the hurricane, injuring Yan Zhaoge. Within his yellowed eyes, a blood-red light surged madly as his entire person appeared even more frenzied. The power of the spirit artifact saber within his hands increased a step further, saber light flickering as he wanted to forcibly break through the jade-green hurricane. Yan Zhaoge watched this scene calmly. "Killing me, you don't seem to be able to do it." The calmer Yan Zhaoge's expression was, the more Zhu Qian felt his heart burn. However, seeing that he was truly powerless to break through the obstruction of the jade-green hurricane, while Zhu Qian's heart was filled with killing intent, his mind instead calmed somewhat. He said coldly, "If you hide in this turtle shell, I'll kill everyone else first." Zhu Qian swiveled his head, roaring fiercely, "Kill everyone in the city, not leaving a single one alive." The others who had come along with him, and were currently clashing with the martial practitioners of the plaza, were being held up by Hong Wen and the others. Zhu Qian prepared to withdraw and take action himself. However, now he suddenly discovered that he had actually also been sucked in by that jade-green hurricane. Unable to extricate himself. Looking at him, Yan Zhaoge suddenly laughed. "That's why I say that many times. It's not as you think that things will really be as you think they are." As the jade-green hurricane expanded, it had already completely trapped Zhu Qian. Only able to advance, unable to retreat. Zhu Qian's ferocity was also stimulated as he howled madly, continuing to charge towards Yan Zhaoge. However, that jade-green hurricane resembled shackles, also tightening more and more as it obstructed Zhu Qian's movements. Zhu Qian was enraged, yet could do nothing about it, until he suddenly discovered that the jade-green hurricane before him was gradually turning golden. Meanwhile, the runes beneath Yan Zhaoge's feet also turned from pure white to gold. Zhu Qian suddenly felt his body loosen, the hurricane imprisoning him suddenly relaxing as it expanded outwards. While it still obstructed his path of retreat, it no longer obstructed his charge towards Yan Zhaoge. He roared like a tiger, the chaotic elements uniting saber that had accumulated an innumerable amount of despondency, chopping viciously towards Yan Zhaoge. This saber caused Zhu Qian to suddenly feel as if he had been enlightened. Having been stifled for so long, now that he could finally relax, he had never felt so carefree before. Zhu Qian could be sure that this saber had surpassed his previous limits, being the strongest saber he had ever unleashed in his entire life. While he had long since heard of Yan Zhaoge's shocking strength, Zhu Qian did not believe that, at his unprecedented peak, a late spirit vessel expert, he would still be defeated by an early spirit vessel expert. However, just at this time, a jade light flashed before his eyes. Yan Zhaoge held the jade dragon sword in his right hand, a big dipper sword, stably sealing Zhu Qian's saber. At the same time, Yan Zhaoge released the flying thunder saber with his left hand, raising it upwards, flipping his wrist. A terrifying force that resembled the overturning heavens and earth descended towards Zhu Qian's head. Heavenly broad creed palm. Zhu Qian raised his left hand, his entire body's aura qi surging as he blocked this terrifying palm. However, before he could regain his wits, Yan Zhaoge executed the heavenly broad creed palm with finger-flicking shocking thunder, immediately exerting force a second time. The terrifying force directly crushed Zhu Qian. Yan Zhaoge said mildly, "Did you think that the hurricane blocking my path just now was because I felt that I couldn't beat you?" Chapter 296. What did it feel like to be pressured by Mount Tai? Zhu Qian had never tried it before, but he felt like he was currently facing the pressure of Mount Tai. As Yan Zhaoge's terrifying palm pressed down, the bones of Zhu Qian's entire body emitted cracking sounds. From the pores of Zhu Qian's entire body, terrifying fine blood sweat seeped out, dyeing him completely red. Clenching his teeth, Zhu Qian stimulated his aura qi. Within his dantian, his aura qi that was filled with spirituality returned to its original simplicity, forming an existence like the great earth, resembling fertile soil, able to nurture even more miraculous power. What Zhu Qian had gained from cultivating in the martial Tao, along with the spirituality of the heavens and the earth, transformed into a spirit seed, being nourished within that spirit soil. Finally, the spirit seed gradually underwent a qualitative change, resembling a seed sprouting, beginning to be reborn. A powerful force was born from this, forming the powerful foundation of a late spirit vessel martial grandmaster. A martial practitioner's true martial spirit was already gradually beginning to take an embryonic form. Zhu Qian stimulated his spirit seed, power surging madly as he wanted to prop up the sky overhead once more. However, Yan Zhaoge did not give him this chance, exerting force even faster than Zhu Qian. Pushed by finger-flicking shocking thunder, Yin Zhaoga's third strike of the heavenly broad creed palm mightily descended, first defeating the power that Zhu Qian had just unleashed, nipping it in the bud. A violent force that seemed like the heavens collapsing, and the earth collapsing completely destroyed all of Zhu Qian's resistance and hope. Zhu Qian's arm was jolted away, Yin Zhaoga's palm descending, smashing his head into smithereens. As though he had done something insignificant, Yin Zhaoga ignored the collapsed Zhu Qian before him, instead stomping his foot forcefully. Accompanied by Yin Zhaoga stomping on the ground, the golden spirit patterns continued circulating. In the air above his head, complex, profound spirit patterns also appeared, resembling a greatly shrunken version of Broad Creed Mountain's Guardian Grand Formation. These spirit patterns merged with the spirit patterns beneath Yin Zhaoga's feet, before streams of qi expanded in all directions. The streams of qi extended far into the distance, soundlessly merging with the true clear qi Grand Formation. Standing on the golden spirit patterns, Yin Zhaoga could only feel his vision changing somewhat, as though he was looking down from the clouds. Human position established. Yin Zhaoga let out a long breath, not relaxing as he instead made use of his technique to link up with the clear qi Grand Formation, analyzing this massive formation a step further. Through his conscious and diligent tutoring, Yin Zhaoga's attainments in formations were rather outstanding. However, as one of the 6 great sacred grounds of the 8 extremities world, Broad Creed Mountain's Guardian Grand Formation naturally had its own extraordinary aspects. While it was powerful, its formation theory was also profound and profound. After Yin Di had taken over the Clear Qi Grand Formation from Yuan Zhengfeng, Yin Zhaoga also being his son. However, some rules could not be disregarded as he would not easily pass down the profundities of the Clear Qi Grand Formation to Yin Zhaoga. At the end of the day, Yin Zhaoga's understanding of the Clear Qi Grand Formation was limited. Now he had to make the best use of his time to extrapolate it. However, to Yin Zhaoga, this Clear Qi Grand Formation was also not completely untraceable. Its source still originates from the legacy of the Grand Clear lineage. Still, through the improvements made by generations of Broad Creed Mountain's experts, there are already many differences. Yin Zhaoga gradually understood what an intricate formation. Having suffered 2 anti-suns that had the effect of breaking the formation earlier, the abnormalities in the formation were rather severe. However, it can still be put right. Yin Zhaoga gazed in the direction of Broad Creed Mountain, at the same time unceasingly deducing the changes in the formation. It would be rather difficult for Father to wrest back control of the formation. However, we can strip control of the formation from Xian Dongping's hands, shifting it to one of our heaven, earth and human positions. While Yin Zhaoga was deducing the formation, Ahu was also free. However, he did not go far, instead remaining where he was, guarding Yin Zhaoga as he remained vigilant against all disturbances in the surroundings. Hongwen led a group of Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners, scattering in all directions to kill the decimating abyss martial practitioners who had entered the city alongside Zhu Qian. As Yin Zhaoga analyzed the formation, his heart suddenly jolted slightly. Standing on the human position, he could feel yet another force merging within the Clear Qi Grand Formation. That force originated from his own technique, the earth position of the heaven, earth and human positions. Yin Zhaoga closed his eyes, his mind sinking into the formation. Within the darkness of his consciousness, numerous spirit patterns that flickered with white light surfaced. A golden speck of light appeared beneath Yin Zhaoga's feet, located at the periphery of the white light formation, representing the human position that Yin Zhaoga was in. In the distance, at the other end of the white light formation, another golden speck of light lit up. Is it Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu or Elder Zhang? Yin Zhaoga felt relieved. His plan had already succeeded by 2/3. Opening his eyes, Yin Zhaoga felt that terrifying aura that originated from the 9 underworlds and confused one's mind seemed to be slowly weakening. Gazing into the distance in the direction of Broad Creed Mountain, Yin Zhaoga could vaguely see that the black devilish qi that shot into the skies and suffused Broad Creed Mountain had dimmed somewhat. Good. Yin Zhaoga nodded, letting out a long breath. From the looks of it, Junior Apprentice Sister Feng has also successfully passed on my technique of suppressing the devilish domain Grand Formation to Second Apprentice Aunt. With Second Apprentice Aunt's cultivation base as well as her own understanding of the decimating abyss and the 9 underworlds, there was immediately such an effect. The earlier disadvantageous situation was currently being successfully reversed bit by bit. Yin Zhaoge stood in the middle of the street, surrounding the massive rune. Numerous spirit patterns extended outwards, connecting with Broad Creed Mountain's grand formation. Feeling the various changes in the circulation of the formation, Yin Zhaoge unceasingly calculated within his heart. The human position and position are already in place. As long as the heavenly position is in place as well, I will be able to reverse the situation in a single stroke. The human character beneath Yin Zhaoge's feet appeared a bright golden color, as though the wills of countless people had been gathered here. Under the combined effect of the clear Qi grand formation and the human character, the originally restless and uneasy hearts of this city had now gradually calmed down. While they still felt terrified, they would not continue to be influenced by the aura of the 9 underworlds, infinitely magnifying the negative thoughts in their hearts. Yin Zhaoge gazed in the direction of Broad Creed Mountain, then turned to the other side. There, in Yin Zhaoge's projection of the 3 talents technique, was where the heaven character should be set up, being handled by Shurtai and Su Fei. However, currently feeling the changes in the clear Qi grand formation, Yin Zhaoge saw that Shurtai and the others had still yet to successfully establish the heavenly position of the 3 talents positions. The 3 talents positions had to circulate simultaneously in order to be effective, wresting back their clan's guardian grand formation from Xi and Dongping's hands in a single stroke. Comparatively speaking, Shurtai's path was the strongest and most stable path that he had predicted. However, with no signs of activity even after so long, Yin Zhaoge's heart gradually rose up. Before the 3 talents technique was fully activated, he could not leave the human position on his own. Now he could only wait where he was. Yin Zhaoge's brows were knit tightly as he gazed in the direction of the heavenly position, his expression solemn as never before. Chapter 297. In the sky a stream of light streaked across. As Yin Zhaoge hurried over to the city where the human seat was located, Shurtai brought Su Fei along and hurrying over to where the heaven seat was located. Shurtai's eyes suddenly flashed as he looked into the distance. In that direction he sensed a powerful and ferocious aura flickering, not unfamiliar. It seemed to be the scaly dragon king Sima Chui. The other party seemed to have noticed Shurtai's presence as well, but he seemed to be apprehensive and didn't come over. Xue Fei looked towards Shurtai, who retracted his gaze, saying calmly, "It was Sima Chui, Master." Xue Fei looked worriedly at the wound on Shurtai's chest. Shurtai shook his head. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Xue Fei did not say anything else, but the worry in his eyes did not decrease in the slightest. Shurtai continued flying with Xue Fei. After a while he looked down. There, a boy about 11 or 12 years old was fighting with an enemy. Even though he was still young, he was already a Zhongshe realm cultivator. His blood and qi were like dragons and elephants, and he was like a young dragon, slaughtering his opponents with ease. It was obviously Shurtai's new disciple in recent years, Ing Longtu. At this moment, Ing Longtu still looked a little dazed, but he was incomparably focused. His actions were not cruel and ruthless, but he still remembered the teachings of his seniors and senior brothers and sisters. Mercy to the enemy was cruelty to oneself. Ing Longtu sent an opponent flying with a single punch, attracting the attention of an opponent with a higher cultivation base. His opponent pounced at him, but just as he was halfway there, his entire body stiffened and he collapsed to the ground, dead. The other decimating abyss martial practitioners around them all suffered the same fate. Shurtai did not even need to make a move against these grandmaster-level martial artists. Just the aura of his fist intent could easily kill them on the spot. Ing Longtu sensed his master's aura and raised his head, revealing a joyful smile. "Let's go together." Shurtai did not waste any words, directly sweeping up Ing Longtu as well. His footsteps did not stop as he continued flying towards his destination. Ing Longtu stared blankly at Shurtai and Xue Fei. "Master, senior apprentice brother, there are many enemies attacking up the mountain," Su Fei said. "Don't worry, Hanlong. We are going to deal with them right now." Ing Longtu nodded vigorously. The master and disciples rushed all the way, very quickly arriving at their destination in the direction that Yin Zhaoge had told them about earlier. This was a mountain peak outside of Broad Creed Mountain, towering high amidst the surrounding continuous mountain ranges, seemingly about to pierce through the clouds. Shurtai landed on the top of the mountain and punched out. Rays of light appeared and gathered into a huge rune that landed on the top of the mountain. The light shot straight into the sky, forming a faint pillar of light in the sky. Shurtai raised his hand, and with him as the center, a tornado formed, enveloping this lonely peak. Under the envelopment of the tornado, streams of spiritual chi in the world were drawn over and gathered unceasingly in this place. The talisman patterns twisted and gradually expanded into a small and profound formation. The patterns of the formation flickered with a pure white luster. At the core of the formation runes, an ancient character appeared. Oh my God! The meaning of these ancient words was heaven. Seeing this, Xuefei knew that it was time for him to make a move. He immediately knelt on one knee and pressed his palms on the rock at the top of the mountain. The radiance of the heaven character became even brighter at this moment. Yinglongtu stood to the side in confusion, looking curiously at his master and senior brother's actions. As time passed, the flickering radiance of the spirit patterns gradually turned from pure white to golden. Shurtai and Xuefei both raised their spirits. According to Yan Zhaoga's words, this meant that they were about to succeed. Now, however, Shurtai said calmly, according to Zhaoga, the current situation is actually already on the right track. His gaze swept between Xuefei and Yinglongtu. While two people are still needed to maintain the technique, Xuefei and Longtu, the two of you can also do it, just that it will take a little longer. Hearing his words, Xuefei's pupils abruptly dilated. Enemies are attacking? Shurtai's face that was firm as a boulder did not change in the slightest. There are people approaching this place with ill intentions. 3 people, all late Essence Talisman Martial Grandmasters. Hearing his words, Xuefei's gaze was firm and heavy, but his expression also turned grave. Shurtai said, I will go block the enemies. Xuefei, make the best use of the time to tell Longtu the method. You will take over my position as the leader, with Longtu assisting you. He looked earnestly at Xuefei. The bigger picture is the most important. We must definitely wrest back the clear Qi Grand Formation. Xuefei could not conceal the worry within his eyes, but he did not waste time on words, his expression incomparably grave as he exhaled. This disciple will do his best. Shurtai nodded, his figure leaping as he left the peak of the mountain. He flew at an extreme speed, doing his best to distance himself from the mountain peak where the heaven character was, taking the initiative to meet the invading enemies. After a short while, Shurtai halted, standing in midair as he gazed quietly into the distance. On the horizon, 3 streaks of light flickered, very quickly arriving before Shurtai. Shurtai's gaze swept across the 3 people before him, his expression devoid of sorrow or joy as it was calm as still water. The 3 of you, long time no see. He recognized all 3 of his opponents. One of them, a gray-bearded old man, was even incomparably familiar. It was precisely Elder Wang of Broad Creed Mountain, of the same generation as Yuan Zhengfeng, Xian Dongping and the others, having entered the clan even earlier. Elder Wang had been the first to be exposed by the Heavenly Thunder Hall. His identity as a spy of the Decimating Abyss had been exposed, and he had also been the strongest Decimating Abyss martial practitioner of Broad Creed Mountain before Xian Dongping. Afterwards, this old man had been imprisoned in the Heaven-Sealing Gorge. Today, after Xian Dongping had heavily wounded the first seat Elder Gong of the Heaven-Sealing Gorge, he had released all the major criminals imprisoned within, with Elder Wang as their leader. Looking over, Shurtai couldn't help but feel desolate. He saw that Elder Wang's eyes were yellow, a blood-red light shooting out of them, shockingly having already completely fallen to the dark side. Beside Elder Wang was a black-robed old man, white hair and a youthful face, yet not having the air of a transcendent being at all, similarly having completely fallen to the dark side. Shurtai also recognized this person. He was a remnant elder of Black Nightmare Mountain, named Yang Nia. Currently, Black Nightmare Mountain had a total of 2 late Essence Talisman Martial Grandmasters, attacking Broad Creed Mountain together this time. One of them had already been killed by Broad Creed Mountain's Grand Elder, the Transcending Mortality Martial Grandmaster Zhang Kuan, with a single Heavenly Broad Creed palm. Yang Nia was the other, currently coming before Shurtai. The third person was the Scaly Dragon King, Sima Chui, who had previously clashed with Shurtai a few times. Elder Wang looked at Tai, his face indifferent, while Sima Chui's gaze fell on the wound on Tai's chest. Tai, even if your entire body is made of metal, how many nails can you still hit now? Yang Ye looked coldly at Tai. Broad Creed Mountain will definitely be destroyed today. No one will be able to stop it. The terrifying pressure of 3 late Essence Talisman martial grandmasters enveloped the heavens and covered the earth, virtually causing space itself to freeze. Against 3 alone, Tai's expression did not change as he calmly raised his arms, flashing his fists. A voice that was firm as iron resounded between the heavens and the earth. Dream on. Chapter 298. Suddenly, a dazzling light lit up between heaven and earth. Countless talismans flew about, colliding with each other, destroying large amounts of them. The remaining talismans were divided into 4 groups and gathered into a large number of talisman arrays. Then, as the talisman arrays intertwined, 4 huge talisman arrays appeared in the air. Tai's body was surrounded by a golden altar. The size of the altar continued to shrink, becoming more and more condensed. From it, an indestructible true intent of the martial Tao that could not be destroyed by 10,000 tribulations emanated. Opposite him, Elder Wang, Sima Chui and Yang Ye each erected their own heavenly altars. 3 altars, 1 white, 1 black and 1 purple, suppressed the 4 directions. A saber appeared in the hands of Black Nightmare Mountain's longtime elder, Yang Ye. No saber light could be seen, only boundless whirlwinds in pitch-black darkness. He was the first to attack Tai, the supreme technique of the Black Nightmare Mountain's direct lineage, the West Pole Purple Chi, activated to the extreme. The Purple Chi Skywave Saber, with the power to split the heavens and the endless Black Nightmare Storm, chopped down on Tai's head. The profound light divine armor on Tai's body lit up as he did not dodge or evade, meeting it with a punch, forcibly clashing with the extreme West Purple Chi that Yang Ye had activated with the high-grade spirit artifact, the Splendor Nightmare Saber. Both sides collided head-on. Boundless golden light and purple chi exploded and dispersed in the surroundings, sweeping up waves of violent gales that swept wildly in all directions. Above Tai, Elder Wang's figure appeared, a terrifying heavenly broad creed palm descending from the heavens. The sky seemed to have become shorter in an instant. Tai exhaled and shouted. His right fist exerted force, and as he pushed Yang Ye back he raised his left hand. His left hand, bright as Vajra, blocked Elder Wang's heavenly broad creed palm with the momentum of supporting the heavens. As vast as the sky, the forceful and domineering palm energy pressed down continuously. However, Tai was like a pillar that supported the heavens, unmoving and unwavering. The 2 palms collided. Tai's eyes shone with a divine light, and with a low roar, his left hand continued to move upwards. He actually forcefully pushed up the lowered sky dome once more. When Elder Wang and Yang Ye saw this scene, they were also moved. One of Broad Creed Mountain's 3 supreme arts, the heavenly Broad Creed Palm, was actually not a match for the Vajra body of the 8 extreme arts. It wasn't that the heavenly Broad Creed Palm had been defeated by the Vajra body, but that Tai was stronger than Elder Wang. The sky was about to collapse, but when Tai exerted his strength, the falling sky was lifted up again. What was even more terrifying was that he did not just lift them up. As his strength continued to rise, the sky actually showed signs of overturning in another direction. It was not the terrifying power of the heavenly broad creed palm that overturned the heavens and the earth, but that Tai wanted to overturn this very sky. The white formation heavenly altar around Elder Wang's body suddenly started to tilt, about to be flipped over by Tai from below. Just at this moment a black light flashed. Like a strange black dragon that had suddenly appeared, it stabbed towards Tai from a tricky angle. The power was condensed and completely focused on a single point, forming an incomparably terrifying destructive force. Its target was the old wound on Tai's chest. Tai's gaze was like lightning as he punched out with his right hand, once again deflecting Yang Ye's Hua Yan's saber, retracting his left hand that was suppressing Elder Wang, his movements seeming slow, but accurately punching out, deflecting Sima Chui's sneak attack. The strange black dragon was hit in the neck by the stone, and it let out a cry of pain, as if its spine had been broken. After deflecting Sima Chui's spear with his left fist, Tai spread his fingers, the movements of his hand becoming light and slow as it slowly moved. A golden ring of light appeared, its entire body like Vajra, full and flawless, its center empty, as if able to contain all things. Sima Chui wanted to retract his spear and change his stance, but discovered that the black dragon formed of his martial true intent and spirit artifact was trapped by that golden ring of light, actually unable to be retracted. Tai exerted force with his left hand, that black dragon howling mournfully, unable to break free as it was unceasingly devoured and absorbed by the golden ring of light. The massive force drew Sima Chui's body towards Tai involuntarily. Either he let go of his spirit artifact, or he was dragged over by Tai. Just as Sima Chui was unable to stabilize his body, Elder Wang and Yang Nye attacked once more, dealing a blow to Tai. As Yang Nye chopped out with his saber, the entire horizon turned purple, boundless strong gales surging together, enveloping the entire sky. As Yang Nye chopped out with his saber, the entire horizon turned purple, boundless strong gales surging together, covering the entire sky. As his saber descended, the purple sky seemed to transform into a saber light, chopping towards Tai. Numerous black nightmare storms swept within the purple sky, appearing brutal and terrifying. Tai instantly seemed to be situated within the Great Western Desert. On the other side, Elder Wang's palms descended once more. Tai's gaze was firm as a monolith, not wavering in the slightest. The golden heavenly altar merged completely with him, his entire person resembling a Vajra, infinite light emanating from within his body. The profound light divine armor on his body flickered, forcibly resisting Yang Nye's purple chi heavenly wave saber, his left hand not ceasing as it supported Sima Chui forward, before his right fist mightily descended, striking Sima Chui right in the chest. The black heavenly altar mightily shattered, fresh blood spurting madly from Sima Chui's mouth, circulating the stone metal Vajra body to the maximum, forcibly resisting Yang Nye's saber, before his body tilted slightly, avoiding his vitals as he was struck by Elder Wang's palm once more. The heavenly broad creed palm's vigorous, tyrannical, boundless majestic force caused Tai's figure to shake, resembling a mountain collapsing. Blood leaked slightly from the corner of Tai's mouth. Yang Nye roared furiously, "The Iron Lion is going to become a dead lion today." As the purple chi of the extreme western desert surged madly, the light tiger saber within his hands completely transformed into a hurricane. Countless terrifying gales that seemed able to cleave the heavens and split the earth streaked through the horizon, madly hacking towards Tai, leaving behind numerous tragic wounds on the profound light divine armor, and Tai himself. There was no fear within Tai's gaze, no wavering. However, there was something that had never appeared before. Berserk. Rampaging. Bloodthirsty. I'll bury all of you here. Even if I have to use my own flesh, blood and bones. A wild roar shook the 9 heavens, resembling an enraged lion madly roaring. Releasing Sima Chui's spear, Tai crossed his fists, repelling Yang Nye's saber light before his figure abruptly spun. Striding forward, resembling a descended divinity, he arrived before Elder Wang. The image of Vajra on Tai's body vanished, only his fists being incomparably bright. A fist descended, dispersing Elder Wang's heavenly broad creed palm. Another fist descended, directly shattering Elder Wang's heavenly altar of talismans. Elder Wang stared wide-eyed. He had never seen such a Vajra body before. This was completely abandoning his defense, abandoning the essence of the Vajra body's attack and defense as one, concentrating all of his power on his fists. The Vajra body of the past, indestructible. The Vajra body of the present, invincible. Tai completely disregarded himself, forcibly withstanding Yang Nye's full-powered saber with his profound light divine armor once more. The profound light divine armor was finally unable to bear the burden, shattering mightily. However, Tai's fist descended once more, mightily striking Elder Wang's chest, causing this former longtime elder of Plaza Mountain's chest to directly collapse inwards. Just as Tai was about to turn and deal with Yang Nye, a streak of dark light appeared once more. The strange black dragon roared madly, mightily striking the old wound on Tai's chest. Tai spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire body penetrated by the spear. The scaly dragon king, Sima Chue's eyes turned yellow, a blood-red light shooting out of them as he stared fixedly at Shi Tai. Having always been plagued by devilish intent earlier, he had finally completely fallen to the dark side, making use of this to greatly alleviate the injuries that Shi Tai had caused earlier, thus delivering this fatal blow. However, meeting Shi Tai's gaze, he could not help but shudder. The wild lion roared once more, its destructive fists descending from above with the momentum of ripping the heavens apart. One left, one right, striking the chests of Sima Chue and Yang Nia. The two late essence talisman experts simultaneously spurted out blood, dyeing the sky red. Chapter 299. Shi Tai punched out with both fists, heavily injuring Sima Chue, who had just recovered some of his vitality, apart from Yang Nia. However, his three opponents had also become ruthless at this moment. With wild roars they once again attacked Shi Tai, fighting to the death. As Yang Nia coldly shouted, purple light surged from his body, turning into a purple gale that pounced towards Shi Tai. Sima Chue gripped his spear tightly, blocking Shi Tai's figure as he charged down towards the ground below. Elder Wang also struggled to charge forward. "We definitely won't let you destroy Broad Creed Mountain." As Shi Tai roared, he blocked Elder Wang's iron palm with his left hand and punched out, directly blasting the head of this martial uncle who had fallen to the 9 hells. However, his figure was entangled by Yang Nie's saber light. The sky above his head had completely turned purple. The earth beneath him was scorching hot, turning 1,000 miles of fertile soil into sand. Between the heavens and the earth, there was a violent black tornado, sweeping up Shi Tai's body and causing him to fall towards the ground that had already become a desert. Shi Tai suddenly reached out, grabbed Yang Nie's right hand that was holding the saber, and dragged him down. Yang Nie did not dodge. He pushed his strength to the limit, and beams of purple light shot into the desert below. As the mournful radiance flickered, it turned into a series of purple runes that formed a ruthless formation. Then boundless purple light soared into the sky like countless sharp blades, piercing into Shi Tai's back. As if he could not feel the pain, Shi Tai raised his right fist and punched towards Yang Nie. Yang Nie was caught by Shi Tai's left hand and couldn't dodge. He could only watch as Shi Tai's right fist landed on his chest. The destructive power was completely condensed into a single point. Shi Tai's fist was like a peerless divine weapon as it punched through Yang Nie's body. Blood, flesh, organs, bones, everything was smashed to pieces. Yang Nie's eyes widened as he spat out a mouthful of blood, splattering all over Shi Tai's face. Black Nightmare Mountain's final 9th level Martial Grandmaster, a late Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster, had died with everlasting regret. After killing Yang Nie with a single punch, Shi Tai's figure was also struck by the spear in Sima Chue's hand, causing him to fall into the desert below. That long spear was like a nail, nailing Shi Tai to the ground. Even with Yang Nie's death, the purple light array still played its final role. Rays of purple light flew up, like purple chains, wrapping around Shi Tai's body and the long spear, imprisoning him in place. Of his 3 opponents, the only one still alive, Sima Chue, stood in midair, looking down at Shi Tai lying on the ground below. At this moment, Shi Tai's entire body was like a stone statue that was on the verge of shattering, dim, mottled, and dilapidated. Only his left fist was still flashing with a bright light. Sima Chue opened his mouth to speak, but first spat out a mouthful of blood. His injuries worsened, and his situation was extremely bleak. Even though he's injured, he can still kill 2 of them despite fighting 1 against 3. Sima Chue coughed non-stop, his gaze fixed on Shi Tai. "The one surnamed Shi. You live up to the name of the Iron Lion King." Shi Tai's face was expressionless. He didn't say a word as he struggled to stand up. However, the chains of purple light bound him tightly. That black spear that had pierced through his body and nailed him to the ground, connected with the purple chains, erupted with even more ferocious power. It was fine if Shi Tai did not move, but as soon as he tried to move, his body instantly suffered a blow. Sima Chue's gaze fell on Shi Tai's left hand. "If I want to kill you now, it would be as easy as flipping my hand. However, I have to get close to you. However, if I get close to you, I know that you still have the strength for a final blow. If I want to kill you, I am destined to accompany you in death. Sima Chue's face was ashen as he shook his head, raising his head to look at the distant mountain peak that towered into the clouds. Over there, what the hell are you all doing? I don't know, and am also not interested in knowing. However, I do know that what you all want to do, I'll make it impossible for you all to succeed. While coughing blood, Sima Chue laughed with difficulty. If I kill you, you have the ability to drag me down with you. If I don't kill you, I won't die. While you won't die either, I can ruin your plans. It might not even be your personal matter, but that of your entire Broadcreed Mountain, ha ha ha. The light in Shurtai's eyes surged madly as he grasped the black spear, but the black light and the purple light mightily struck his body, locking it in place, leaving him unable to move. Sima Chue laughed, slowly grinded out. If you spend a bit more time, you can break the formation and pull out my dragon spear, but you might not be as fast as me. Laughing loudly, Sima Chue flew towards that lone peak. On the lone peak, Xue Fei stood at the center of the heaven character, his hands raised high towards the heavens, his palms flipped, as if holding up the heavens. Beside him, Ing Longtu knelt on one knee, both hands pressing down on the heaven character. The golden hurricane surrounded the two, growing stronger and stronger, completely enveloping the entire lone peak, sweeping the surrounding spiritual chi of the heavens and earth within. As the two worked hard, the heaven-shocking, earth-shaking great battle in the distance took place. Xue Fei and Ing Longtu both gazed nervously in that direction. Suddenly, after an intense collision, the battle seemed to have calmed. Following that, a powerful aura approached Xue Fei and Ing Longtu. As it neared, Xue Fei's heart suddenly sunk to the very bottom, because he could tell that it was not the aura of his master Shurtai's fist intent. Indeed, the figure of the scaly dragon king, Sima Chue, appeared before Xue Fei and Ing Longtu. Looking at the golden hurricane that enveloped the mountain peak, appraising it for a moment, Sima Chue chuckled. He did not have a spear in hand, but punching out, his true essence naturally transformed into a black scaly dragon, resembling an indestructible spear as it pierced towards the mountain peak. As the scaly dragon left the sea, black light flickered. The violent, evil roar of a dragon intermingled with the sound of the hurricane. The black scaly dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws, madly tearing at the golden hurricane. Even though he was heavily injured, close to death, Sima Chue's strength was still far from what the likes of Zhu Qian could compare to. Beneath the attacks of the scaly dragon manifested from his true martial spirit, the golden hurricane instantly became an imminent danger. The establishment of the heaven character had also reached the final juncture at this moment. In the air above the lone peak complex, profound spirit patterns appeared, looking like a greatly shrunken version of Broadcreed Mountain's Guardian Grand Formation. The spirit patterns and the heaven character merged, before streams of chi expanded outwards in all directions. Sima Chue gave a low roar, a violent force interfering with the golden hurricane, interfering with the heaven character, causing the circulation of the heaven character to slow. The two sides momentarily fell into a stalemate. Sima Chue laughed savagely, also beginning to exert his full strength, the golden hurricane gradually being ripped apart by his power. His fist began approaching the lone peak, but before it had even arrived, the mountain peak already began to shake intensely, as though it was about to collapse. With the collapse of the lone peak, the heaven character would similarly collapse. At the top of the mountain, Xue Fei and Ing Longtu desperately stabilized the heaven character, entangling with Sima Chue. In the distance, within the great desert, Shurtai was expressionless as he gripped the black spear that had pierced through his body. Creak, creak, bit by bit, Shurtai pulled that black spear that had pierced through his body outwards. Purple light and black light flickered as they intersected. Shurtai's skin and flesh split open. The body of a man who had once been made of iron was currently trembling unceasingly. Only his hands were stable as a monolith. Chapter 300. Shurtai's hands exerted strength as he slowly pulled out the high-grade spirit weapon, the Een Dragon Spear, that was nailing him to the ground. Every time the Een Dragon Spear was pulled out an inch, Shurtai's body would have to endure tremendous pain. The spear connected with the array on the ground and fused into one, turning into the shackles of the lion. These shackles were embedded into his flesh, and every attempt to remove them would cause Shurtai's own flesh to be mangled. Shurtai's expression did not change in the slightest as he used all his strength to pull out the spear. However, just as Sima Chui had said, this was too slow. After breaking free, although Shurtai still had the strength to fight again, Xue Fei, Ying Longtu, and the others could not wait any longer. Beneath the lone peak, Sima Chui's strength grew stronger and stronger, even beginning to penetrate through the golden hurricane, striking towards Xue Fei and Ying Longtu at the top of the mountain. Streaks of black dragon-like energy fiercely pounced towards the Tian Talisman and Xue Fei on the mountain top. The difference in their cultivation bases was too great. Even though Sima Chui was heavily injured, he was still not someone he could withstand. Xue Fei was well aware of this, but he showed no fear on his face as he resolutely shielded Ying Longtu behind him. The only thing that worried Xue Fei was that the mountain under his feet was shaking, and the Tian Talisman was in danger. With the heaven, earth and human tripartite laws hard to establish, he would be unable to wrest back control over the clear Qi Grand Formation from Xian Dongping's hands. In the outside world, powerful enemies like the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall were about to pounce over. Broad Creed Mountain was in danger. Ying Longtu asked blankly, "Senior apprentice brother, where's master?" Before he finished speaking, a majestic lion roar sounded in the distance. At the foot of the mountain, Sima Chui looked back in shock, his gaze piercing through space to land on that desert. Shurtai, who had been nailed to the ground by the Yin Dragon Spear, gripped the shaft of the Yin Dragon Spear with his right hand and raised his left high up. Shurtai's left hand clenched into a fist. Resplendent light condensed and illuminated the surroundings. In the next instant, Shurtai's left fist stirred up a destructive power and smashed into the shaft of the Yin Dragon Spear. With a sound like muffled thunder, the high-grade spirit artifact, the Yin Dragon Spear, was forcefully broken by Shurtai. The Yin Dragon Spear was broken, and the purple chains and black tornadoes around it were no longer able to bind Shurtai's body. But at this moment, the berserk power also exploded and shook Shurtai. Shurtai remained silent, his body rising upwards. Creak, creak. An ear-piercing sound of friction came from the broken spear shaft and his body once again, causing one's heart to tremble. Sima Chui looked at Shurtai in disbelief. "You're crazy. This way you're dead for sure." With Shurtai as the center, the wind blew across the surrounding desert. Amidst the billowing dust, Shurtai stood up once again. It was like a statue of a deity that would never fall. Even if it was broken, even if it was crooked, it would still stand tall in the end. Grasping the shaft of the Yin Dragon Spear, Shurtai glared fiercely at Sima Chui. The upper half of the shaft of the Yin Dragon Spear transformed into a bolt of black lightning, shooting wildly towards Sima Chui. Sima Chui wanted to dodge, but discovered that even as he wrestled with the Tian character and the Golden Tornado, he was also sucked in by the Tian character and the Golden Tornado. Unable to move, Sima Chui's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He could only extend a hand in front of him to block the incoming black light. Boom! An astonishing brilliance erupted from the black light. It was as hard as diamond and as resplendent as a shooting star. Sima Chui's arm was directly shattered, followed by his body. Shattering, shattering, shattering again, mightily exploding. The last of the three late Essence Talisman Martial Grandmasters, the Scaly Dragon King Sima Chui, was slain on the spot by the Iron Lion King Shurtai. Losing Sima Chui's restraint, the Golden Tornado mightily regained its normal form, its power unleashed to the maximum. The Tian character completely merged with the spirit patterns in the air above the lone peak, countless formless streams of Qi extending outwards, merging with Broad Creed Mountain's clear Qi Grand Formation. Of the three positions of heaven, earth and human, the final heaven position was finally established. Seeing that the Tian character had finally been completely established, Xue Fei had no time to think as he dashed down the mountain towards Shurtai, Ying Longtu following closely behind him. In the distant desert on the Great Earth, a figure stood erect, resembling a modeled statue. The statue's entire body was riddled with cracks, riddled with scars, mottled and dilapidated, as though it had experienced innumerable storms. However, it still stood there with an unyielding aura, resembling a pillar that held up the heavens. A sorrowful look appeared on Xue Fei's face as he knelt before this figure, silent and speechless. Shurtai opened his eyes, raising his head with difficulty to look towards the sky. Streak after streak of light shot behind him in the direction of Broad Creed Mountain. Tai wanted to swivel his head to look in the direction of Broad Creed Mountain, but he was already unable to do so. However, a few scenes still surfaced before his eyes, scenes that existed in the depths of his memories, engraved into his soul, bringing him along through the long passage of time. His parents had died early, and he had struggled to live on. One day, a middle-aged man had appeared before him, smiling as he asked if he was willing to learn martial arts from him. That was his master, who was currently in secluded cultivation at Broad Creed Mountain's back mountain, similarly doing his utmost for Broad Creed Mountain, Yuan Zhengfeng. At that time, his master had been in the prime of his life, not appearing old at all, just like him before. As the scenes changed, he had been focused on his martial arts. His master had brought a child back to the mountain, just like how he had brought him back that year. That child was still young, but his gaze was calm, mature like an adult's. That was his second junior apprentice brother Fang Zhuan, who was currently suppressing the devilish domain grand formation at the back mountain, preventing the 9 underworlds from descending into this world. After that, his master had continuously brought back some children, all of them becoming his junior apprentice brothers. Sometimes, he would even have to pass on his skills on behalf of his master. Amongst them, there was a little girl, the daughter of a senior apprentice uncle who had been pampered to the point of being lawless and out of control, causing even his master to have a headache over her afterwards. Only when he had a stern expression on his face would the girl be afraid, sticking out her tongue, timidly quieting down. That was junior apprentice Sister Fu. Finally, when he had already come of age, his name having spread far and wide, his master, who had already appeared old, had brought back a youth, saying that this was his junior apprentice brother, his final disciple. At a young age, he had already shown off his abilities, a youth who was full of vigor and ambition. That was Yan Di, who was currently in a life and death battle with Yuan Tian and Xian Dongping within the Clear Qi Grand Formation. Other than that, there were also many of his fellow disciples, some still around, some already no longer around. While the elderly had passed away, new youths had entered the clan, like his beloved disciples Xue Fei and Ying Longtu before him. Similarly, the future of Broad Creed Mountain, Yin Zhaoge, Feng Yunshang, Si Kongqing and the others, the scenes changed unceasingly, finally coming to a halt. His wife had been injured during her pregnancy, persevering in giving birth to his child, but not long after, she had passed away. The only thing that made him feel gratified was that his child had grown up day by day, from a lively boy to an intelligent youth, finally growing into a tall youth, becoming the pride of his life. Afterwards, his son had also married and had children. Before that, he had never thought that there would also be a time when he would play with his grandson, enjoying the happiness of a family, the happiest time of his life. His daughter-in-law Ing Yuzhen carried her grandson Shijun, snuggling up to Shi Songtao's side, the family of 3 smiling as they looked over. Little Shijun extended his chubby little hands towards him. The scenes within Shi Tai's mind finally came to a halt here. In the distance, on the lone mountain where the heaven character was, a golden hurricane gathered the spiritual qi of the surrounding area, connecting with the Clear Qi Grand Formation. Within the air, numerous spirit patterns lit up, the Clear Qi Grand Formation shaking once more. This meant that his position had already been established. The 3 intersected, the Clear Qi Grand Formation changing once more. Shi Tai smiled slightly, slowly closing his eyes. Chapter 301. Within the city where the human character was, Yin Zhaoge stood on the rune, his eyes closed. Within the darkness of space, within the white light formation, 2 specks of golden light already flickered together with Yin Zhaoge's current position. Only the light that represented the heavenly seat had yet to light up. Yin Zhaoge waited patiently, but now his heart suddenly jolted. Opening his eyes, Yin Zhaoge lowered his head, seeing that on the back of his left hand, the devilish mark that had originally been about to completely dissipate had suddenly grown much heavier. Eldest apprentice uncle. Yin Zhaoge's heart thumped. The devilish mark growing heavier was not because of the 9 underworlds, but because something had happened to Shi Tai, who had sealed the 9 underworlds together with him. Now, Yin Zhaoge felt the clear qi grand formation circulate mightily. Within his consciousness, within the white light formation, a third speck of light finally lit up. The heavenly seat had finally been established. Heaven, earth and human returned to their positions, working together on the clear qi grand formation. The clear qi grand formation shook intensely. With the sky above Broad Creed Mountain as their center, a great amount of spirit patterns flickered and lit up, extending and expanding unceasingly in all directions. The heavens and the earth seemed to turn illusory once more, resembling a painting as it distorted violently. Yin Zhaoge forcibly suppressed the worry in his heart, his palms coming together before abruptly separating, one upwards and one downwards, striking out simultaneously. One palm towards the heavens, one towards the earth, with Yin Zhaoge as the crux. The spiritual qi flow of the clear qi grand formation abruptly changed directions. Still battling with Yin Di in the foreign dimension above Broad Creed Mountain, Xian Dongping immediately felt that something was wrong. Within his eyes and the palms of his hands, a total of 4 runes shattered at the same time. However hard Xian Dongping tried, the control over the clear qi grand formation had left him at this moment. Within the city, Yin Zhaoge let out a long roar, his palms coming together once more after having been separated. Beneath the effects of the heaven, earth and human runes, the clear qi grand formation within the sky instantly grew calm, returning to normal. Yin Zhaoge immediately reinforced the power of the clear qi grand formation where the heaven character was, but was unable to succeed. In order to gather the power of the formation and control it, one either had to be proficient in the art of formations or have a high enough cultivation. Neither Xue Fei nor Ying Longtu fulfilled this condition. Where the heaven character was, only Shi Tai could bear it. But now, he was unable to increase the power of the array. Yin Zhaoge pressed his lips tightly together. Something really happened to eldest apprentice uncle. Ahu was shocked when he heard this. Young master, you mean elder Shi? Yin Zhaoge closed his eyes, not speaking. His clasped palms separated once more. One hand clenching into a fist, the other extending his index finger, tapping towards his left pupil. Within his left eye, profound and complicated spirit patterns instantly surfaced, coming together to form a clear qi grand formation that seemed to have been shrunk countless times. Clenching his fist tightly, Yin Zhaoge punched forward, his fist intent surging. The clear qi grand formation within his eyes instantly transformed into light, completely entering the depths of his eyes. Yin Zhaoge closed his eyes once more. After standing silently for a moment, he opened them again, a dazzling white light erupting from his left eye. Within the white light, 3 golden specks of light shone brilliantly. Rise! Grabbing Ahu, Yin Zhaoge strode forward. Within the sky, the spirit patterns of the clear qi grand formation lit up, resembling a great Tao that connected to the heavens, guiding Yin Zhaoge as he flew. His speed completely not inferior to peak martial grandmaster experts. Yin Zhaoge traversed the spirit patterns, resembling traversing space as he speedily streaked across the horizon, hurrying towards the lone peak where the heaven character was located. A mountain peak that towered into the clouds appeared within his field of vision. As his gaze swept over it, Yin Zhaoge discovered that in the distance, a vast desert had suddenly appeared on the great earth. In the center of the desert there was a figure standing upright. As Yin Zhaoge brought Ahu along, he saw Su Fei and Ying Longtu both kneeling before that figure that resembled a bronze statue. Looking at that figure, Yin Zhaoge closed his eyes, raising his head, unable to speak. That resolute and unyielding, strict and impartial first seat of Broad Creed Mountain's disciplinary hall. The Iron Lion King who had no desire for power and authority, and was brave enough to take the lead. That taciturn eldest apprentice uncle who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. For Broad Creed Mountain, he had battled to the very last moment, spilling his last drop of blood, leaving everyone behind. Let us quickly return to reinforce the clan. Su Fei stood up, the eyes of that resolute man reddening as his trembling voice gradually grew steady. The clear qi grand formation has finally been wrested back, but we still cannot relax. We must completely defeat the incoming enemy. Saying thus, Su Fei's gaze dimmed a little. A pity that master cannot personally see this scene. Yin Zhaoge opened his eyes. He can. He swiveled his head to look at Su Fei. Where is the shadow shrinking pouch that eldest apprentice uncle obtained from senior apprentice brother Shi Songtao? Su Fei's gaze lit up, keeping Shi Tai's belongings as he took out the shadow shrinking pouch. After opening it, there were 3 transparent ice coffins within, 2 of which contained the bodies of Ying Yuzhen and Shi Jun. Yin Zhaoge received the empty ice coffin from Su Fei's hands, opening its lid. Su Fei lifted Shi Tai's body that was on the verge of shattering, placing it within the ice coffin. Yin Zhaoge closed the coffin's lid, pursing his lips tightly as he looked at Shi Tai's corpse within the transparent ice coffin. Looking at his young master, Ahu could only feel as though he was facing a volcano that might erupt at any moment. Yin Zhaoge raised his hand, shrugging as he placed the ice coffin on his shoulder. "Let's return to Broad Creed Mountain," Yin Zhaoge said quietly. He punched forward, a spirit pattern descending from the clear Qi Grand Formation, resembling a path. Carrying the ice coffin, Yin Zhaoge strode forward. The trio followed behind him, heading towards Broad Creed Mountain. At this moment, the great battle on Broad Creed Mountain had still yet to end, the 2 sides still locked in a fierce battle. The clear Qi Grand Formation had changed once more, causing everyone to be a little confused as they appeared hesitant. But not long after, radiance flickered in the distant sky as a path extended from the horizon all the way to Broad Creed Mountain. Gazing over, a person strode forward, carrying a transparent ice coffin on his shoulder, as he walked towards Broad Creed Mountain. The person carrying the coffin was the most outstanding genius of Broad Creed Mountain's younger generation, Yin Zhaoge. Within the ice coffin lay a person peacefully, the Iron Lion King Shi Tai. The spirit patterns of the clear Qi Grand Formation flickered, a mournful wail seemingly resounding between the heavens and the earth. Now a person on Broad Creed Mountain roared furiously, "Shi Tai! Yin Zhaoge!" It was Elder Lu who had previously schemed to direct the power of the Devilish Domain Grand Formation in the Sand region to the South Heaven region, allowing the 9 underworlds to descend. With the heaven ceiling gorge broken, he and Elder Wang had escaped together. Seeing Yin Zhaoge and Shi Tai at this moment, it was like seeing enemies, their eyes blazing with hatred. "Shi Tai, you're dead? Good death." Looking at the ice coffin, Elder Lu laughed loudly. Carrying the ice coffin on his right shoulder, Yin Zhaoge raised his head towards the sky. "Eldest apprentice uncle, look at us." Saying thus, he chopped out with his left palm. A boom resounded as the clear Qi Grand Formation above his head circulated, its power merging with Yin Zhaoge's heavenly Broad Creed palm, transforming into a massive heaven-obscuring hand which descended. Elder Lu blocked with his palm, "Little thief." All his struggles were futile as the flying spirit talisman shattered. The sea of flames swept up by the Tushita palm instantly extinguished. Elder Lu was directly slammed into the ground by the heavenly Broad Creed palm of the clear Qi Grand Formation. Not even his corpse remained. Yin Zhaoge gazed at all the demons and monsters of Broad Creed Mountain, his gaze like fire. "All of you, become the paving of my eldest apprentice uncle's coffin." Chapter 302. Yin Zhaoge carried the ice coffin on his shoulder, advancing forward. Above his head, the clear Qi Grand Formation circulated mightily, descending a boundless, mighty force which bolstered Yin Zhaoge's body. Yin Zhaoge brought his fingers together, forming a saber with his palm as he chopped forward. As the radiance flickered, numerous spirit talismans gathered to form a massive talisman formation, resembling a miniature clear Qi Grand Formation. The grand array became a blade edge, sweeping forward, chopping large numbers of decimating abyss martial artists at the waist. A crack appeared in the foreign space above, and a terrifying torrent of destruction poured out from within. Raising his head to look towards the horizon, Yin Zhaoge raised his left hand, spreading his fingers, his palm facing the air above Broad Creed Mountain's peak. The next moment, Yin Zhaoge clenched his fingers into a fist. Accompanied by his action of clenching his fist, the clear Qi Grand Formation in the sky rumbled as it circulated, numerous spirit patterns transforming into a mist of light, traversing through the horizon. Haze of light interweaved, forming a net, continuously covering that foreign space. The radiance gradually faded, but the foreign space also stabilized once more. The space that had been violently distorting and shaking gradually calmed down, becoming transparent and formless once more, making it difficult for others to detect. Yin Zhaoge lowered his head once more, looking coldly at the decimating abyss martial practitioners of Broad Creed Mountain. He raised his left hand and smashed it down heavily. As the clear qi grand formation in the air circulated, rays of white light descended one after another, streaking across the sky like lightning, yet also like heavenly punishment. One decimating abyss martial practitioner after another, under the terrifying and peerless bombardment of the clear qi grand formation, died without a place to be buried. Yin Zhaoge did not cease in his footsteps as he carried the ice coffin along with Su Fei and Ying Longtu, treading on the great path paved with spirit patterns as they arrived before the clan. The group of people supported the spirit and went to the main peak, Heaven Rising Peak. As Yin Zhaoge's palm descended, another 2 insulation martial grandmasters were smashed into smithereens. Placing the ice coffin containing Shi Tai's corpse on the ground of the mountain peak, Yin Zhaoge looked at Shi Tai's face, sucking in a deep breath as he rose upwards. Bolstered by the power of the clear qi grand formation, Yin Zhaoge successfully broke through the obstruction of space, entering the foreign dimension. Within the foreign dimension, Yan Di, Yuan Tian and Xian Dongping had experienced a fierce battle, their expressions currently not looking too good, all 3 of them bearing injuries. Yin Zhaoge stared at that former senior of his clan, Xian, East level. Extending a hand forward, Yin Zhaoge's heavenly broad creed palm descended. A large number of flickering runes appeared on the ground around the foreign dimension, and then they also manifested into giant palms. The movements of this palm were completely synchronized with Yin Zhaoge's, the massive heaven-obscuring hand mightily pressing down towards Xian Dongping. At that moment, it was as if the world in this foreign dimension had truly been flipped upside down. As Yin Zhaoge's figure appeared within the foreign dimension, Xian Dongping instantly let out a long sigh towards the heavens. His gaze fell on Yin Zhaoge's left eye, as he saw that within Yin Zhaoge's left pupil was reflected white light, within which 3 spots of golden light flickered. Xian Dongping said, "It was this unique technique that allowed you to recapture the clear qi grand array?" He too raised his palm, similarly striking out with the heavenly broad creed palm. The 2 palms collided and the void trembled. The boundary between heaven and earth blurred, as if it was constantly flipping. Even as Yin Zhaoge sent a palm towards Xian Dongping, he punched out with his other hand, his target being his father Yan Di. Accompanied by this punch of Yin Zhaoge's, the clear qi grand array borrowed the boundless majestic power of the heavens and the earth, surging into Yan Di's body in great amounts. Yan Di's gaze shot out with divine light, the aura of the clear qi robe on his body also surging. Streams of clear qi dispersed into the surroundings, gradually re-establishing their connection with the clear qi grand array within the foreign dimension. Yan Di brandished his saber, an incomparably ferocious saber intent sweeping towards the devil Saint Yuan Tian. Father and son exerted force together. Staring at Xian Dongping, Yin Zhaoge let out an enraged roar, resembling the roar of a dragon and the roar of a tiger. A terrifying volcano at this moment completely erupted. Amidst Yin Zhaoge's long roar, the momentum of the heavenly broad creed palm abruptly changed. Exchanging blows with him, Xian Dongping felt it the most directly. That was no longer a power that overturned the heavens and the earth, but rather that the heavens and the earth no longer existed. The world seemed to have returned to before the heavens and the earth had opened, everything still in a state of chaos. No yin, no yang, no before, no after, no beginning, no end, no movement, no stability. The next moment the chaos mightily exploded. It was as if all things had been subsumed into chaos. Then the chaos was extinguished, the universe opening once more. In an instant, a different change occurred in the entire clear qi grand array, as if it was reenacting the opening of the heavens and splitting the earth. This incomparably majestic force domineeringly broke through Xian Dongping's heavenly broad creed palm. Xian Dongping was taken aback, the sword light in his other hand flickering as a limitless heavenly sword pierced through the heavens and the earth, chopping towards Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge exhaled and roared, extending his hands before clapping together towards the center. Within the foreign dimension, countless flickering spirit patterns transformed into 2 massive palms, synchronizing with Yin Zhaoge's movements as they also clapped towards the center, instantly trapping Xian Dongping's sword light between the two palms. Yin Zhaoge looked coldly at Xian Dongping, that terrifying concept that resembled an explosion of chaos appearing once more. The violent, direct force shattered Xian Dongping's limitless heavenly sword once more. Xian Dongping's brows knit tightly as he retreated, no longer forcibly resisting Yin Zhaoge and the clear qi grand array, instead wanting to join up with the devil Saint Yuan Tian. There Yuan Tian was also currently being forced into retreat by Yin Di's saber. Yin Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath, pushing forward with his palms horizontally. Infinite, frenzied tides with a momentum that surged to the heavens, pressured down towards Xian Dongping and Yuan Tian. At the same time, Yin Di's saber swept through the air, splitting the heavens and the earth, shattering space itself as it also attacked towards Xian Dongping and Yuan Tian. Palm intent and saber intent combined, frenzied tides that surged to the heavens directly drowned Xian Dongping and Yuan Tian. The majestic sword light and the ethereal qi of impermanence were extinguished and shattered on a large scale. Yin Zhaoge's palm descended, the clear qi grand array circulating unceasingly, the shocking explosive force of the great explosion of chaos domineeringly shattering one of Xian Dongping's arms. On the other side, Yin Di's vicious saber shattered the spirit artifact whip in Yuan Tian's hands, a bloody wound also appearing between his chest and abdomen. If not for him retreating in time, his abdomen would have been directly split open. Xian Dongping and Yuan Tian hurriedly retreated. Yin Zhaoge's palm stance changed, his hands coming together, the entire foreign dimension pressuring towards the two. At this moment the foreign dimension actually appeared to collapse, a boundless, majestic force also pressuring down on Xian Dongping and Yuan Tian, even as it imprisoned them. Yin Di raised his saber, the black and yellow specks of light on the clear qi robe attaching themselves to the heavenly dragon saber in large amounts, streams of clear qi enveloping the saber's body. A ferocious saber descended, pressuring Xian Dongping and Yuan Tian to the point that they were unable to move, only able to join hands to deal with it. The Xian Dongping with a weaker cultivation base was already beginning to be injured by the sharp saber intent. Yin Zhaoge's clasped hands abruptly came together. The clear qi grand array suddenly circulated in reverse. Amidst the rapid changes, a shocking force was born, distorting as though it could forcibly rip a corner of the eight extremities world apart. Xian Dongping and Yuan Tian both let out tragic groans. The wound on Yuan Tian's chest abruptly expanded in all directions, virtually wanting to tear him apart into pieces. The body of a martial saint, how sturdy, how powerful. However, at this moment, it was on the verge of shattering. On the other side, Xian Dongping was in an even worse state, the limitless heavenly avatar completely shattered, a rain of blood erupting from his entire body. His entire person seemed about to be crushed into a pile of meat paste. Resolute looks flashed within the gazes of Xian Dongping and Yuan Tian. Amidst low roars, a great amount of black devilish qi surged from within their bodies. Their pupils both began to turn dark yellow, a blood-red light simultaneously shooting out from within. Devil! Yin Zhaoge laughed savagely, his killing intent surging to the heavens. I'll let you be a good devil. Opening his shadow-shrinking pouch, a bow and 3 arrows fell into Yin Zhaoge's hands. Chapter 303. As I said before, fight to the last moment. A perfect end to the month of May. Thank you all. Compared to Xian Dongping, the devilish intent in Yuan Tian's heart was actually not as strong. However, at this moment the threat of death had caused his desire to live to reach an extreme. The martial saint realm allowed him to move unhindered throughout his life. As long as he did not take the initiative to trample on the mountain gates of the Holy Land level sects, few people would be able to do anything to him. But now, this was the first time in Yuan Tian's life that he had ever set foot in a Holy Land level sect's mountain gate. This place could very well become his burial ground. At this moment, Yuan Tian clearly felt the threat of death looming over him. The situation forced him to make a choice. Falling to the dark side, obtaining the hope of rebirth, or dying in Broad Creek Mountain. Yuan Tian chose the former. Xian Dongping was also the same as him. The current Xian Dongping was abnormally calm, even vaguely having the feeling of a wanderer returning home, quietly welcoming this moment. Yin Zhaoga's voice was low. "Father, eldest apprentice uncle has perished." Yin Di's gaze emitted a cold light as the fingers of his right hand that held the heavenly dragon saber abruptly tightened. When Yuan Tian and Xian Dongping heard this, there was no joy on their faces. Instead, they became even more vigilant. Gazing at Yin Zhaoga, Xian Dongping slowly shook his head. "There is no meaning in saying all this now. However, this old man's greatest mistake was not in underestimating your father Yan Di, but in not taking care of you beforehand." Yin Zhaoga's gaze was cold as he met Xian Dongping's gaze, saying in an indifferent tone, "From how I see it, if I could have confirmed long ago that you were the decimating Abyss Lord, I would have long since killed you." Xian Dongping let out a long sigh. "There's no point in saying more." He stared at Yin Zhaoga. "I'm afraid that I won't be able to make it today. This old man's injuries are too severe, and falling to the dark side can only barely recover from them. There is no possibility of advancing any further. I've always hoped to take the step of falling to the dark side and successfully enter the Saint Realm, but I've always been a little short. Otherwise, if I could transcend mortality and enter sainthood today, I'd like to see if there's a chance to make up for my previous mistake." A longbow appeared in Yin Zhaoga's hands, as well as 3 jet black arrows that flickered with a faint golden light. "Old mongrel, just die quietly," Yin Zhaoga said coldly. As he said this, Yin Zhaoga had already raised the high-speed bow within his hands. With his current cultivation, he was still unable to fully activate the power within this mid-grade spirit artifact. But it was enough. Yin Zhaoga knocked 2 jet black arrows on the bowstring at the same time before pulling the bow back, resembling hugging the full moon. The bowstring sunk deep into the flesh of his fingers. The 2 arrowheads seemed to be aimed at the empty space around Xian Dongping and Yuan Tian. In this world, archery was also a type of martial Dao. The path of archery, like spear, sword, and saber, was unique. However, this Dao was even more difficult to cultivate. It was far more difficult to achieve anything than other martial Daos. At the same time, talent was even more important. Yin Zhaoga's archery was still so-so, having only recently begun to train in it. However, on such an occasion it would be difficult for him to miss. The clear Qi Grand formation circulated, forming a powerful restrictive force, trapping Xian Dongping and Yuan Tian where they were. Yan Di's saber intent descended even more viciously as the two of them could only defend against it in a pathetic fashion, no longer having the leisure to pay attention to anything else. While they had fallen to the dark side with their earlier injuries being too severe, they were currently even more unable to stand against Yin Zhaoga and Yan Di. However, after falling to the dark side, Xian Dongping's expression instead grew much calmer. Looking at Yin Zhaoga and Yan Di, he said mildly, "This time it was this old man's own mistake. On one hand, I did not get rid of you, Yin Zhaoga. On the other, I underestimated your father. Dying here today, next time we'll decide victory and defeat." Xian Dongping looked at Yin Zhaoga. "Young man, you seem to be very familiar with the 9 underworld's evil devils?" This old man heard about the process of you interrogating junior apprentice brother Lu. You said that with his cultivation base, even if he fell to the dark side, he would still be unable to achieve the body of a true devil reborn. Since you understand it so well, you should also know that with this old man's cultivation base, while I have yet to enter the martial saint realm, I still have a chance. Xian Dongping swiveled his head to glance at Yuan Tian. "And the devil saint will definitely be able to achieve the body of a true devil reborn." Yin Zhaoga pointed his arrows at the two of them, his gaze cold. Xian Dongping sighed emotionally. Even martial saints have a limit to their lifespan. When the time comes, no one can escape it. Eternal life, which countless people can only dream of but are unable to attain. To this old man, I actually did not feel that it was all that pressing in the past. This old man's lifelong wish is also not like that of senior apprentice brother Wang and junior apprentice brother Lu. Living an ignoble, mediocre life is also meaningless. Xian Dongping said, "However, today I have experienced some of its benefits. This old man still has regrets, not wanting to die so early. If I can be reborn from the 9 underworlds, I will fight with Yuan Zhengfeng and you father and son once more." Yin Zhaoga was not in the mood to listen to Xian Dongping's words. Other than controlling the clear qi grand formation and trapping Xian Dongping and Yuan Tian where they were, his attention was currently focused on the bow and arrows in his hands. Under the combined attacks of Yan Zhaoge wielding the clear qi grand formation and Yan Di's saber intent, the two were finally unable to hold on any longer. Xian Dongping's body was completely shattered by the clear qi grand formation. Yuan Tian was beheaded by Yan Di with a single saber, while the two were dead. Streams of black qi circulated, dissipating into the air. They did not remain within the air of the eight extremities world, instead seeming to want to pass through the boundaries of dimensions, heading to an indescribable place. The black qi was illusory, unable to withstand force. Even Yan Di's tyrannical saber intent and the power of the clear qi grand formation were unable to touch it. The two seemed to exist in two different worlds. The silhouettes of Xian Dongping and Yuan Tian appeared amidst the black qi, the former calm, the latter resentful and furious. Xian Dongping opened his mouth to speak, but no sound emanated from it. However, from the shape of his mouth, it could be roughly made out that what he was saying was, "Until we meet again." Seeing this scene, Yan Di knit his brows tightly, anger appearing on his face. Xian Dongping, you transcending mortality, Yuan Tian entering sainthood, the two of you falling completely to the dark side. Whether or not you can be reborn from the 9 underworlds, I am clear on that. Yan Zhaoge finally shifted his gaze from the bow and arrows in his hands to Xian Dongping. His current expression resembled the descent of calamitous clouds, cold and gloomy. However, his eyes seemed to be blazing with great flames that surged to the heavens. However, you are not clear on what you are facing. Yan Zhaoge enunciated each word very clearly. Bow named High Speed, a mid-grade spirit grade artifact. It is not important and can be ignored. Arrow named Devil Shattering. Xian Dongping and Yuan Tian were stunned. Having said thus, Yan Zhaoge released his fingers. A golden light flickered, and the black arrow suddenly vanished. The previous moment on the bowstring of High Speed. The next moment it struck that black qi, struck Xian Dongping's and Yuan Tian's chests. Xian Dongping and Yuan Tian lowered their heads, looking blankly at the small hole that had broken through on their chests. Then the small hole expanded unceasingly, becoming a large hole. The large hole continued expanding. A hole appeared at the center of their bodies, the hole expanding unceasingly outwards, completely empty. The area of the hole grew larger and larger, but the bodies of the two gradually disappeared, as though they had been devoured from within by the hole in their bodies. At the end, their bodies were completely extinguished, turning into nothingness. Even the black qi that had enveloped them seemed to have been purified. You! Xian Dongping looked at Yan Zhaoge in disbelief. Meeting his gaze, Yan Zhaoge said indifferently, "You want eternal life? I will send you to eternal rest." Chapter 304. The decimating abyss was created by Xian Dongping in recent years. The demons of the netherworld had existed since ancient times. They had existed before the Great Calamity. In the era before the advent of the Great Calamity, humans had come into contact with the 9 underworld's evil devils. Some had fallen to the dark side, while others had been exterminated. Some of the techniques that had been born from this had mostly been lost in the current 8 extremities world after the Great Calamity, few people knowing about them. The Devil Shattering Arrow was one of them. Shatter Devil as the name implied, was the life force of Shatter Devils. Demons could not be killed and could not be destroyed. After being destroyed, they would be reborn in the depths of the 9 underworlds. However, the Demon Shattering Arrow forcefully cut off this process and sent the demon into eternal slumber. 9 levels of the Martial Grandmaster realm, late Essence Talisman stage experts who fell to the dark side, were still not true 9 underworld evil devils. It might be more appropriate to call it a human devil. On the other hand, a transcendent great grandmaster could be reborn after death. There was a certain probability that they would turn into a real demon of the netherworld, and enjoy the ability to be reborn after death. If a martial saint fell to the dark side, he would definitely be reborn in the 9 underworlds. Yan Zhaoge had prepared the Devil Shattering Arrow precisely for this moment. Xian Dongping looked at the constantly expanding hole in his chest, watching as this hole expanded outwards, swirling around his body, swallowing him from the inside out. He raised his head to look at Yan Zhaoga. Yan Zhaoga's expression was cold, his gaze like fire. Do you think that fallen devils are omnipotent? Xian Dongping let out a long sigh towards the heavens, not making any sound at all. One could only barely make out the contents of his words from the shape of his mouth. Indeed, not getting rid of you first was an even greater mistake than underestimating Yende at the side. Yuan Tian's resentful expression gradually disappeared, and his face was filled with disappointment. He was not someone from the decimating abyss, and Xian Dongping had no way of controlling and ordering him around. But he was attracted by the 9 underworlds and had a request in his heart, so he hit it off well with Xian Dongping. He had originally thought that with Yuan Zhengfeng in secluded cultivation in his attempt to break through to the martial saint realm, with Xian Dongping acting as a spy to break the clear Qi Grand Formation, his only opponent would be the sacred artifact, the clear Qi robe. At this moment, the great battle on Broad Creed Mountain had already gradually calmed, the decimating abyss martial practitioners virtually all having been slain. It was just that after a great battle, the formerly elegant Green Mountain now had a feeling of devastation as far as the eye could see, especially in the direction of the back mountain's water-rich peak, where the devilish domain Grand Formation was weakening unceasingly, but had still not completely vanished. Yan Zhaoga turned and said to Yan Di, "I'll go assist second apprentice uncle in completely suppressing the devilish domain Grand Formation." Standing in front of the ice coffin containing Shi Tai's corpse, Yan Di nodded slightly, not speaking. Yan Zhaoga descended the heaven-rising peak, hurrying over to water-rich peak. On the heaven-rising peak, Hu, Su Fei and Han Long no longer had to guard the coffin as they followed Yan Zhaoga down the mountain, exterminating the remaining enemies. "Young master, after you entered the foreign dimension, I tried to contact the other Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners on the mountain," Hu said as he left. Yan Zhaoga let out a long breath. "How is the situation on the mountain now?" Hu answered, "Elder, he is guarding the old chief's secluded cultivation grounds. It is safe and sound there, having not been disturbed." Elder Zhang was heavily injured by Xian Dongping earlier, his injuries rather severe. However, his life is not in danger. The first seat of the Heaven-Sealing Gorge, Elder Gong, was also heavily injured, though his condition is a little better than Elder Zhang's. Yan Zhaoga nodded. Of the peak experts who had previously been stationed at Broad Creed Mountain, other than the old chief Yuan Zhengfeng and his father Yan Di who had just stepped into the transcending mortality stage, there had been a total of 3 people. They were Xian Dongping and the 2 Grand Elders Zhang Kuan and He Ning. Xian Dongping had betrayed and been slain, Elder Zhang had been heavily injured, and Elder He had been guarding Yuan Zhengfeng, unable to leave. The late Essence Talisman experts of the 9th level of the Martial Grandmaster realm consisted of his eldest apprentice uncle Shi Tai, second apprentice uncle Fang Zhuan, the first seat of the Heaven-Sealing Gorge Elder Gong, as well as the former Elder Wang. Now, Elder Wang had betrayed and been personally slain by his eldest apprentice uncle Shi Tai sacrificing himself for justice. Elder Gong had been heavily injured, and it would probably not be easy for Fang Zhuan to suppress the devilish domain Grand Formation. Beneath the late Essence Talisman stage, there were also many other Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners who had perished. This great tribulation had not been easy for Broad Creed Mountain. Meanwhile, the decimating abyss on the other side had virtually been completely wiped out. The Abyss Lord, the Transcending Mortality Martial Grandmaster Xian Dongping, the Devil Saint Yuan Tian, as well as Sima Chue, Elder Wang and the 2 longtime elders of Black Nightmare Mountain, at least 4 late Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster experts had all been slain. The other decimating abyss martial practitioners who had invaded Broad Creed Mountain had all perished. However, Yan Zhaoga and Broad Creed Mountain still could not completely relax. Yan Zhaoga swiveled his head to look towards the south, where the fire domain was located. He swiveled his head to look towards the east, where the earth domain was located. It was from there that the people of the Heavenly Thunder Hall had shot the anti-sun, interfering with the clear Qi Grand Formation. Yan Zhaoga's gaze was cold as he weighed the 2 shadow-shrinking pouches in his hands. while Xian Dongping and Yuan Tian's corpses would not be left behind after having fallen to the dark side. Their belongings would still have been preserved. Old man Xian, let me see just what it is that you are relying on to attract a martial saint to take such a risk. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.